Hello and welcome to FIDE Online Olympiad 2021. I'm Women Grandmaster Dina Belenka, and here with me, Women Grandmaster Katie Tsatsalashvili. Hello, Katie, how are you?
I am doing really good, not having the best hair day, but it's going to be fixed by the time. And you know, Dina, in the end of the day, we're going to know the clear leaders in all the pools we're having.
Absolutely. And speaking of, let us have a look at the standings of the top division.
Yeah, in Pool A, we have the China and Kazakhstan leading with 100%. And then we have Bahrain coming next to them. That's the third team. And Greece also has a good chance to get in top four. Armenia, one of the leaders, they are doing not so good. They won one match and drew another. And that should be their day if they want to come back. So I think we will be focused on Pool B later, as the games will start later. Let's now take a look at the pairings.
Yes, definitely. So for the round 4, we have Kazakhstan facing China, Greece playing versus Indonesia, Iran and Mongolia, Georgia will be facing Australia, and Romania will be playing against Armenia.
Yeah.
So these are our pairings for today, for right now, and seems like the games have already started. So let us now jump right to the action.
Yeah, but Dina, you know what? Let's give a big shout out to the sponsors of the event, and there are plenty. So let's do that. Big thanks to the Shenzhen Longying District Culture Radio, Television, Tourism, and Sports Bureau, as well as Shenzhen MCU BIT University, Shenzhen Chess Academy, and Pengchess Chess Academy, as well as Shenzhen Longying District People's Government, Shenzhen Municipal Bureau of Culture, Radio, Television, Tourism, and Sports, and the e-commerce platform Similand from Russia.
Exactly. Without these sponsors, this event would not be possible.
Right, that's right. And I'm so glad to see that we have plenty of sponsors in here, and yeah, we'll see. I hope we're gonna have more and more people joining chess and supporting chess.
Absolutely, absolutely. I cannot agree more. So now, Katie, shall we take a look at the boards?
Yeah, let's do that. Let's do that. So this is the game. Here we have Dingliran with black pieces and Rinat Jumabayev from Kazakhstan. So this is the match, China versus Kazakhstan.
And it started with some kind of London.
Yeah, you know what? London is either loved very much or hated. So this is the call to our chat to show up who is Team London and who is against London system. What about you, Dina? Do you like to play in London system?
I have experience in playing against London, and by the way, this is that kind of a line that I usually choose when I face London with black. And from as far as I remember, this position is equal for black. So this is a very good setup with a strong bishop on f5 and those nice pawns with the plan in the future. With the pawns, pushing the pawns b5, b4, a5, a4. Seems like an easy play for black. And the question is, what can white oppose to this plan?
Yeah, and also you just mentioned black's plan. It's pretty much clear because of the pawn structure, but I don't see a clear plan for white. Usually in this pawn structure, white tries to break through in the center with e4, which is controlled now by 3 pieces and seems pretty much impossible.
That's true. That's true. Okay, fair enough. I guess we will leave these two players thinking now that they showed their secrets. And shall we have a look at the other boards?
Yeah, let's do that.
We have Dick Bogdan Daniel from Romania facing the Armenian Sargisyan Gabriel. And what do we have here?
Wow.
This is a kind of a Ruy Lopez Spanish. For now, everything is well known with rook e1, b5, theory, nothing new under the sun. And d5, Katie, this is that famous martial attack.
You like that? You mentioned earlier, right?
I do not. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. This is that kind of a line that I always avoided and never played it neither with white nor with black. In fact, it's an interesting pawn sacrifice where you do need to remember some theory for both. Otherwise, you can get yourself in trouble very fast. But at the same time, it's classics. People, champions, grandmasters, players have been playing this for ages, for centuries, this line. And yeah, it is still alive. It is still alive, and it gives some interesting positions. Let's see what
what is the idea for black to give up the pawn?
So the idea, that's a very good question, by the way. The idea is that because of this c3 pawn, white cannot develop fast and fast enough, especially for this kind of position. So now everything is stopped, and black wants to use the opportunity to create some attack here on the king while all the white pieces are still in the bathroom.
Oh.
That is the main idea. And we can see that with the queen on h3 and the bishop on f5 and the bishop on d6. So normally black achieved everything he wanted. And now you see the pawn is grabbed back. So things should be very good for black. But at the same time, we do not see any advantage for black. So position is more or less equal. Yes, interesting to see if one of them will be able to convert, to create something more out of this game.
Yeah, for me, this is the first time I see this position. I really like how black started the play, but I don't know the this inside information as you know. So what's the follow up here? Like for me, it seems like h5, h4 looks really dangerous. Attack for white. Can black proceed with that?
Yeah, that's also an interesting plan. Basically, here, anything that you do in order to create the attack should be the right flow of the things for black. And the question is just if white will be on time to activate all the other pieces or not. But here, since he gave up the pawn back, I think white should be okay, should be doing okay.
Yeah. And Dina, this is the match where Armenia, one of the rating favorite team, needs a miracle today to get in at least top 3. But at this point, only 2 teams can go to the next stage. So even if you're top 3, it's not enough. You need to get into the first or second places. So yeah, miracle.
Yeah, true. True. Let us move on. We have yet another interesting matchup on the board one. We have Wei Yi from China facing Husnudina Rustam from Kazakhstan. And here looks like Queen's Gambit declined. With a6, haha, this is funny, Katie. Yesterday I was covering the Olympiad Division D on our Russian channel of Chess.com, and we had the game already with this a6, and I was commenting together with Grandmaster Gadakamsky, and he mentioned that this is a very, very modern trend to play a6, even in Queen's Gambit declined, and it's funny to see this line again.
We observed, I think it was game of Stepanko, I think. But we have seen this moves earlier in other tournaments too, and it seems like Russians started to bring this fashion with a6 and h6 later, and we thought that that was the result of some training camps in Sochi, and that was actually back in at the beginning of the year when they started to play this a6 h6. like all the Russians started to play at the same time, and there was other tournament I was commentating, and it was a pretty much new back then. And so the question to you, as you also are attending to that camps, if you can tell us some secrets, like would you guys like train together, like openings, and the team has the like same opening repertoire, or not? It's individual.
Yeah, it is true that during the training camps, the openings are one of the top subjects. Yes, there is no secret, and sometimes the ideas indeed are studied and analyzed together, and then being played together. I also saw this from some ladies playing in the World Cup as well. So yeah, this is a modern approach. Let us see how it what did it give in this particular game. Oh, with this bishop e5, also very modern idea. The plan is to take with the knight, then play f4 in that kind of Dutch spirit, if I can say so.
Yeah, there was a game of Bibi Sarah playing this bishop e5
Yesterday. Yes, that's
and
indeed
it went really bad for her. I think she lost
true.
the game.
Yeah, it went bad for her. C5, bishop takes f6, queen takes f6, and d takes c5. This is the position that we have right now on the board. We can only add that also looking at the clock, seems like black is a little bit less confident in this position than white with 7 minutes to 11.
Yeah.
If we were to assess this position, one of the most important factors would be the opposite castles, because this is what decides the direction of the play. And as we already mentioned several times before, with opposite castles, you need to attack, and whoever attacks faster gets it all.
Yeah,
that's
very true.
One last thing. Isolated pawn and the center is open. So maybe it's not about attack after all. Maybe it's just about controlling this isolated pawn, bringing the knight to d4 and saying, I play against your weakness. And then you get bishop f5.
What can start? Oh, that happened in the game?
No isolated pawn anymore. Forget everything I mentioned above.
Ooh.
Knight takes d5.
We at the screen, I hope I pronounced that well. If not, you guys can correct me. But look at how focused is he, and there are many players who are not showing emotions, right? They have this poker face.
True. Yeah, and now we have bishop h7 check. Rook takes d5 should be followed. And what does white get out of it? Yeah, we have rook d5, bishop f8. Well, we can clearly say that there is a certain advantage in development, and there is also more activity here. So maybe, in fact, white does have an advantage after this knight takes d5.
Yeah.
Right.
Pawn is a pawn. Pawn is always a pawn. And there is also some issues of development for black. So rook d1 will control d file, very important file. And if somehow white starts the attack like g4, g5 to open up the king side, it can be also dangerous. But if it's not even that, like white can try to mobilize the pieces in the center and try to trade some of pieces, right? The end game should be fine.
Yeah, I agree. All right, Katie, we have so many more interesting matchups. And how about we have a look at the female board? Because here today we have an amazing clash-up between Ho Yufan and Jansaya Abdumalik.
Wow, Ho Yufan is in the business. Let's check it out.
Yeah, and she's even lower on time. Oh, this is gonna be interesting. The game started with e4, e5, knight f3, knight f6, Petrov defense, knight takes e5, d6, knight f3, knight e4, knight c3. This is all well-known line. knight c6, bishop d3, and I am trying to understand. I will even open the openings tab. I'm trying to understand where was the So the surprise, or simply the move that hasn't been yet played. So first of all, here the main line is queen d2, but Jinsai played the second line bishop d3, and after bishop g4, seems like there were not so many games anymore, only 4. And this is what we have right now. Pretty aggressive with this g4. Now bishop g6, queen a2, and both sides will castle long, I believe. Yes, this is what we have, and knight d4. All right, position seems pretty equal still. What do you think, Caddy?
I was thinking more about the situation between these two players rather than their position, to be honest, because Jansai Abdulmalik just became a grandmaster. This is a peak of her career, and most probably she's training a lot and very actively, right? And then on the other hand, we have a professor. She is a professor at Shenzhen University, and she has tons of works to do together with the students. And she said that she's not training that much. She's not training at all. So I was thinking how things gonna happen between these two players, because they are in the different conditions, right?
Yeah, it's true. But also with the defense to Hou Yifan, I shall say that apparently she has such a high level that even without, let's say, training, daily training, she still holds it and plays like very, very super strong grandmaster. And I honestly, I don't think that her break um her break gives more chances to her opponents. I'd better say that it stops her from moving forward, from achieving even more and taking a progress. But I doubt she loses any shape, so to say.
Yeah,
If you see what I mean.
You're just getting all these backgrounds, and it's just very hard to lose it in chess. You have this knowledge, you have this, we call that class, I don't know. It's just in, maybe I think you Russians can also understand that.
Yeah,
Like
true.
when you have all this knowledge with you, and you just need some time to recall all these things. And that's why she's using most of the time to recall all the variations, most probably, and to remember the things. But I'm sure she was training for this event. Like, she's a professional, right?
Yeah,
She
she's
would take
very
some time
serious.
to take a look at the variations. And what I have seen from her commentaries as well, because she was doing commentaries for World Cup on Chess.com. She catch up all these modern games and the variations. So yeah, she's still in the business. She's still in chess, and this is really good to see.
Yeah, definitely. Also, we should not forget that the Jinsai had some rough games here before in the first 3 rounds. She didn't score that high against the lower rated players. So once again, I think their chances are, well, I can say even, but anyway, we will find out very soon what is gonna happen in this game. For now, things seem to be under control by both of the players.
Yeah. And then before we go to the next game, Hou Yifan is having a mask right now on the screen. You can see that. And do you remember that very first episode when pandemic started? The biggest event was going on in Russia, candidates tournament, and she was one of the commentators. And she was commentating the games with a mask. Do you remember that?
Yeah, I have the exact same memory, but not from the candidates, more from the World Championship match between in January between Alexander Gerashkina and
Oh yeah,
Julian
that can
Jr.
be it. That can be it. Yeah,
And it
Mhm.
was in China and in Vladivostok, in Russia, but in China. And there I remember how you find commentating together with Nigel Short. Was it Nigel Short?
Yeah.
Oh, no. Sorry. She was commentating in Chinese also.
Oh yeah.
But I do remember that memory. Yeah, true. And once again, I personally I have been playing a lot during the pandemic. I have been playing a lot over the board, and I usually I am almost the only person wearing a mask, and for me it's always very it makes me a lot of joy to see that there are also other people who take things seriously.
Yeah, that's very good. That's very good. We have a comment that Weiwei has already finished the game.
Oh, that's
Maybe we can see the
true.
end.
That's true. Okay, let's see what happened here. Last time we left this game, it was somewhere around. Yeah, we saw this pawn that went away. Rook takes, bishop f8, rook f5, queen e6, knight e5. Oh, okay. Oh. No, wait, but these are two. What
I think
happened?
he was forced to capture the bishop, right? F7 is not guarded. If you push f6, then bishop g6 and knight f7 is coming.
Knight e5. And yeah, what do you do? If
After
you push
f6, there is also knight g6 checking at h7, knight a8. And in the end, white
doesn't
is
work.
winning. Yeah, knight g6.
But something should work. Rook e7, no. Is there something that can work? Knight c6.
Just capture on f7.
You capture. And now king h7. And if you go rook e5, I have queen g6. And if you go rook f6, I have queen e4. So in fact, it was just about having a cold blood. You can also try knight d7 with the same idea. But okay, these are computer moves.
Yeah,
I didn't
it's so hard to
suggest
play
them.
knight move here as the pawn is hanging on
Yeah.
f7 with a check.
But it's fine. It's funny. Imagine this position. We have advantage for black. Knight e5 is played, and now after a simple knight move, the advantage goes immediately to black. But guess what? No, black blunders, takes the bishop, and now it's a game over.
Yeah, that's a chess bluff. Turned out.
Yes, that's a chess bluff. Also, it's an internet bluff, and also it's in like blitz or rapid bluff. So it's all the three factors together make it one very, very big and strong bluff that worked.
Mm-hmm.
And yes, obviously with the queen up, yeah, Wei wins this game. Well done. Okay, we have yet one more super exciting matchup between two female players, very strong players. Katie, we have current reigning world champion Zhu Wenjun playing versus Dinar Sudwakasova, and let us see what is happening here. Okay, we have some kind of an end game. Now the game started with d4, knight f6, c4 e6. We would say some kind of Nimzo Indian, correct. G3, bishop a6. This is all well known. And yes, let us quickly see how it went. Oh, wow. Did you see this one? Knight c4. What a pretty one. Knight c4 with the pin, you attack the bishop. If bishop d6 goes away, then I suggest just enter to e5, central square.
Yeah, you can also take d takes c5, and if piece captures there, then you will win d5 pawn.
Oh yeah.
And if pawn, if piece captures, now you can
you can just have the isolated pawn, so it's super great position for white.
Yeah.
So in the game we had d takes c4. Now a bishop takes b7. C takes b3. Okay, those are complications. Let us see where did it bring us some kind of an equal endgame, which eventually became better for white. How and where did it become better for white? Or is it better for... No, it's equal. Apologies for the fake news. It's equal. Yeah. So the amount of material is equal. Well, one could say that with that rook on d2 and that knight on d3, you kind of feel great here with black. Also, passed pawn. So all the factors are in black's favor, but apparently it's just not enough material for black to convert or to get an advantage. And also, let's not forget it's an endgame and they have the bishop versus the knight. So normally the bishop is stronger.
Yeah, normally the bishop is stronger. Also, I don't really see any tricks here with the knight and the rook. Knight and the rook are good, well known with their tricks, right? But now with this pawn structure and the bishop, everything is guarded, and there should not be anything. But on the other hand, black doesn't have any problems too with this passive bishop and g2. It's just attacking nothing on the diagonal. And maybe it's black to move. Maybe black can also try to push b5 now, and right after bishop rook b1 or rook a8 b8, then the pawn will be already on b4. So maybe black can even try to push this pawn forward and create some danger for white.
Yeah, it's true. Okay, we have so many more games to see. Do you have a favorite, Katy? Is there one particular matchup that interests you most?
Yeah, there's very interesting things going on in the game of Matrosi and Haik and Miron, Lucian, Christine. This is the match Armenia and Romania. We can take a look at that if you can see. And I can.
Oh, wow. What is happening here? Oh, someone is under attack. And apparently it's black's king. Seems like a pretty dangerous situation. Every piece is around the king. How did this game start? Oh, interesting. c6 and d5, and we transpose to the Slav defense. Okay. And that was a theory, all of this, I believe. Oh, wow, look at this one. Knight d5. Oh, wow. And if you take, let's show it to our viewers, then there is pawn e takes, discovered attack on the bishop and on the queen.
Wow.
Very nice. Beautiful tactics. Bishop went away to d2, queen a5, saying, I don't care. This knight, he can stay there in front of this pawn as long as the queen is here on e2. Amazing. Okay, and bishop g6, knight takes g6, h4, knight d5. This is all what happened. You know, Katy, there is this interesting thing. I had it once in my game. Sometimes when you have this choice between c takes d5 and e takes d5, actually e takes d5 can be pretty dangerous because it gives white a perfect French structure, and now all these four pawns can just smash black's king. So here with such a capture, black should be really careful. Otherwise, just c takes d5 should be pretty solid. Here, I guess he was worried of something that would enter to the 7th rank. I don't know.
Yeah, that rook can be really dangerous at some point.
Yeah, so this is what happened in the game. And now, you see, I predicted it. Exactly what happened. All the pawns started advancing and they attack. So this is the typical way of playing, typical way of using your advantage. And this is how it all went through.
I love the way how white just get the rook lift on the 3rd rank.
Yeah, that was a very beautiful one.
Yeah, by sacrificing one pawn on a4, but then all the moves came now with a tamping.
Yeah, that was an amazing one indeed. Very well spotted. And now the rook comes. So they played rook c1 a1, rook a3, and now rook g3. And now rook participates in the attack. And look at the last move that happened. Knight h6. Boom.
Ooh.
How many
Nice.
times did we see in this game putting the knights in front of the pawns without any fear?
So that means that White wants to open up the F file, and very likely he wants to bring another rook into the game. So what happens
Yes.
now if King E7, Queen? Oh, the rook is hanging on G3.
Oh wow, there is the rook. Oh wow.
Oh, yeah, Queen B4 can be, or instead of Rook F1, maybe just Queen F1 and Queen F2 and Queen F6 check.
Queen F1 instead of Rook F1, Queen F2.
Yeah.
Surprisingly, it doesn't work. Surprisingly, it doesn't work. The king escapes.
Yeah, king.
Look at this. King escapes. Knight protects the G7 square. Ooh, everything is not so clear here. In fact, there is only one move, and it's Rook F1. And let us reinsert the game and see if that was played. Knight H6. Yeah, that was played. Well, I guess when you play Knight H6, you already know that you will play Rook F1. Otherwise, you're screwed.
Yeah.
And here, I believe we will see the resignation soon. Oh no, the game continues. So White is thinking. White is still
Hike
thinking.
is in the best shape. Right after World Cup, he's doing very best of him, and also at the World Cup, there was beautiful play by him.
Yeah, he did an amazing performance at the World Cup indeed. He actually knocked out the Mamediyarov himself.
Yeah.
That was a very nice performance. Okay. So many more games. Shall we see yet another female board? We have Sukandar Irene playing with black pieces versus Stavrula Tsilakidu, and these two ladies are the leading players in their countries.
Yeah, they are the leaders of the team for years already, both of them, and both of them are international masters. And here we have Catalan defense.
Yeah, some kind of Catalan. Very balanced play.
White sacrifices a pawn here for piece activity, and the computer also shows the equal situation. It's just up to the taste. If you have this kind of style that you can play positional chess, this kind of openings can suit you well.
I should try them then.
You like positional play?
That's a tricky one because I think I am a positional player, but everyone tells me that I'm a dynamical player. So
yeah, that's what I thought
too. We never know. We never know. But sacrificing pawns like this for positional long-term activity is definitely in my taste.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and look at this rook on a7. It's a dream of any chess player to have a rook like this. And while we were like getting back, the moment we opened this game, everything was fine. The position was equal. But now look, rook b3, knight c5, attacking the rook. Now what should the rook do?
Rook c3 is
horrible. Blunder. Oh, this is a simple tactics.
Do you think White can go immediately knight b7 or capture the rook on c3 first?
Oh, apparently both work. Yeah, well, objectively speaking, on practical level, there is still some compensation because one needs to be careful with those pawns whenever it is d pawn or a, let's say, a c pawn. Oh, okay. Here things are easier. You just double attack.
The knight is also hanging. Yeah, I think that's the best to do it rather than to capture the rook on c3 and then create this very dangerous pawn on c3 that I would be scared of.
Yeah, and this is what happened in the game. We have knight b7, bishop c4, and queen a5. Queen a5. Okay. Only 2 seconds for Irene. Yeah, we have the move. Rook takes c1, knight takes c6. Kerry, that was very misfortunate, I shall say. Look at this position we had. It was just this rook b5 was okay. And then just go back with the rook, but just don't do anything. Just, can we play king h8? Yeah, king h8. But the problem with rook b3 is
Yeah, but
just
rook
the
b3 looks so
blunders.
tempting. You attack the knight and you think that's very active move, and somehow you really don't see knight b7 really fast. Like myself, I could
Yeah,
not see that fast.
yeah.
And they're playing on second, so this is some just a bad luck. I think knight c5 comes with the tempo, and then knight b7 is there.
True. Also, computers suggest this rook f3 is saying that it would be a last chance for black to try to fight
Yeah,
somehow, but
it
it's
looks
not a
fine.
human one. I mean, yeah, it's already like you need to admit your mistake and say like, okay, I lose the material anyway, so I'd better sacrifice it now and get a
Yeah,
better
but I think
compensation.
she missed knight b7, not knight c5. Like
Yeah.
after rook c3, she had not seen knight b7. Unless I missed that, and yeah, you just don't see.
Yeah.
If you see that, you can sacrifice the exchange, right?
That's true. And now we already have the mate on the board.
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. We have many results already, but there are still some games that are being played. For instance, let's take a look at oh, Katie. Oh, I have amazing news for you. I have amazing news for you. I wanted to see a game of Tabatabai, how he's doing, but I just realized that we have a result from Abdul Malik and Hu Yifan. And guess what? Shansaya won this game.
Oh, okay. Let's take a look at that one.
Yeah, this is
Let's see what happened.
exciting. This is exciting. Queen c6, queen d4. So last time we left the girls on their own. It was this moment when knight, yeah, you saw this position, the knight b3 played by Shansai, queen c6, queen d4, b6, king b1, f6. Okay, f4 attacking the knight. Knight c4, bishop c1. Seems like white does have a little advantage, small advantage. Probably it's the activity. But after bishop f8, computer doesn't like this position anymore. Yeah, I guess it's just increasing. You know, the advantage is increasing. You have the activity, you have space. There are some weaknesses. Wow. I would even say that black is being overplayed.
Yeah, that's what I was also like thinking. How the game was perceived. Like, was a blunder there, or it was simply the best play of white, essentially.
Yeah,
Like,
I think it's the
played the
second
best play.
option.
Yeah.
It's the second option, definitely. Queen g6. And now just the pawns are dropping. Oh, pawns are dropping. Yeah, so now oh
Five blunder.
oh
It was a mix
no.
of both. It was a mix of both.
It's so funny. I am like, when you see this, you say she went king a6. How if I went king a6 in order to avoid the check and the
Oh,
but in fact it is also a check.
that's a
Discovered attack.
horrible blunder.
Yeah, this is where we acknowledge, we recognize that you were right about this training, daily training. This is that kind of tactics that you do not miss when you train every day.
Yeah, I asked her at the speed chess interview. She's training daily, and she smiled, and I suppose, and she said not there very much. But yeah, you guys, it's very good to do daily puzzles or just puzzles, just to keep the brain in shape. That helps me anyway, and it doesn't take much of effort. It doesn't take much of time. Just if you can spend half an hour per day, that really helps, and you will just not you will not miss such an opportunities, and by yourself you will not play, right? But the thing is, the bishop was also hanging, and queen d6 looks such a natural move. Probably she was afraid of queen f7 move, or b3 is also there, so it was
In fact,
already
it's
quite
just
far.
collapsing. Yeah.
But
Wow.
we should mention that Jansai Abdumalik just played perfectly. She just played perfectly.
Yeah, Jinsai
World
completely
champion.
overplayed
Yeah,
the
this King
highest.
H6 cannot steal the game of Shansaya for sure. There was a blunder, but she outplays.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. The mistake started like the biggest mistake is here, apparently with bishop f8, but I shall say the position was already bad. So it's probably just not so easy to understand how to hold it at all.
Yeah. That was the first game for Hoyofan. We hope that we can see more of her games. Also, Jansai Abdulmalik started really badly yesterday. It was not her lucky day, but today it seems to be her lucky day. And, I don't think they have ever played before, but she should be very happy. She should be very happy with this victory. After
Yeah,
all,
definitely.
Hoyofan, right?
Yeah, I think Jinsai was simply motivated by the opportunity to face such an opponent, and she did her best. Because this is sometimes also a lifetime moment to face how you find not every female player can have this opportunity. It's not something that you get every day.
Yeah.
It's like playing Judith Polgar also.
Yeah, that's very true. That's very true. Yeah, I have my moment with her when we were 10 years old. She was 9, I was 10, and we played the same world championship.
Wow, what a chance, Kari. You were lucky.
Back then she was just like us, like very small little girl who was playing chess, and she had 2 clips here on her hair, and she had short hair, and she was always walking with her mom and with bottle of tea probably. And yeah, that's the memory I have about her.
Was she already 300 points above average?
She was just like us.
Okay.
She was just like us. And then she stopped to play. It was, I think she played only once that championship. And she won. And after that, we have not seen her. And then we saw her playing, getting grandmaster title and playing all the top tournaments. Like,
yeah, because at the age of 14 or 13, she was already in the World Cup in the final.
Yeah.
Because
she's a record breaker many times.
Yeah, she was. I think she was. Yeah, at that age, it was 2008. So she was 14, and she lost in the final to Kostyuk, to Chess Queen in the knockout. Yeah. So yeah, incredible. Okay, Caddy. Looking at the time, we have 2 more games that are being played. Mm-hmm. One of which is completely winning this kind of end game between Munksul, Mongolian player Vun FIDE Master, and Asadi from Iran, I guess, 2 junior boards. And we also have 2 grandmasters still playing. What is this? What is this? This is pretty complicated. Opposite colored bishops. Black is 1 pawn up, but all the pawns are all the pawns are
they're
not
stuck.
connected.
Yeah,
well. And one is falling. So white has an advantage, but it shouldn't be enough to win.
Yeah, I do even like white's position there with without a pawn when king was even on g7. Like the rook is stuck, the bishop is stuck in guarding the pawns, and now just black is looking for some activity with the king, but that's the maximum black can get here is a draw.
Yeah, we have with white pieces grandmaster from Mongolia, Nasan Jergal, and with black pieces grandmaster from Iran, Idani.
Yeah, and the result for now is in favor of Iran. For now, according to chess results, Iran is winning with 3-2-1.
And I guess this game just finished in a draw. What?
Sorry to say, it's just heartbreaking.
Tell me.
Georgia lost against Australia. No.
Who lost against Australia?
Georgia, my country.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
They did not call me to play here.
Wow, I'm so sorry. Okay, then that's what they deserve. This is what you wanted to say?
Yeah,
We'll erase that from the commentary.
Yeah, and we have even more upside over here, Dina. Is this results right? Because I think somebody's trolling us. China lost the match.
China what?
Lost the match against Kazakhstan.
No way.
Yeah,
Wow.
maybe we can take a look at the updated standings. I really feel that somebody's trolling us. Let's make sure that.
Yeah, let us take a look at the standings. Wow, this is incredible. This is incredible. China favorites. Clear favorite. I think they actually even had a training camp before this tournament. They had a training camp before the tournament. This is crazy, Caddy. I suggest we take a short break before the next round, before the round 2, and we will be back very shortly with the standings and the pairings for the round, just say round 2, round 4, but for the round 5. Yeah. So there's gonna be a lot of exciting things going on. Do not go anywhere.
research university with unique strength in its discipline areas and global perspective, is on track for rapid development. Founded on the consensus reached between Chinese President Xi Jinping and Russian President Vladimir Putin, Shenzhen MSU BIT University is the first Chinese foreign cooperative university in China to introduce.
And welcome back to FIDE Online Olympiad 2021. I'm One Grandmaster Dina Belenka, and here with me, One Grandmaster Kati Tsatalashvili. And we are back with some exciting news. We had this big matchup between two leaders, Kazakhstan and China. Not only leaders, but one of the highest rated teams. And guess what? Team Kazakhstan won.
Yeah, that is unbelievable result for Kazakhstan. Of course, they are super strong. They have a very strong team. Look at female boards, two boards. They have the most strong players there. But China has two world champions, Zhu Wanjun and Hou Yufan at their boards. So the critical situation was on the last boards for China. That's where Kazakhstan won the games, right, on the junior boards.
Yes, true. And it is surprising. It is surprising indeed to see that China's junior board is not that, let's say, strong as it could be. And also look at the female boards. We have 1.5 to half a point in Team Kazakhstan versus Team China.
Yeah, and Jansai Abdulmalik is as a hero of the match. Indeed. About other matches, Dina, we have here Greece loses to Indonesia 4-2, and then we have Iran won against Mongolia. Georgia lost to Australia with 2-4, and Armenia managed to win with a big score, 4.5 to 1.5 against Romania.
Indeed. Now let us take a look at the standings that we have after the round 4. Mm-hmm. We have here Kazakhstan leading. Now Kazakhstan is leading with 8 points, and just after we have Iran with 7, and China is on the 3rd spot with 6 points. Other teams have lower points, with Armenia following the leader group.
Yeah, Armenia is getting closer and closer to the top places. Let's take a look now the pairings in the round 5.
Yes, indeed. We have Armenia facing Kazakhstan. This is going to be an very important match for Armenia, for the team that wants to still have some chances to those 2 spots near the paradise. Only 2 places, first 2 places that will continue their fight in the playoff. We also have Australia and Romania playing between each other. Mongolia versus Georgia, Indonesia versus Iran, and China facing Greece.
Yeah, we're going to have, once again, a very interesting matchup. Armenia and Kazakhstan is something that we have to be really focused in this match, as they are both leader teams, and they are doing great. Yeah, that's quite shocking, right, Dina, to see China losing the match against really strong opponent. But we have stars here in the Chinese team, starting with Ding Liran and Hou Yufan, Zhu Wanjun, and so on and so on. But seems like junior boards were stronger in Kazakhstan team.
Yeah, not only junior, but also female boards, both of them. So in fact, for China, it was only their leading boys who managed to score. Well, either way, that was our key match for the round 4. Now we have round 5, and our key match is going to be Armenia versus Kazakhstan.
Yep, and this is, I suppose, the first board, and here we have Gabriel Sirgisian against Rinat Jumabayev. Here we have almost 100 rating points difference, and Gabriel Sirgisian is quite active player. He plays a lot of events. And here we have Slav defense, where black early develops a pawn to a6. And the idea of that pawn is next to capture on c4, and right after bishop takes c4 to push b5, and then to push c5 immediately. So your b5 pawn will be guarded. So knight comes on d2, and white is going to take that pawn with the knight. D takes c, knight takes c4, and after b5, knight will be ready to jump. Very important square, that's e5. So that's what I play also with white against this Slav defense. And if you don't like this kind of sharp positions in Meran defense, then you should avoid that with knight d2. And white's idea here is to play next move bishop d3, castle, and then to push e4 pawn in the center. That's one idea. And the second, what white can also try, is to play b3 and fianchetto this bishop on b2, and then to support knight on e5.
Yes, very well explained all the plans for white. Seems like a very quiet and comfortable position for the long run. I can only add that this a6 is also known as Chibanenko Slav. Correct me if I'm wrong, the name of the line. And it used to be new something like 10 years ago, maybe. And it seems to me like as if it was yesterday, but in fact, it's already a very well-known and popular idea here. And yeah, I guess this game will start a little bit slowly, and perhaps we can have a look at other boards in the meantime, and then get back to this one and see what were the plans chosen by both players.
Yeah, we can do that.
All right, so we have let us follow the second board of Armenia.
That should be Haik Martinosian against Denis Mahnev.
All right, let me bring you this one. Yeah, and while the boards are advancing.
Yeah, this is 13 in Chess.com.
Oh,
13, number 13.
You.
Yeah, if you guys want to also check out the games with the engine, with table base and many other functions, you can just go to chess.com, go to events section, and this is pool A so far. Pool B will start in a few hours, and you can also help us to find the best games to analyze.
Yeah, totally. This events section is a relatively new update from chess.com. It was released, if I remember correctly, during the candidates, and it changed the way how we follow the events completely. And I really hope that from now on, chess.com became your favorite site to follow the events.
Yep. So what's happening in this game?
We have this Nimzu Indian with g3. The same thing we saw, I think we saw it in Dinaris Duakaso versus June game. Bishop a6, queen a4, bishop b7. But in that game, it was something different, like bishop, like knight d2, perhaps. Either way, bishop g2, c5 pawn break. Now we have both king castle, rook d1, queen b6, queen c2, h6. This is the current situation on the board. Theory, probably still. There have been 2 games played. Yeah, it is supposed to be a theory, and they're taking their time. Haik has 14 minutes versus 12 minutes for Denise, and not so easy to make conclusions, because I believe many things will change. We can say that the pawn is supposed to go to d5, the e2 pawn might actually go to e4. This Nimzo structure, very flexible for both colors. Sometimes, yeah.
Yeah, the thing is that I think black will keep the pawn on d6 or d6 probably, not push into d5 because d5 if d5 then white will create the hanging pawns and the bishop from g2 will target that pawn. The thing is black is going to play most likely with the pieces around just d6, knight c6, knight a5, knight b4. And white also going to play either b3, bishop b2, or bishop f4 to develop this bishop. If white decides to play b3, then in that case, black has some ideas with a5, a4 to create a weakness on b3. But that also gives up b5 square. If not that, then white has to go on bishop f4 to develop. Then to try knight b5 to attack the pawn on d6. It's pretty much manoeuvring here. It's pretty much manoeuvring, and these arrows were showing that correct that we might not see much of the pawn structure change here, but we will see a lot of moves like pieces going around.
Yeah, that's a very rich position full of action, and I think here both players can develop many interesting things.
Yeah.
Right. We still have 4 more boards from this match. Let us briefly go through all of them. We have, who do we have on the board 3? It must be female board.
This is Danelian Elena against Jansaya Abdumalik. Danelian just won European Championship, individual championship in Romania. And she's playing against Jansaya in this round.
Yes, indeed, very interesting. One more interesting matchup. We have this kind of okay. It's it starts as Grunfeld or Indian, King's Indian, sorry. And here it transposes to something like Bogo? No.
Yeah, Benoni type.
Benoni type. Yeah,
if white goes with d5, that can be Benoni, but white remains the not active center. And now we have queen d4.
And look at this, Caddy. If we were to put those 2 pawns like this, it would transpose to the Sicilian defense.
Yeah, we might have this kind of setup, right? But black felt a bit scary on the king side. So here we have queen a5, queen h5, very quick maneuvering here to trade the queens, and white is happy with the queen trade. And white quickly goes with c5. That stops the pawn to come forward, as there will be a weakened pawn on d6, and that also sort of stops b6 pawn. Like black still can play b6, but in that case, white will capture, and the pawn might be a target. For instance, bishop e3, knight b5, and so on.
Yes, and this is what happened. Indeed. Now, if we were to evaluate this position, what would we say about it?
I do like to have center in my games. It makes me feel better when I have center, because the pawn structure gives me the direction of the plan, and now the pawn structure is not fixed yet, so both sides can push the pawns forward. There are some things for white, there are some things for black. I don't like the fact that, for instance, the bishop on g7 is so active that it pins the knight on b2 and the bishop on c1. But on the other hand, there is a weakness on b6, and there's a super active bishop on g2 as well, which controls long diagonal. So I think it's double-edged position.
Yes, true. Well, computer gives a slight advantage to white. That could be explained by better pawn structure, probably because black still has only one weakness, b6, and white doesn't have any weaknesses. So I hope bishop g7 is compensated by the bishop on g2. Both are super strong, but the difference is that black can put the bishop on b7 and oppose to this white's bishop. And also knight on h5 is a little bit misplaced. And now it seems to be slightly that white is having a tiny little advantage in the development. I mean, of course, knight on h5 is developed, but it's a little bit out of the board. Together with the bishop on c8, it makes two pieces out of the play, while white has only the bishop on c1. And also please mind the fact that the rook on d1 is already in the game and the open file. The only active rook in the position is the rook of white on d1.
Yeah, absolutely agree with that. You know what? We can move to the next game in the same match, and this is Hakobian Aram against Jalma Rosman. This is seventh game.
Seventh game. Let us take this one. Perfect.
Yes, and here we have the junior board, and with in the team of Armenia, they already have grandmaster at the junior board.
Yeah.
Fancy.
Wow. I just realized it. Yeah, in junior, they have a grandmaster. That's a great achievement. So the game started with this typical queen's gambit declined, which became accepted in a way. Okay. And now we have the c5 pawn break, both sides castled. Knight e4, giving away this pawn, hoping to get to d6. Queen e2. Yeah, those positions remind me of Queen's Gambit, except it's very typical ones. I would say black is doing perfectly well here. b5. Oh, wow. b5, sacrificing the pawn. And if you take, then we get the advantage in the development. Well, what is that? How good is that for black? Why is it? Look at this. A second ago, black was with a pawn down and now with a pawn up, and now he's the one who is with a pawn down.
Yeah, but I think there's a full compensation. As bishop a6 is hanging right now. White has to go avoid that, and right after this, bishop can come on b7 to on this big diagonal to attack on g2, and I think that there is a good game for those bishops.
Yeah, very nice idea indeed. And sometimes, there is this rule in chess: whenever you have the material up, look for the fastest way to give it back and gain something back, and gain something more interesting, something for the long term. And this is what happened to him. He had a material and he gave it back.
Yeah. So I really like this battery here with the bishop and the queen that calls some weaknesses on the king side. And now exactly there are some ideas to sacrifice the piece on g6, but before that, white goes to pin the bishop and the knight on this diagonal. And okay, I say that the engine says that's equal, but look at this situation on the clock as well. Seems like black is not comfortable at all. White still knows what to do, and white attacks on the king side. So I would like to choose here white side, as there is initiative. You can also think of something like h4, h5, or there are some ideas just to double the rooks on d file and to get the d pawn. After that, the end game and the pawn structure should be just fantastic. It's like, just imagine you take d4 pawn and control d5. That's the best you can ask for when you play d4 first move. So I feel like white feels very comfortable here.
Yeah, could very much well be. If I were to choose, I would pick black, just because this is the type of positions that I play with black. So I really am looking forward to see a good level play here from black. That would please me a lot. But objectively, the position is equal. And I guess we will see more action soon. So for now, let us move on. We still have yet another female board that we didn't cover from this match. We have Dinara Sudwakasova with
A
black pieces.
quick look at the, oh, we don't have it anymore. Quick look at the video of Aram Hakobian, junior grandmaster, who's representing Armenia for a reason. Probably he's the best in his country, and you can see how much he's focused on chessboard, and a very likely he's also at the same chess palace as we have seen some of the games yesterday. And we can also see the chessboard actually, and this is also a device for arbiters to check the fair play game, right?
Yes, indeed. Yeah. And the measures are good. It's good to see Armenian team united together. It's this is the way how such kind of events should be approached. Always makes a lot of joy. Now we have in front of us Dinara Sadvakasova game versus Lilith Mukherjee, both international masters, and it looks like some kind of an end game where black, surprisingly, is a pawn up. Let us see how it started. Was this kind of a London? Hello, London. Do we still have those who like and those who hate London in our chat?
Yeah, we had some comments. It was dividing. I still like London. It's not so bad. It's just not so bad. If your opponent doesn't know how to play against London system, first of all, it loses the time, and second of all, it also gets the thing complicated. But Dina, look at the screen. We have Lilith Mukherjee on the screen with their red rose, with the candles and a bottle of wine.
Wow, no way. No way. You know, Katie, I saw Lilith a couple of days ago. It was this weekend. We were playing together in Bundesliga. In fact, our team were facing each other, and yes, it's very nice to see her playing in the Olympiad a couple of days later. I think she's in a good shape. She was preparing for this weekend, so she must be ready for a big fight. And here I also wanted to comment that this knight f6, e6, and c5 is one of the main ways how to object the London. It's a very principled way, and normally white doesn't have any advantage here. Also, the idea of chasing of trading this bishop is extremely strong. Also a well-known idea in order to get a proper position. But I am a little bit surprised with the evaluation of the engine, giving here advantage to white. Probably black messed up something a little bit. Don't know where exactly. And knight d6. Oh, look at this Sicilian, 4-knight Sicilian type of idea. If you're familiar with that one, there is that variation where the knight comes to b5, and after a6, knight d6. Many beginners do that move, thinking that if the king will come to e7, then it would be an achievement. But in fact, no. The right move in the theory is knight a3.
Yeah. So white just decided to give up the London bishop, but instead get the knight on d6, which for a moment stops the development of black. As you can see, black is trying to push d5 and get some space advantage in the center. But there in comes f5, and white wants to create a weakness on e6. So after f5, what black played? Oh, it takes.
Yeah, the interesting thing about this f5 is that it looks great, but apparently the advantage was on the white side here, and after this f5 it is in fact in black's favor, and that is very surprising. And that was played voluntarily by Dinara, so there was definitely some kind of a misunderstanding of the situation on the board after this f5. Could that be, Katie, could that be just a blunder of an a2 pawn?
Yeah. Yep, it can be a blunder on a2 pawn because when you push f5, you think you have double pawns and you get rid of the those double pawns, and instead you get the central pawn, and somehow you might stop calculating the variations, and then we have bishop e6 coming right away and capturing the a2 pawn, and you can't capture, you can't drop this bishop there, right? So black will simply go back and will play with extra pawn.
Yeah, and that is what we have right now. So the position is in Lilith's favor, and she might convert this pawn or not. We will see later on. We shall leave them here. Summing up the situation in the match between Armenia and Kazakhstan, we still haven't seen a junior female board, I believe.
Oh, there is a big clash here. We have Anna Sarkisian, one of the promising a female player, junior player for Armenia, against Bibisara Asulbayeva, also very promising Kazakhstan player.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Let us see what happened here. This was this kind of a
this is Slav again, the variation that I like to play nicely to avoid. It looks very much similar, right, as we have seen already with a6. So here the idea is for white to push e4 pawn and to get some chances to attack on the king side. Now usually black goes h6 here to avoid bishop g5, but I'm surprised that black allowed that bishop g5 to come there. Because after that white will get some advantage on the king side. Yeah, this is the main line here to avoid bishop g5, but however white goes with b3, bishop b2, and rook e1, rook e3, knight e5, bishop comes on c2, queen d3, and that's still a very comfortable play for white. Not much. Black can equalize the position if black plays correctly. But instead Anna goes with knight f6. So let's see what is her idea. And
yes, and I think I heard yesterday from Gata that in these positions bishop is standing better on e7 than on d6. Is that true, or am I confusing something?
In that variation, bishop comes on d6 to push e5, but white is the first to push, and that's why black is not on time to push. And in these variations, Dina, you don't need to play h6, and that's why bishop e7 is better move.
Okay, yes,
you're not losing.
That might actually be the right thing that he was saying. Yeah, interesting. Okay. So now we see a clear advantage from white simply because they have the center and more active pieces. And
black's biggest issue here is the light square bishop on c8. It takes some effort for black to open up the center and develop that bishop.
Yes, that's correct. Okay, now unfortunately black had to weaken the position. I'm a little bit surprised why Anna played not so strong this opening, probably because I would if I were to guess psychology of the players, I would say that Anna was trying to surprise her opponent, or she was surprised by Bibisara's choice and Bibisara doesn't play it, and she tried to go for something that she never played before, simply not knowing the typical way of play or typical ideas, because she was this is not something
to be honest, I would not be surprised if someone plays something in this, because I know I have slightly better position and I have risk-free position. But the thing is, Anna seems very confident. Look at her time. She has 7 minutes and Bibisara is thinking here. So there's something is going on here. Something is wrong here because either white is confused with the plan and she knows that it's advantage, but it's not hard. It's hard to find the way how it is. And maybe Anna has analyzed this game, and when you analyze deeply the variation, you might know that may be slightly worse for you, but you know all the moves, so you are just waiting for your opponent to make the worst decision, and then you will catch it.
Yeah, so that's a very, very deep thought, very Very much could be. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And look at this middle game. Now we start a lot of action. Look at the evaluation bar. Now white has an advantage. Bishop f8, but after d5, apparently this is not in the right direction. And computer says that you should take the bishop, queen takes, and then take the pawn, and there will be no mate after knight g5 because of knight f8. But look what happens here. E takes d5 is the correct move. C takes d5, and now white changes. Black changes his mind and plays bishop d6, saying, "I am the one who is attacking." But the thing is, this bishop on h6 is a monster, and you do not understand why. Why does black neglect with this bishop so much?
Oh, yeah, that's strange. That leaves g7 pawn so unprotected, and there might be some things queen c3 at the right moment, not maybe immediately, but she goes back.
Yeah, no. It was the game, but now look, rook fe1, and you cannot really capture anymore apparently because the move in the game that was played is rook d8. And you know, Katie, when you see those moves, bishop d6, back from f8, and rook e d8, you kind of understand that it is a very, very big trouble for black. It cannot be good. Such moves, they just cannot be good.
Yeah, and she's playing really fast. This is so strange for me, right? She's playing so fast, all these moves, like pretending that there's nothing wrong. Oh my god, this is losing move. We have to find it.
Wow, that was the idea. Baby Sarah is so tricky. That was her idea. She put the bishop. You kind of want to say, wait, why did you put the bishop in front of the pawn? It is not nice at all. But no, the thing is that she prepared this. This trick with rook e7, and now you cannot capture because there is this discovered check. Oh my, yeah.
And you know where it's even worse? There can be some moves like, oh, that's beautiful. That wins the queen, and there can be even some moves like knight g5 when the rook is on e7, or then can come on g7, and there can be moves like knight g5 and knight f7 checkmate.
Wow, yeah, indeed.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see how it went. The rook g7, and you asked for it, especially for you, Katie. Knight g5.
It is in the game?
Yes.
Oh wow.
Yeah. Okay. It should be a game over. Yeah, well played by Baby Sarah. Objectively, black did not finish the opening. That would be my conclusion.
Yeah, I'm a bit sad to see that black has 5 minutes still on the clock, and she did not really use that time. She could use the time and think a bit more of defensive ways, right?
Definitely. So that is an important win. Yes, I totally agree. That is the important win, very first win in the match between Kazakhstan and Armenia. So now Kazakhstan's leading. Armenia does need to fight back, because this is like, but losing this match would lose any hope for would be very hard to get to the top two.
Yeah. Wow, I'm surprised. I'm really surprised.
Apparently, we have already yet another result in this match. In fact, that endgame for Lilith with the pawn up finished in a draw. Last time we saw this position was knight d4. Now g6, b4, a6, bishop a4, king f6. Look at what happened here. Why didn't black find any way to convert? Oh, they started repeating the moves. Oh, that is pity. That is such a pity from Lilith. She should have continued to fight. The position is slightly better for her, and she needed to help her team.
Yeah,
that is a little bit pity.
So again, Kazakhstan is winning on the females board, right? 1.5.
Correct. Correct. Yeah, 1.5 for Kazakhstan versus half a point. Okay. there was one game that interested me in particular. We have our favorite streamer Lily Karidza here playing on the junior board for Georgia. Let us see how she's doing against the Mongolian Moon Konsul.
Yeah, I thought when you mentioned Lila, I thought she was in the chat, and I was like, hold on, what she's doing in the chat? Is not she playing tournament? But yeah, she's playing here, and she was so excited for this match of this tournament. And what's going on here?
Let's see how the game started. Lily is with white pieces, and it was this kind of Catalan for her with this. It reminds me of Bogo. Yeah, with this bishop on b4 and bishop e7. And yeah, let's see how it went. Okay, c6. This is all well known. One thing that, okay, maybe we should explain for our viewers the idea here is that you play bishop b4. That's a very typical idea in many openings. And you want to provoke bishop d2. And once the bishop comes to d2, no, you do not take this bishop. You go back to e7. And this is called something like a move, that disappearing move. There is this kind of term in strategy, in chess strategy. So instead of playing bishop e7 immediately and leaving the white's bishop on c1, you provoke the bishop, you lure it to come to d2, and now you go back to e7 and you simply say, okay, I lost the tempo, but your bishop came to a very bad square, because normally this bishop should be on b2 in that kind of positions, or in the worst case on f4, but probably on b2. Also, this could be a square for the knight, and now bishop at the same time on d2 blocks the square of the knight and also is not standing correctly.
Yeah, that's right. I'm a Catalan player, and I'm playing Catalan since I'm 10 years old. I don't know why, but I used to. And I never understood why bishop b4 was such an important move there, until the moment when I grow up and I ask my coach why this is happening. And there's nothing wrong to ask the questions when it comes to this kind of moves. And as you can see, and Dina just mentioned, d2 square is for knight. Because knight from d2 controls e4 square, and white is threatening to play e4, and at the same time it guards c4 pawn. So when you play knight c3, it threatens e4, but your c4 pawn is hanging. So for this reason here, white can't play knight c3, but white has to play bishop f4. In some variations, bishop can also come on c1 and then on b2 to develop. So this is little nuances here, and that's quite heavy theory. That's quite heavy theory, which you just need to think a bit and understand why this is happening, right?
Yeah, also great thing about it is that this idea exists in many different openings. So once you master it, it can be really useful for you, even if you do not play this kind of positions.
Yeah, because not many players can understand this kind of nuances, and when you can understand this kind of nuances, you are at the very good level. And look at this, Lila on the screen with her a lovely frog Gilbert, and the pandas on the background. That's her streaming room. And I'm sure we have many supporters here in our chat for Lila, and you guys can spot her emojis. Feel free to do that.
Yeah, catching up with the game. So the bishop eventually went to f4, and now look at this knight c3. Very interesting move. And my first question was, what happens after capturing the pawn? But you do not.
No, this is very bad. After d takes c4, the idea here is to play knight d2, knight d2.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. This is still theory. So
Wow.
now you want to capture this pawn with either two pawn or with the knight. Black is first to take a pawn on b3. And now you open up a file, and this is very good advantage for white.
Wow, amazing. One more idea for us to learn from. And now knight c3 was played, c5. D takes c5, bishop takes e3. I will quickly go through the moves so that we can catch up with the game of Lily. And the position is still more or less equal with the advantage for black. A little bit of advantage for black. Oh, okay. It's threatening the mate. Oh,
Ooh.
yeah. So it all went wrong here after knight d4 is a bad move. Perhaps something like h3? Could that? No, not even h3. Okay, it's not so easy already. It's not so easy. The best move is queen b7, participating in defense. And after knight f3, you have this wonderful queen f3. But it's not so easy to spot.
No, queen b7 is not easy move. In this time control, it can be fine, but look at the time. They both have seconds, so they're making just fast moves. And also knight f2 was not pretty much calculated. It was just intuition, right?
Yeah, intuitional move. And now after knight e5, the evaluation bar is not happy at all.
Maybe, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh, wow. Oh my God. Things are getting crazy. Look at the evaluation bar. We were -6. And now after, like, you just take back the material, but e3, rook e2, and what are you going to do now? Oh my God, what a swindler. In fact, probably black blundered that there is no mate here. You know, there is this thought, whenever you have the bishop, fianchetto bishop, you cannot get mated.
Yeah, look at this castle that white built up around the king and saved the king. And now e3 pawn is hanging, but somehow I feel that e3 pawn can be also a shelter for the king. I would not capture that at this
no, the moment you say that, yeah, I was gonna say exact same thing, that the e3 pawn protects the king.
Yeah.
Oh, pity.
But so hard to judge here any move because they're
evaluation bar is jumping here and there all the time around. Whoa, queen c8, boom! Amazing tactics by Lily. Lily is very, very sharp. Queen c8, spotted so well. Wow. Wow. Yeah, we need to show it. There is a mate here. So you cannot, there is a mate. You cannot capture the queen. And if, the only thing that white can do is give back this this queen with the check. But now we are piece up.
Yeah,
we're piece up.
Brilliant.
Amazing tactical
you know what?
skills.
This is the result of daily puzzles, I'm sure, because Lila is doing daily puzzles like crazy.
Yeah, that is a very good example of those. The importance of puzzle rush and puzzles for rating that you should do every single day. And Chess.com is an amazing tool for that.
Yeah, I'm happy that we came here. We have covered some theory in this line, and we have witnessed really nice moments of the game.
Definitely. All right, there are still some more games going on in our key match between Kazakhstan and Armenia. We still have board one Sergisan lost to Jumabayev, and we have some other results. We have in the match between China and Greece, we have Yu Yangi, who won against Master Vasilis.
Yeah, Lena, we got so upset about last previous round results. What happened? We have not even checked Chinese game, any of the games. So there are still some games going on. We can also take a look at Ju and June and Stavrola game. It's also a very interesting end game.
Indeed. Let us have a look what's happening here. All right, the position seems equal with only seconds on the clock, trying to understand what is going on. The amount of pawns is even. Yeah, white's position seems a little bit worse because black is the one who attacks, but apparently not enough material to exploit those weaknesses. Knight e4. You know, Katie, it's a funny comment that I will say, but sometimes on this time control, it's an advantage to have a knight because it can jump and create forks and provoke more blunders.
Yeah, knight is so tricky in the blitz and time issues too. That I'm starting to like knight in the desperate positions in the end game.
Yeah, right. White is a pawn down, but apparently is the one who has tiny little advantage. Still, normally shouldn't be enough to win, but I think on practical level you can still fight. Yeah, you can still fight here with white and pose some difficulties to your opponent.
Yeah, so far I see only one game ended in this match, and this is Leighton Lee against Botsari. Anna Maria Leighton Lee won the game, and still many of the games in progress. And we do have some interesting results, but we can take a look at that maybe later.
Yeah, we also have Juvin Junior versus. Oh, this is the game that we are following. We also have Irene Sukandar from Indonesia versus Sarah Sadat, and that is yet another end game. Opposite called bishops. That is gonna take more time. I assume there is gonna be more action here because look at this position. Juvin Jun with white pieces is improving a lot, increasing her chances to win.
Yeah, look at the space advantage that this pawn, king, and the knight creates. And this is the moment.
Oh no!
This is the moment we're looking for.
Oh no! Wow, what an amazing technique, endgame technique by Juvin Junior. Look at how she overplayed her opponent in completely.
Oh god,
Yeah.
D6 was winning there. D67 was the idea. So black had to capture this pawn and knight e8. And the question is, this still winning? Oh, it's winning, yeah, because white is getting a full rook.
Yeah, white is getting a full. Oh, yeah, you asked about it. Yeah, because there is a full rook. Yeah, you cannot take it. Wow, very well played. Very well played. Only one pawn. Normally, you would say, "I just give a bishop against this pawn, and it's a draw anyway." But no, it's not. It's not. It's very difficult to defend here already.
Yeah.
Needed to put the rook away, perhaps, but yeah, not so easy. And that is a win for Juvin Jun. And seems like only one game left. No, two games. Two games left. We have among 2 games left. We have or 3. Okay, so this one is between Irene and Sarah Sadat, 2 top boards, female boards of their country. And okay, this is gonna be still a lot of fight. How about 2 grandmasters, Bu and Pavlidis? Funny. Both positions have rook and opposite called bishops endgame.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. And
here the pawn is willing to promote, but this one is also dangerous. And they have so much time. They probably gained a lot. And yeah, seems like no plan to improve. So should be a draw. Be a draw. And yeah, the second game that is still going on is between Irene and Sarsada. Still, oh no, here black achieved something. The moment we left these girls b4, the only move and the first line was played. Now king a3, b3, and the position was still equal until this terrible move, bishop e5, played by Irene, and now after b2. Wow, that is
g6.
Yeah. Oh,
and
sorry.
Just captured it.
Yeah, that's true. All right, should be a win, and that means we have the results of all the games. Also, oh, here an accident happened. 2 accidents happened in the end game. In the endgames, equal endgames, rook h2 is a blunder of, look at this, Bishop E5. Hello. Hello, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
And
wow.
this is it.
Wait,
So,
it happened in the game?
yes, this is what just happened between Greece and China. So the
Unbelievable.
Greek
This is-
grandmaster just blundered.
Yeah. So guys, don't feel bad about your blunders. It happens. Even grandmasters are blundering. There are not many pieces on the board, but this happens and no one can really avoid. So can we take a break? And
yes, definitely, we should take a break. All the games finished now, and we will be back very shortly with the results and the standings after the round 5. and welcome back to the FIDE Online Olympiad 2021. One Grandmaster Dina Belinka and one Grandmaster Keti Tsatsalaashvili. And we have just finished the round 5 of the Pool A, and we are ready to welcome you for the last round of this pool for today. But before that, let us tell you what happened in this round. Keti, what were the results?
In the round 5 Pool A, we have Armenia lost the match against Kazakhstan, and Kazakhstan is the sole leader. They're keeping the positions. It is very important match, and seems like Armenia is losing the chance to be in top 2 teams. But we will be talking about that later on. Let's take a look at the rest of the matches. Romania managed to win against Australia. We have a tie in the match, Georgia versus Mongolia. And then we have Indonesia lost against Iran with 5-1. And China is back to the business 6-0 against Greece.
Great. Now let's have a look at the standings that we have after the round 5.
Yeah, in the standings, here we have Kazakhstan sole leader, 10 points. This is incredible result. Then we have Iran following them so closely with 9 points, and China is with 8 points. We see Armenia is having 5 points, and yeah, literally no technical chances to get top 2 places.
All right, so never say never. So we will see. We shouldn't lose a hope. Now let's take a look at the pairings for the last round of today for these players.
Yeah, the matches in round 6, we have Kazakhstan against Greece. Iran and China will be very important match, Dina. We can be focused on that one. And we have Indonesia and Georgia. Romania will play against Mongolia, and Armenia will face Australia.
Indeed, Iran against China is going to be a matchup of our round, since these two are fighting for the second place for now. And yeah, it is going to be extremely important, I would say, even for China, who is right now not qualified yet for the playoff. And yeah, that's going to be exciting. Keti, if you were to put your stakes, what would be the team?
Well, we have Kazakhstan, the leaders. I think they will keep it going, and that can be between China and Iran for sure. So here on this screen we have top female players, Dina. And those are the stars of nowadays women chess world, right?
Indeed, and we have both leading boards from Kazakhstan who have been showing some amazing, very, very strong level today, and hopefully this will help them in the rest of this tournament.
Yes, and we'll have more and more countries joining us later today, you guys. We have a long day at Olympiad, and you will see many teams coming in Pool B. Then we have incredible teams like India, Russia, USA, England, Poland, so many of them. And we also have some surprises, Dina. Like, even though those teams are clear leaders with all these top grandmasters, still some unpredicted things are happening, right? And that's why chess is so interesting sport, that anyone has a chance to score.
Definitely, chess is a sport, and like in any sport, we can have some surprises. Sometimes it is also about luck, or just the things, the way how things go on this particular day. And I suggest we start our analysis with the board number 1 from the match of China versus Iran. We have Bai, grandmaster from China with white pieces, playing against Idani from Iran.
Yeah, and we have another Catalan system.
True.
Yes. Today we have Catalan Day.
True. And They are thinking. Seems like Idani was not expecting G3 from his opponent today. Okay. For now, it's a little bit early for us to say anything, so let's just continue with this match. Oh,
yeah, something very important about Iranian Grandmaster Idani Poya. He's having 4.5 out of 5.
Wow.
Round. So on board 2 open section, this is really good performance, and
wow,
yeah, he's quite strong.
Great. And right now he's facing one of the strongest. Let's admit the strongest opponent from the board 1, and let's see how he's going to deal with it.
Yeah. So in the game, Black captured the pawn on c4, accepted that gambit, and once again we have bishop b4. Oh, we switched.
Yes. Sorry, I just realized that the games are uploading one by one, and I just realized that Behi and Idani. Could you check, Katie? Isn't that the second board of their match?
Yeah, this is the second board, and the first board is Ding Liren and good luck, Katie. Paghudlu Parham. Just call
Parham. Maksudlu Parham. Okay. Yeah, so Parham is on the board 1, in fact, versus Ding Liren. And Parham is having white pieces. Here we have this typical Ruy Lopez, also known as Spanish in some circles. And what is here? H3. And H3 is an interesting move. Probably trying to avoid all those martial attacks and stuff like that. And D3, very common approach. And we still got the pawn. We still got the E5 pawn, but in this case,
is that still the same variation as we have seen earlier?
No, it's not the martial attack anymore, but it's something similar, which can actually, it is similar by the idea, because Black once again gives the pawn back, or gives away this E5 pawn for activity. But here, the main difference with the martial is that the C3 square is for the knight and the bishop is already open. So normally this is way better for white. This is a way better version for white, but it is playable. It is still playable. And this is the position that we have right now. Seems like white is having an advantage. It's an extra pawn, and Ding Liren hasn't spent any time yet. So he must be having something in his pocket. Yeah.
And also Ding Liren is having fantastic performance. On the first board, he scored already 3 points out of 4 games. And he made to draw. So this is really really nice performance, because playing on the first board against all these grandmasters is a tough call.
Definitely, yeah. But Parham is a very experienced player, and he's currently, since the moment Firouzja changed the federation, Parham is the leading player of Iran, and he's extremely strong. He has been a junior champion something like 3 years ago, maybe 2 years ago, and he's still in the junior age, I also think so.
Really?
Yeah. Well,
is it only me getting aged?
No, Katie, it's everybody.
Unfair, my friends. That's unfair. We should all get old.
No, but chess has no age. Chess has no age, and so many players have proven that. And one of them was Elena Danilian, who won the European Championship. And let's not forget about the amazing performance of Alexander Kostyniuk. So chess is a game for everyone. And I saw that post by FIDE, I think it was by FIDE, that there was this player who is participating right now in the tournament, and next month he turns 100 years old. And there is this photo of him in the social media. I saw it
Yeah, I
this
just have it
morning.
open on my on my phone. I was checking that on the break, and that's Manuel Alvarez Escudero. Yeah, he will be 100 years next year, and he's still playing chess, and this is really beautiful.
Yeah, so no worries on this matter, and let's be energized and by those who prove us
Yeah.
this fact. All right, getting back to chess. So this position is still a little bit complicated. We can continue moving on. We have other players. Let's say, oh, this one is interesting. Sarah Sadat is facing Hu Yifan.
Mhm. All right, Sarah is another promising player, female player, who has been achieved a lot, and she also has at least two grandmaster title. If Chad knows it better, maybe she even have third one, and she's just looking forward to get 2500. Maybe that's also the case in case of Sarah. She is extremely strong player, and I do remember that she won the title back in 2018 at World Rapid and Blitz Championship. She won the prize as a best female chess player, and there was a tons of dollars as a prize. She won the Blitz competition, and she also played really well at rapid competition. And then in the end, it was also a special prize as a best female and best male player, and she got that title. So she's a tough girl and quite strong.
Yes. And one of the other impressive facts about her is that apparently, from her social media, she's waiting for a baby.
What? Wow, that's
Yeah.
good news.
Yeah, and she's competing right now, which is twice as impressive.
Oh wow, that's two forces. That's two forces together.
Yeah. And now she's playing the one and only Hou Yifan. So imagine Sarah beats Hou Yifan, and this is what she will tell to her child.
Yeah. Yeah. Wow, that's a good career. That's a good start of the career for baby.
All right, so let us see what were the moves in this opening. D4, knight f6, c4, e6, knight c3, d5, c takes, e takes. We have this typical Carlsbad position. Are we going to have h6 and g5? Oh, thanks God, no. Not this time. You know, this trend that became very popular, opening your king safety.
Yeah. But this knight, queen f3 and bishop takes f6 is so unpleasant for black. I have faced that once, and I never wanted to repeat that ever in my life. So the idea is that white is giving up the bishop, but it doubles the pawns on a file, and you have an issues with the bishops. You cannot find any proper plan, and white is going to play on g6 bishop. So if you get in the end game, yeah, after queen takes f6, pawn takes f6, it's either h4, h4 immediately to attack the g6 pawn or bishop. Sorry, it's not pawn, it's a bishop. And now knight h3, knight f4 is an idea. And if you try to stop that, bishop h6 or bishop d6, then another knight can come on e2 and still can push this idea. And
wow, very interesting.
Is really weak.
Yeah, very well explained. And you know what, Katy? I think your mistake was made by Freud's theory.
No insult.
This bishop became eventually a pawn.
Yeah. And you know, it's slightly very positional. Also, Engine says so, but it's quite tough to play with a black here, as you are just waiting for your opponent to to play. And you're just waiting.
Oh my God, this bishop. But is it all like a theory, or where was it?
Yeah,
where was
bishop f5 was a mistake there.
Bishop f5? No, wait, bishop f5 so early.
Yeah.
But this cannot be mistake. But not by Hou Yifan, not so early. I think
Yeah, I
she
mean,
wanted.
it falls to Queen F3. You can still play this game, but
You know, there are
like it was a
443 games in the base played.
how many games?
400 games played here.
Yeah.
There must be, like, I would never believe that Hou Yifan doesn't know such a, such a basic thing.
It happens, like if you see Queen F3, maybe you will not go for it. It's just the thing is Bishop F5 looks such a natural move to develop your bishop, because in Carlsbad structure we do straffer with this light square bishop, and you see, oh wait, I can just go there, and maybe you just missed this Queen F3, because Queen F3 is not natural move here. You don't consider this move, right? Unless you know this line.
Yeah, but still, you see, my point is that it's so early for Hou Yifan to be on her own. If she plays such move like move number 6 in Carlsbad, for me, it would mean that she knows what she does and she has some other thoughts about it.
Yeah, let's see. We're gonna see that in the game, but yeah, it's just hard to wait your opponent with this bishop on g6. Like I cannot believe that there is something for black in that at that point.
I see what you mean. All right. So the position that we have right now is this. As Katy described, it's a one direction game. Only white is the one who can do something here, and black has to wait and see if he gets killed or not. We have a6. Okay, I say this game is gonna last pretty long. How about we move on to someone else? We have also Juvin Jun playing versus Alina Sab, and we have yeah, let's take a look at this one here. Yeah, second board for China. And Alina Sab, Alina Sab from Iran, lower rated. Well, she's facing world champion. Let us see what was the opening in this game. Bishop g2. Yet another Catalan Katy.
Yeah, today we have a day of Catalan.
How often do we take this? And now, the idea that you already mentioned with knight d5, and on c6, we have this knight takes c6. Okay, very typical for Catalan, I suppose.
Oh, this line. Oh, I can show you one funny line there. Like after b3. Yeah, if white captures on c6 in that line.
Here.
Yeah, queen b6 here. I think it was play it.
Yeah.
And if white captures the knight on b8, there is there is bishop b7 move. You're not capturing the knight first.
Bishop b7.
Yeah. And white has to capture this bishop, queen captures, and you take the knight later. And there was a beautiful game. I think it was Giri and Grishuk, the other way, Grishuk and Giri. And black started to play h5, h4. It was a really beautiful one. And here black solved all the problems. There is no light square bishop, and black has here this beautiful plan with h5, h4 and the attack.
Wow, nice.
Yeah.
Very, very
nice.
No,
the other side. Black pushes.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, it makes more sense. Makes more sense because the g3 is the weakness. So you want to you target it. Yeah. Okay, interesting. So knight a5 happened. And now rook a7, knight takes b3, rook c7, e4. Okay. And this is what we have right now. But look at the evaluation. It says it's completely a very big advantage for
white.
Yeah. So does that mean that in fact this knight a5 is a novelty, or?
I think what I referred that game, it was not f takes c takes b. It was knight c6 immediately. So this changed some things.
Okay.
So yeah,
And the
and
position
this
that we
should be
got
comfortable.
here, yes, the position that we got here is, look at the center, look at the development. White has everything.
Yeah.
The protected pass pawn d5, the perfect development, the king is castled, and look at black. What does they have? King in the center, bishop not developed, pieces ugly, and this pawn that restricts everything.
Yeah, seems like this is the home preparation of Ju and Jun. She has double time on the clock, and here there are plenty of ideas, and mainly it can use because black has very poor development, and there's not even a castle on the board.
Yes, I totally agree with you. It should be a preparation, and okay. Well, interesting, very interesting opening idea by Juvin Jun, and I hope everyone is happy with knowing this one. Sticking to this match between Iran and China, we have Amin Tabatabai, who is facing Hu Jihang, and what do we have here?
Oh, this is junior board, and here we have Iranian player, the grandmaster, and Chinese player is international master. And the position itself seems quite comfortable for whites.
Yeah, it all started with our typical Rui Lopez, but after g6, it's a very different flow. This plan with knight e7, bishop g7 is very interesting, and it sometimes black does go for it. I saw even Gurashkina playing this lines, and yeah, it's double-edged for black. Definitely not the line that is supposed to equalize, but it's a line for a fight. It's a line for a fight. And here we have d takes c6, queen takes d8, king takes d8, bishop b3, and bishop e6, takes, and we got this endgame. Katy, what do you think about it?
I like white's position. The pawn structure is just way better than black's. Black has double pawns on the queen side, and then e5 is sort of weakness, which is not really visible thanks to king's activity. But at some point, white can start to attack that pawn as well. And here, the thing is that if the situation is fixed on the queen side, black can always open up the king side like h4, h5 to open up the h file, either to guard d4 pawn and then to push g3, f4.
Oh wow, that is interesting. And look at this rook. It seems like it attacks the b3, and you kind of think that it's a weakness, but no, in fact, it is completely protected, and these double pawns cannot do anything.
Yeah, what white can do here is either to push c4 and block this queen side. There was a weaknesses there, or just keep this tension here and to play rook d1, double the pressure on d6 knight, and then to play rook d5 and to prepare knight g4 move. Yeah, it's double attack on c5 and a5.
Yeah, in fact, all black's pawns are so weak that there is no way black can be good in this position.
Yeah,
that would be an important point for Iranian team who really needs to score. You know, Katy, I'm a little bit surprised that China didn't bring their strongest juniors, because there is no way I would ever believe China doesn't have a junior GM out there.
Oh yeah, and her rating is 1800. That's very interesting. Maybe there is some sort of restrictions. I'm just checking now the boards, and they have they have junior, and this is 1800. That's only junior they have. Let me check this one. Yeah, this is not a junior, so they don't bring any title junior.
Yeah, and I mean both junior boards, because Hu Jihan is an international master, and he's definitely not as well known as Tabata Bai, for instance.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Okay.
But Dina, this is very important match for these two teams. Like the winner of the team will get better position, because it's always good to take all this work by yourself rather than to count on other teams. And if there is a draw, that could be just better for Iran, as Iran is 1 point ahead. So this is the moment for Chinese players to to fight for the best result. Minimum result will also count as a victory, but that's the chance. If the match goes the other way, they will lose the chance to get. Practically they will lose the chance to get in top 2. But we never know what can happen tomorrow.
I definitely agree. This is the match point, and a draw in this match for Iran would mean a lot of things. So China really needs to score. Remind me, please, Katie, did we cover all the games from this match?
We can still cover. Let me check the other boards. We have covered 2 boards. We have covered Sarah and Hao Yufan. Have you covered Juvenjun and Mobi? No, I think yes. And Tapatai and Xiu we have covered, and the junior boards as well.
All right. Which game would you like to stick to next?
Okay, that's a good question. Let me quickly take a look if we have something interesting going on, something crazy maybe.
I actually think while you're looking, you saw something.
Yes. Oh, we have something double interesting. Jansai Abdulmalik is playing on junior open board. We can take a look at that.
Oh, wow. Okay. And wow. Wow, what is happening here? It all started with kind of a French, and actually main line of French. Very main line. This idea is Queen G4. We saw them, even the candidates of Nepo versus MVL, and this H4, yes, all well known. H5. Now the idea is to bring the rook and attack. Very nice play for white. And here it goes. A very typical plan. You see this kind of artificial castle. Look how many moves did Black King do.
Oh, just my mistake. I did not see it was Anastasia. I thought it was the other person, which is Anastasios. My bad. This is not open board. This is junior female board. Yes.
I think, I mean, Jansai is not a junior anymore, so it should be a female board. It should be just.
No, this is a junior board.
Junior board? Bibi Sara is playing on the junior board, for Kazakhstan.
Yeah, I should shut down for a moment.
No, it's okay. It's okay. No worries. So Queen H5, King F8, and here you see. This game is very instructive for all those who are willing to find the clue against the French, because it went only like the typical way how you destroy French in this main line. First, you provoke the king to lose the castle after King F8. Then you say, aha, I don't give you the pawn anymore. I go back and protect it. And then you do this typical plan. You push the pawn and you lift the rook and you bring all the pieces. So exactly like the way how you prepare, the most. This is this way that the game went. White did everything according to the position, according to the plans, and black did not oppose. So it can be even seen like by the clock. Jansaya didn't even, let's say, in a way, have to think on her own.
Yeah,
She
that's so
just did
tricky. Like if we get at this position when the king was on f1, we can never predict that white called for that. I would think that voluntarily king went on f8 just because of this tricky maneuvering queen g4, queen d1.
Yeah, and again, a very well-known idea and a very typical one. And yeah, here it's already a crushing attack. And after knight e7, I believe, yeah, it's already a game over. How many sacrifices? Knight g6, sacrificing the knight, and then bishop h6, sacrificing a bishop, and it all works because king is only one and only without any helpers there.
Yeah, no support for the king indeed.
Yeah.
Oh, the queen also captured the rook, and
yeah.
oh,
and
another
now...
sacrifice, Dina.
Oh, whoa. Bishop c4, yeah, all the pawns, very beautiful, very beautiful. Yeah, the pin, very beautiful. All right, this game I think has already finished. Katie, I just realized that we didn't cover the last board, the junior female board in the match of China between Iran. And here it is. We have a woman international master Ning from China facing a woman FIDE master Chahedifar from Iran. And look at the position. What do we have here? These pieces and these pawns. Seems like white is better. Let's see how it started. We had this kind of Slav with bishop g4. Katie, are you familiar with this line?
Not really, because I played knight f3 most of the time. So bishop g4 is not that dangerous for me.
Okay, so it goes after knight c3. That makes sense. Now, queen b6, queen b3, queen d6. I wanted to say in the spirit of London, developing those queens. And now, yeah, there is this idea. Normally, you should take. I think you should take and see if you're in time. No, you're not.
Before?
No, you're not in time.
If after 97, if white pushes b5
yeah,
b5, which black can't avoid, that's a very good structure for white, and a lot of weaknesses for black. So
we're not in time. True. That's why black decided to go back. And now white has an easy play, pushing the pawns, and black's only plan is to push e5. So this is like London reversed. But the thing is, white is first to control the f5, so no bishop f5 anymore. So indeed, white is having an advantage here. Also, b6 can be a little bit double-edged, you know, like creating yourself
b6 should be played earlier, before g6 even. Just to, if you allow your opponents to have b4 and this kind of attack, it's just very hard to play there. But you have to use this chance that after e5, white cannot play a3 as the rook is hanging on a1. So white has to make now some decisions. Mm-hmm. Yeah, after a takes b4, rook a1 is hanging. So white has to,
So white has to play b5. This is what you mean.
Yeah, white has to play something here connected with the pawns, and for instance, b takes. Yeah, black can consider. Oh my god, so tricky arrows here. Black can also play knight d7 to attack c5 pawn. But yeah, can be a bit dangerous as the bishop on e6 is very misplaced.
All right. Bishop d3, now bishop g7, b4, b6, bishop b2, short castle, knight f3, and bishop c8. Bishop c8, short castle. Okay, bishop a6. Seems like black is doing okay here. Black is doing fine. And let us see briefly how it... Oh, e5, finally. Normally, the moment black plays e5, everything is supposed to be good for them. But Not yet, not so quickly. The evaluation changes very fast. Katie, do not hesitate to interrupt you if you see me. Interrupt me if you see something exciting. And this is what we have.
Looking for is e6 breakthrough to open up the dark square bishop and to try to find some way to checkmate the king.
Okay, this is what we have right now. And white is having a clear advantage because of the bishop, I assume, because of this weaknesses on the dark squares, and these pawns are good. These pawns are good. They are central pawns, while black's a6 and c6 are pretty weak.
Yeah, and look at our player on the board from Iran. This is Anahita Zaherifar. She's playing in red hood. Seems like from home, and that's her comfortable outfit probably. Seems like quite cold in Iran, right? If she's wearing that robe.
It should be. Okay, I shall not comment because I might. I know that it's now on early spring in South Africa and in Latin America. Is that the same in Iran? Okay, we shall not.
It's quite hot there. I don't know. It's just
yeah. Okay. Right. So right now we covered all the games from our key match for the day.
Oh no, I just checked. It's 32 degrees in Iran.
Perfect weather for playing chess. What else to do? So the key game for me personally is between Sarah Sadat and Hou Yifan.
Yeah, this bishop is still so sad on g6.
Yeah, the moment we left this game, it was after b4, a6, now a4, typical plan to prepare the pawn break b5.
Oh, Dina, there is a good point. Maybe this hood is used as her scarf because I think Iranian players are playing with a scarf.
Yeah, they have
that's a good
to.
point. Thank you.
They
Thank
have
you
to.
Let us
Yeah.
know.
Okay. A rook a1, rook takes a1, rook a8, and seems like for now the rook is activated, so at least black does have an active piece. And what is happening here? Okay, we have some maneuvers, a lot of maneuver. Hou Yifan was the one who was ready for repeating the position, but no, Sarah Sadat is refusing. Now bishop takes f4, and normally you would say, oh, we have changed all the pieces and the only now almost only piece left is this passive bishop on g6, but apparently there is some dynamics here because the h4 pawn falls and so can be activated the bishop. Oh, Katie, I have to show you this. This is amazing. Look at this rook. It is trapped. Rook is trapped.
Rook is trapped and bishop is bad.
Yeah, so bishop e2. Okay, white still has an advantage, and the question is, how are you going to improve here? How are you going to convert it? Seems like for now on, Sarsa doesn't see any way. Finally, the rooks are treated, and apparently the chances for draw are pretty high.
Yeah, and on the screen we can see Sarah with some of her souvenirs on the background and chessboard and chess pieces.
Yeah. And now after king c5 and bishop d3, this d5 pawn is going to be exchanged for the e3 pawn, that I assume this is gonna be a draw soon. Yeah, about Sarah Sadat's cups and souvenirs, I saw once in her social media, she was sharing photos. She has this amazing corner with all her medals, and it is really, really impressive.
Yeah, I think I should I should take some time to see her profile more more close.
Yeah.
Because the last update I saw from her was when she was fighting COVID, and she was recovering from COVID, as many people and chess players as well. But yeah, I've been more updated, and you guys can also check out the social media of chess players. They tend to be very active lately after the pandemic time. Earlier it was very hard to to have any additional information of these top people, top grandmasters, but now they are trying to be very active in social media as well. So that's
Yes, and they do a great job, because if we, all of us chess players, if we want to promote our sport and to attract more sponsors and to increase the popularity of our game, we do need to tell people more about us, about our life and how it looks. And yeah, it's really great to see people starting to understand this factor and contributing to the popularization of chess worldwide.
yeah, absolutely agree with you, Dina.
All right, Katie. So what do we have? Let us sum up. We have Wei Yi and Idani's game finished in a draw. Parham Maksudlu is still playing against Ding Liren. Seems like the position is a little bit better for black. A little bit. I just counted the number of pieces, one piece up in the end game. But this pawn is dangerous.
Yeah, there is interesting end game going on in the game of Tabatai and Xu. Maybe we can take a look at that.
Definitely. Let's find this one. Oh, wow. Exchange down, completely winning with those pawns. Wow, what an impressive thing. What an impressive thing going on here with the Iranian player with white pieces. Those pawns seems like it's gonna be one or even two queens. Who knows?
Yeah, if one is not enough, you can always have second queen. Why not? But this, I was thinking this is just some things went wrong with a tricky knight, or it was just a sacrifice.
Oh my God! Look at the evaluation. It is. Don't tell me it is not winning. You take the knight,
and you get very fast to the king.
We're not in time. We're not in time. And we're not in time to win. Oh my God, we're not in time to win. No, not this one. Here, there is a move. Boom. H6. And now this is not winning anymore. And G4 only moves. This is some kind of a study-like thing. And players don't have much time. Let's see the updates. Okay, now is the moment. 19 seconds to understand.
Yeah, let's focus on that. And after that, we can come back and check out what was the way of winning.
Okay, G4. No, he didn't find it. G4, he didn't find it. Oh no, I cannot believe
it just captures on the way. You had to go on G5 anyway. Oh,
yeah. This is so pity. This is so pity. I say Chinese player will not forgive himself this mistake, because it's true you're low on time, but I think such decisions needs to be taken like
hard to make this decision because
intuitively
intuition. Yeah,
intuitively. No, that's not the word. Let's try to calculate a king h6, king f. Oh, wait, king h6, G4. There's so many ideas. This is something that you do by understanding, not by calculation, but by understanding. You see that by luring the king so far away, you get the chance to enter to the f8 square, and by all these moves of the pawns, h6, g5, no, g4, h6 and g,
Sorry to interrupt you, but I just see Amin Tabatai not happy. What happened? Is he finished the game already, or he should
the
be
game
happy.
The game is finished, and the game is winning. He might just
he's reviewing right now, and he's a bit upset because he missed the chance and there was a draw, and
that also happens. But you see this thing, like this h6 and g4 is something that you can find only by the intuition and the understanding, because you kind of see that with this moves you lure the king away from this g7 square.
Yeah, but to be honest, like more intuitive movies to bring the king, don't to touch any of the pawn and let whites to capture all the pawns, and meanwhile you will get closer. This is how I would work. I would think, and I would also lose the same way. It's hard to spot first h6 and then g4 because you are not strong, and I would thought that this would help my opponents to capture the pawns. And my first intuition move could be king b6, king c7, which is losing as well.
So you can just calculate 1, 2, 3, 4. All that white needs is 4 moves. So if you play h6, it's already 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's already 5.
Yeah.
And now, so we are in like 4 moves when we play g4. So it's going to be 1, 2, 2 to g4, 3, 4, 5. So you see every time the number of moves increases for white. It means that they lose the tempo with this.
Yeah, he had only 20 seconds at that point, and was hard to calculate all this.
Yeah.
Oh.
All right. Seems like we have all the results. The game between Parham Maksulu finished in a draw. Second Chinese board draw, and female boards draw. And Tabatabai won his game. Juvin Jun won his game. And what is the score? Or shall we keep that as a mystery and announce the score in the match after the break? What do you think, Katy?
Mystery. You guys don't go anywhere because we'll come back with mysterious results.
Research university with unique strength in its discipline areas and global perspective, is on track for rapid development. Founded on the consensus reached between Chinese President Xi Jinping and Russian President Vladimir Putin, Shenzhen MSU BIT University is the first Chinese foreign cooperative university in China to introduce.
And welcome back to FIDE Online Olympiad 2021. We are here with the Pool B. The round 6 of the Pool A has just finished, and we had some very exciting results, which we will announce here right now. Katie, what happened in this round 6?
All right, in the final round in Pool A, we have Kazakhstan dominating the match against Greece, and they won 5-2 half. And then we see the most important match in this round was China versus Iran, and China won with the minimum result. This is 5-2 half to 2.5. Then we have Indonesia won against Georgia with the same result. Mongolia dominated again, over Romania, and we have a tie in the match of Armenia and Australia.
Wow, what an interesting sequence of things happening. Now let us see the standings of this top division after the round 6 for the Pool A.
Yeah, Kazakhstan absolute leader, keeping the sole leading after day 2. Tomorrow will be the last day, and then we will know 2 teams from each pool getting into the next stage. And it seems like China, after that win, they overtook Iran, and they are leading now with 10 points. Iran still have very good chances to come back in the last day.
Yeah, very good score for China. Very decisive match. They managed to beat Iran, and now they are back to the business with the direction to the playoff. But there is gonna be 3 more rounds tomorrow, so maybe, hopefully, we will see. Things might be changing. Now let us have a look at the Pool B division 1. We have right now them joining us, and let us remind ourselves the standings after the first 3 rounds we had yesterday.
Yeah, Hungary is doing fantastic. Yesterday they won matches with big scores, and it was quite surprising because in this pool we have a quite strong teams such as India, Azerbaijan, and they overtook all these teams, and they are so leading now with 6 points. India is following very closely. They have 5 points because of a tied match against France, and then we have France and Moldova very close to top 2 teams. And right after our next rounds, we will know the clear leaders in this pool as well.
Indeed, and now we're going to have the round 4 for the Pool B. Let us see the pairings that we will witness today.
Yeah, so in Pool B, here we had the results from yesterday, and that you can see on the screen. But let's focus on round 4, and we have Hungary playing against Egypt. France will face Slovenia. Sweden will play against Moldova. Shenzhen, China will play against India, and Azerbaijan is facing Belarus.
All right, indeed. And seems like the games have already started. And let us see the board 1 of India, Hari Krishna Pintala, who is not the board 1, but the board 1 is normally Vishnutan Anand. But either way, here we have Hari Krishna's game in front of us, facing Shenzhen, China, with Jan, Grandmaster Jing on the board.
Yeah, Dina, seems like Anand will take a break in the first round, and Hari Krishna is playing the first round here. The lineup for India is Hari Krishna, Adiban, Korneru, Kulkati, Nihal, and Vaishali.
All right, fair enough. So this is the first board of this match, and we're very excited to see the moves already. It started with Nimzo Indian, and now we have b6, knight f3. The last 2 moves happen on the board. Still theory, players are thinking which direction to take. Katy, do you have any experience in this kind of position? I think you actually do, right? With white pieces.
Yeah, yeah, I do have it. So once again here, black develops the bishop very quickly, and then black trades the bishop for the knight. And the idea is that now c3 knight is gone, so black has a full control over e4 square. We might see some knight e4 jump very soon. Knight
94, you say?
yes, 94, 97, maybe something like c5, later on rook c8 idea. Basically, I have seen most of the games like d6 setup and queen e7 later on, but this d5 looks like a new approach, at least for me. But the ideas are the same. Ideas are the same, and black is going to control e4 square with a knight.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense. Okay, fair enough. Let us then move on to some other boards now that the moves are starting slowly. We have Timur Rajabov himself playing for Azerbaijan on the board one, believe, against Alexandrov, Alexei, Grandmaster from Belarus. And what do we have here? Knight f3, knight f6, c4, e6, knight c3, d5, e3, d takes c4, bishop takes c4, a6, a4, Catty. What is this? Seems like some kind of queen's gambit accepted, soon to be if the pawn comes to d4.
Yeah, they're playing queen's gambit accepted without d4 pawn. But I believe this pawn will get on d4 square, and black will attack that with c5, and we will go to the main line of queen's gambit accepted.
All right, that is fair. Okay, moving on. France with Yannick Gozeli versus Slovenian Borisek Jura, Grandmaster as well. And yet another Queen's Gambit accepted. Oh, this is a day for me. Seems like this is a day for me. d4, d5, c4, d takes c4, knight f3, knight f6, e3, e6, main line. All this is well known. Now d takes c5, bishop takes c5, e4, b5. Aha, bishop b3. Katie, this is such a big pleasure for me. It's my favorite opening for black, and I am so excited to see how things are going to continue in this game.
Oh, that's really nice. That's really nice. I've never played this from black side. I always facing it with the white. And I know several ideas here. The one idea which comes to my mind is to play a4 to call this pawn to come on b4, and then to play knight d2, knight c4, get really important square there. Another idea can be bishop g5 with the threat of e5 moves, and then knight c3 and connect the rooks on D and C file and play like that. And can be also some tricky moves like e5 at some point, knight c3, e5. So what's the black's idea?
Okay, now let me take over for the black. So queen b6, rook short castle, probably rook d8, one of the rooks on d8, one of the rooks on c8, somewhere e5, maybe not. Normally we actually block, like the bishop gets retreated but not here, and we can block. So here it's a little bit different with the bishop on d3. I say this pawn should stay forever on a6 because this is kind of a barrier for the bishop. And now a5, b4, a4, probably getting the activity here, also using this e4 as a target. Just be careful with white here, with black, sorry, here, watching out some attack from white side to the king.
Yeah. I think we covered this game with both sides. As we personally play this, myself with white, you Dina with black. I think it was a good combo. And we can meanwhile move to the next games, and we have to take a look also the games of India, because I believe many people are supporting them right now in our chat, and it's very good to see how the things are going on there.
Great idea indeed. Let us see what our dear friend Adiban, the beast, is doing right now with white pieces versus Chinese Grandmaster Yu. Okay, the game started with no, hey, no way. I do not believe. I cannot believe. I cannot believe the game
This is a
started with.
promotion, Adiban. This is a promotion.
Adi is using his chance to be our hero. He knows that we are commentating this game, and he does that only for us, Katie. That's all I have to say here.
Oh, maybe on the way to creating that course, maybe he really learned some nice drops and he got just impressed.
Yeah, that's true. Well, it is it is a well-known fact that Adiban has created the course on B3 on Chessable website, and he has studied this idea, so he takes things seriously here. And let us learn from him. Let us see how things are going. It seems to me that we have right now some kind of Sicilian reversed. Could that be so? Hard to create
some sort
any
of English, yeah, like close to Sicilian reversed.
Yeah, and now F4. Look at this F4 taking under the control the E5 square. Wow, Rook A D8, Bishop B3, Rook D7, and seems like White is having a very nice advantage.
Yeah. What do you think about D3 pawn? Would he push that pawn forwards to get rid of it and bring the knight on E4 and later on G5 square?
That could be a very good idea indeed. Very soon, E4 pawn break, getting rid of the only weakness that White has here. It's the backward E3 pawn. So E4 is in fact very, very good choice. I think should be seen next, or yeah, also Rook E1. But Rook is good here, standing on the F file if we ever want to push this F pawn as well. And it's not so simple to say what Black is doing here. Rook on D7. Oh, G3. Oh, what? G3.
You know what, Dina? I know Adipan since we're kids, very, very little kids, and I should say that he has not changed at all. And look at how he's playing right now, talking to himself, calculating out of loud, and also moving. We have seen some Chinese players very focused. They are not even moving. Sometimes you think that the video has been frozen, but with Adiban's case, you can never have this feeling because he's moving a lot. And yeah, he's very deep in the calculation right now, and he has no idea we're supporting on him.
True. And we have just seen King H8 and E4. So now Katy already is finally here, but I do not understand the importance of G3. Maybe he didn't want to sacrifice.
He guarded F4 pawn. If we go E4 immediately, maybe F4 will be hanging.
Yeah, so we cannot take with the knight because of Queen F4 now. It makes sense, but the bishop was not his plan, even though it would be okay. So G3 was very wise here, defending F4 and now pushing E4 and the move next. Yeah, well done, Eddie.
Yeah.
Okay. We have so many more boards. In fact, Zhao Xu is playing versus Humpy Connor, and this is an also very interesting matchup. What is happening here? E4, E5. We have some bishop C4, bishop C5, gioco piano, Italian, also known as Italian defense or attack. Defense, I think. And with this nice maneuver, look at this, not castling, putting the knight on F1 with the idea bishop E3 and bishop takes E3, knight takes E3. Very a nice strategical idea. Also, you control the D5 key square and you avoid the pin. I really love how White plays here. Really enjoy it, but I don't know if it gives enough advantage for White. This is the problem.
Yeah, if one wants to prove here an advantage, maybe at some point push f4, like for instance h3, knight h2, f4, to open up a bit of the files. That would be ideal if knight also jumps at the square where supports f4, and then after e takes f4, knight takes e4, attacks e6 weakness. So here the point is that e6 is a weakness, but black has enough forces to guard it, and there is not we're not considering to capture the pawn on b7 right now, because queen will be trapped right after rook f to b8. And what can be the other plan here? I just wanted to say maybe d4, but black is the one who supports, who gets the center first with d5 move.
Yeah, that is what just happened on the board. Exactly. Okay. This position might be a little bit advantageous for white. Still a little bit early to judge. Shall we move on? We have...
Get to the next board. Do you want me to tell you the next?
Yes, please.
Okay, so in the match of China, Shenzhen, China, and India, China has two teams. Next can be Xu against Kulkarni.
Okay, Xu against... isn't it Nihal playing Xu?
That's a junior board. We can focus on that, and then we can go to the next. Yeah, this is Xu, and the other Xu is also.
Oh, they have two Xu.
Yeah.
Oh, now I understand. Yeah.
That's
yeah, I have it.
On Chess.com
Bhakti. Yeah, Bhakti. Okay. And Bhakti versus Xu. Yeah. And what is this position? What is this opening? Trying to guess. D4, D5. Ah, the Trompovsky, the famous Trompovsky. Bishop G5, Knight F6, Bishop takes E3, Bishop D6, Bishop D3, Bishop E6, Knight D2, C5, D takes C5, Bishop takes C5, C3. And what is this? Isolated pawn, doubled pawns. Normally, white should have a slight advantage because black has a lot of weaknesses. Little bit less weaknesses for now, but look at this outpost on d4. Isn't that nice?
I like the outpost, but also look at the video we have now. Women International Master Xu Tong from Shenzhen, China on the screen, and usually we see either books or the cups on the background, but in this case we have quite fancy alcohols on the background, which is acceptable, no problem. But you know what, Dina, I think those are some sort of either gifts from the countries or some souvenirs. It can be some souvenirs because people are just collecting many kind of things from different countries. And I myself was also collecting some alcohol for my mom because she was having some collection until my brother got hands on them. So always nice to see the rooms where these players are living and working, right? Or it's only me having these kind of issues to sneak in the rooms?
I am pretty sure, 100% sure that our chat loves the most spying on players and streamers as well rooms and see how it is in other people's houses and homes. And you know, there is also this thing I've heard since the pandemic when everyone started working from remote, from home, and having those Zoom meetings. At first, people were using that Zoom background, fake background somewhere in the different places. And then people started asking, like, for those who participate in the social relations, people responsible for those started asking for people to remove those backgrounds from their Zoom and show their rooms, because this is actually making the atmosphere more friendly, because it is as if you were inviting your co-host, your viewer, the person who you have a conversation with into your house. So it gets the atmosphere better, nicer, and friendlier.
Yeah, I agree with that. I also hated these fake backgrounds from the very beginning, and always the rooms tells you a lot about the personality of people, right?
Sometimes, yeah, true. Okay, let us focus on the moves. We were a little bit gotten away by the backgrounds of the Chinese player. Now let us see what is happening on your board, because this is far more important for us and for the viewers. But the fact is, nothing has changed since the moment we started being carried away. Nothing has changed. It means that we should get to another Xu who is Hao-Wen, and he's playing against Nihal Serene, Grandmaster from India. And here we have this kind of Catalan, our famous favorite Catalan. And what is this?
You see, in this game, bishop was not played on b4, and white's just comfortably played b3 and bishop b2 in one move.
Yeah, true. And knight to c3.
Yeah.
Okay. Does that mean white has an advantage? Not exactly. Something changed. Something happened. This is very concrete. Probably the idea of bringing the bishop to d6 was to create this e5 pawn break as soon as possible.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Should also exist. And now a6. The question is, what do we do with the knight?
We have knight captures first knight, and now maybe knight captures the bishop, or just knight retreats back on c3 and then tries to play against the double pawns.
Yeah, that could be the case.
Both can be equally good here for white.
All right, fair enough. Okay, did we cover all the boards from India versus Shenzhen China match?
We have the final board. This is Li Xiun against Vaishali. This
Okay.
is the board for female. Oh, okay.
Oh, what is happening here? What is happening? We have this kind of what is that, Sicilian? But why did things change so fast?
Variation with rook g1, but it wants to push g4. This is tempting.
Wow, this sounds so typical Indian player move. Computer style, new generation, attacking from the very beginning, and why not?
Yeah. It looks really scary. It looks really, really scary.
I think it paid off. Attacking like this so early. Oh, and there is this blunder. There is this blunder of b7, or maybe there was no choice anymore. There's bishop e6. Yeah, position is collapsed. Totally winning for white so fast and so early. Wow. Let us see let us try to spot the mistake. So bishop e6 is the first line.
Here, instead of e5, the thing is that instead of e5, black could stop this attack with h5, because there is a line in Najdorf when white plays h3 with the idea to play g4, black stops that with h5. So rook g1 has also the same idea, and we can try to stop that with h5. And
wow,
the thing
how
is
interesting.
that you played this rook g1, and it's at some point you will definitely push g4, but it will be under to my conditions, because h file will be open, and black is winning here some time.
Okay. Yeah,
so you can always consider after h3 h4 move. So in that case, if you want to push h4 g4 here, first of all, this will be less dangerous for me, G5 move. And second of all, I can also think to take that pawn with that en-passant and change the pawn structure completely.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes perfect sense. Okay,
Yeah.
bishop e6, g4, h6, bishop e3, knight d7, and yeah, here it's already tough, very tough. Okay, seems like it's gonna be a win for India, and that makes us, having seen all the games from this matchup. Now let us see who else is playing here. We have so many stars here. As I mentioned before, we have Timur Ramjabov himself playing for Azerbaijan and facing Grandmaster from Belarus, Alexandrov Alexei. This is some kind of an equal position. Nothing extremely excited here. Might finish in a draw. How did it start?
I can also suggest a very interesting game: France versus France versus Slovenia.
Slovenia, yeah.
Yeah, board 2, Sebastian Maze against Boris Markoya.
Oh my god. Oh my god, look at these kings. Wow.
Yeah, but I think the move before it was very positioned for black, and then something went wrong at the process.
So it was here, still was holding, but seems like black was in trouble. Let us see how it started. D4. Okay, this is a King's Indian, typical King's Indian. Bishop f3, interesting move. Putting the bishop in the strange, and g4 attacking. Wow, interesting. Katy, are you familiar with this bishop f3 move?
No.
Wow, look at this idea. It's so creative. It's so creative. It's not a typical thing. Bishop f3 is line number 3 and almost no games. And now a5, g4. Wow, I like it. I like it so much. And attacking so quickly. Now f5 counterattack. And seems like white got what he wanted. Yes, white is attacking now. Look, like castled finally. And there is this f6 outpost. Also, the knight on h7 is
it's a very bad piece. And
yeah.
Also, d6 bishop is wrongly placed. There should be on g7, and the pawn structure c5 e5 is just stopping that pawn, bishop being active. So for white has this very comfortable square for the knight, and with this square, white fully dominates the game.
True, I cannot agree more. And yeah, seems like oh, now actually no, it's fine. Yeah, still very big advantage for white. Could be
because rook takes
f5,
pawn takes f5, queen takes f5. Queen is on the same line as the king, and I would lose a queen. Oh my god! You can make some nonsense move here with a rook and show this brilliancy from my side.
Okay, let me put it this way.
Yeah. So yeah, rook takes.
Hello there. How are you?
Yeah, so this is not hanging, but what's the idea of queen e4 then?
The idea of queen e4, oh yeah.
Knight h5 is the idea.
Knight h5 is the threat, in fact. So black has to play something like queen b1 here. Let's put it this way, queen b1. And now let's say we put somewhere the king e2. We don't care about the pawn because we'll escape on g2. And okay, we have the move. It's king e7. Oh, what is this move? Look at the evaluation bar.
You know what? Now we can go with knight g8 at some point and capture the pawn with a check.
King e8.
Stay still, bar. Calm down. and knight h6 maybe.
I like the moves that we suggest. Oh, whoa. Katy, it's a perpetual. It's a perpetual. Look how beautiful it is.
We stick with the queen.
Yeah.
And in that line, it was not possible because knight from f6 was guarding. Okay, so let's get this knight back. Maybe we have something different in there.
We have just had a move, very simple one, very simple move, very good. King to c2, avoiding all the checks and asking your opponent, what are you going to do right now?
Yeah, I like that. I like that.
Queen a8 is the answer, attacking the pawn, but right now we can finally do the thing that you wanted to do for so long, taking this pawn and saying game over.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Moving on. We have so many things, exciting things going on. There is the game of Pia Cromling. We cannot pass by and do not comment on this game. Pia is the living legend, who is a very active player. I think she's one of the longest active players for female chess, for women chess. Correct me if I'm wrong. And it is
she used to be #1 rated player, strongest, can we consider also strongest player back then, and she used to play a lot of competition and Olympiads in open team. Back then it was man team, now we call it open, and she was playing and competing a lot of man.
Yeah, and she's a great example for the conversation that we had earlier, that chess has no age, and look at how good she plays. Now she's facing Moldovan Gitu Paula Alexandra, and she's dominating. She's simply dominating her opponent. Wow, what a nice move by white. Bishop takes d5. Whoa, that is exciting. Pawn takes.
Oh wow, this 7 bishop is hanging. So is the rook f7 is impossible because you play e6 and you're winning some big material in that case. Yeah, e6 here.
Yeah, not possible. You're right.
And knight d7 is the next knight d8 is the next strat. If rook moves away, so black had to give up this bishop, and black is trying to pin the knight, but the pawn is there. Pawn guards the knight, and this is quite a hard position. Queen takes f5 now. Queen can take that pawn too.
Queen takes f5, and yeah, everything is collapsing. Yeah, well done. Very well played. The game is not over yet, but we assume it will finish in Pia's favor. Okay. How many more moves do we, games do we have? We have, Katy, is there something that interests you in particular?
Okay, I will take a real quick look at that if we have something interesting. There is an interesting game happening, Marisa Bag and Viditaya. We have queen and the rook on the board, and for the exposed king.
Yeah, this one is interesting.
This board 17.
Yeah. Oh, it's a maiden 9. Oh, look at the time. That Marie is so impressive.
She does this in all the games.
Every single game we have commentated on her, she was 10 minutes ahead of her opponent in the rapid games with 15 minutes time control.
Wow. Yeah. I haven't seen the hard game yet with load time for her. She's playing really fast.
Yeah, that's a very good approach. And not only in rapid or this particular tournament, but also even in classical, playing fast is very, very annoying for some opponents. And for instance, one of the particularities of the Belarusian player from Belarus, Ilychuk Yana, I think this is your name, who beat it yesterday. Pauline Guichard from France, and we saw that amazing tweet with her position. Won FIDE Master from Belarus. Has had an amazing European championship. She gained more than 100 points, and she made a woman grandmaster norm. And one of the particular features in her games were that she was playing extremely fast, like really, really, really fast. And sometimes you just sometimes it can be bluffing, but you kind of believe in it and you start seeing some ghosts. And this is the exact style that Marie has here in this game, and it's a really good approach. The only thing that I would add is that be careful not to blunder everything. So it's not an advice for beginners. It's not an advice for beginners. It's an advice actually for experienced players, for club players. I actually don't know for whom it's an advice. For someone who calculates good.
Yeah.
But it's also about confidence. Yeah. Jan Nepomniachtchi used to play super fast, and sometimes he was doing his mistakes because of that.
Yeah, but they are very confident when they're doing it, and somehow the opponent thinks that when you play very, very fast at the beginning in the opening, you think that, oh my god, I'm his preparation, so that makes lose the time and also confidence from your opponent's side, so, and when the player splits up in the middle game and tries some tactical things, you think that the opponent is better in calculation, and you're just losing the time even more and more just to worry because your opponent plays very fast.
True. Yeah, and by the way, in this game we've got a checkmate.
Beautiful checkmate. Yeah, Queen E5 in the end. Okay, we can take a look to the next exciting games, which we do have plenty. Yeah. This is interesting. The same match, but the junior board, Suma Riva Paula Laura against Zala. If you can find that.
What is the number of this game?
Yeah, I will just quickly tell you if I... Oh, yeah, this is 24.
24... no. Okay, I found it. I found it. So this is the game between woman FIDE Master from Slovenia, Zala, and Sumariva, woman FIDE Master from France. Okay, what is this? We have some kind of an endgame. Amazing, perfect pieces for black, but somehow it doesn't give much. Also
quite weak king for black. So what is threatening now? Really ugly checks. Queen f8, Queen h8 is a check. Oh no! Don't do that.
Okay. Here, I just wanted to tell you, the only move was Rook d6, and I wanted to say no way black pieces player black will ever find this, and she didn't. Rook d6 was the only move.
Other moves are losing?
All other moves are losing.
No way. Rook d6 is just hard to spot. It's hard.
There's a threat of mate, and she had 15 seconds.
Oh god.
Pauline.
Yeah, you can spot this over the board for sure. I'm sure everyone can spot, every title player can spot this one. But when it comes to the online chess, with the timed pressure, you can't really spot that.
Yeah, very well played, very tricky. But at the same time, it was a harakiri in a way, because black weakened the last rank himself voluntarily without anyone asking him for it. Rook c2, completely leaving the 8th rank without any defense. And now after rook e8, king g7, queen b4, threatening queen f8 and queen h8, and the only defense is not so easy to find.
Yeah.
In fact, the thing is, yeah, sorry.
Yeah. I just want to suggest new game, other game, so we can finish this one.
Yeah, let's finish this one. Let's move on.
Okay. Let's go back to game 16. This is Bhakti against Xiu.
Okay, let me find it. Bhakti against
16. You can.
It's not the same for me somehow.
Really?
Yeah, it's not the same. I'm looking for it.
Yeah, this is the end game. Bishop versus 3 pawns.
Oh, right. And who is she playing with?
Oh, it's China, India, and it's already ended. Yeah, it's already ended.
Okay, very nice. 3 pawns are stronger than the bishop. Very true. Very, very
yeah,
true.
But something went really wrong earlier. Black had some chances, but it seems like they had no time and they played some fast.
Yeah, it was an equal endgame. And somehow... Ooh, what a nice sacrifice. That is very creative. That is indeed very creative. Not everyone can put out such a sacrifice, and it seems like it's very hard. On practical level, you see computer says like it's equal, but on practical level, no, even not. Like it says bishop d8 or bishop d6, but I think, yeah.
But why not?
Computer is not here.
I think computer is
deep
confused
enough.
in the end.
Yeah, it's confusing. Totally. Very well spotted. Bravo for Bhakti. Very great positional understanding of endgames or endgame understanding. Yeah, very convincing. I really like this idea. Okay, how things are going for India. We have Adiban, who won his game. We have Hare Krishna, who won his game. We have Bhakti also, that makes already 3-0. And we have Zhao Xu versus Hampi Konmaru. Seems like Hampi will win this one. No. Apologies. White pieces are for Zhao Xu.
Oh, there's rook e8, rook e7.
Yeah, that's typical thing. Very typical thing.
Is that winning? King g6, king f8, king g5, king g7. Here. That's interesting fun end game. Maybe we can wait. Actually, white can.
Actually, it's not winning. Wow. Okay, she goes for it.
We're gonna see that.
Yeah, we're gonna see that. Oh, here it is.
King g5, king g7, king f4, king f6, king f3, king e5, king g4, king f6, h5. Is not that a draw? h5?
h5 is losing. It's true. Take, here. Moving. Yeah, this one is losing. That's for sure. But wasn't that...
Yeah, we can take a look afterwards.
Yeah, we will take a look afterwards. This one is losing. King g7. You play king g7 or king f7. Both work.
Yeah, there's
no, Caddy. Only king g7 works. King f7 wouldn't work because after f5 you want to jump to e6. So now f5, king e6.
Not a horse. King can jump on e6.
Yeah,
a good technique.
So only king g7.
Oh wow, f5, king e6, beautiful. Yeah. And king f4, king d5, knight up position.
Yeah, the knight down position here, it's winning. Okay, let us see where was here the clue. We were this game, we were hoping for this one. Here both moves
king g7.
Good.
Yeah, okay.
We take and we're the king f5, very typical one. In all the books with pawn endgames, we have this one. And now whenever the king goes, we'll go. In fact, we'll go either way because... Oh no, g5. Here is going to be g5. Boom. This is
mind-blowing endgame. Beautiful one.
This is a great example. I think, wow, amazing. Yeah. It's easy to find once you're there, but sometimes you may not see it when you were far away calculating.
Yeah. Like you're calculating all these moves, and you maybe even don't start it when you are at the point of with the rooks on the board, because you think that, oh no, I cannot win that end game. But if you have it on the board and it's like even 2 moves away, you can find it for sure. But the problem is that you might not go there in that line.
Yeah, I just remembered that this was the line that I really appreciated by Zhao Xu, and I wanted to look briefly how it all went. And it seems like she made this typical plan of bringing the knight to g4, and now very well played. I really liked it. Yeah, I think white. Okay. Forget everything I said. I wanted to say white completely dominated, and now I see that black was winning. Queen c8. Tactics, Katy, was not spotted. Queen c8. Or it's not tactics. Is it understanding? It's tactics. Knight f4. Wow.
What?
Whoa! The queen is trapped. The queen is trapped. Oh my god, this is so strong. How did it happen?
There is something this.
Well, this is something you do not fight. You say, I don't take this. If I take this rook, what is gonna be? It's gonna be some kind of like the queen is super active. Yeah, maybe knight e5, or I don't know. What did g3? Yeah, the position for white is good, but here knight f5, and the queen is trapped. It has 0.
You attack the knight, and you still want to play knight to capture the rook. But then you are struggling to find the move for the knight.
No, it's not about. Yeah, in fact, it's not about the rook. That was my first guess as well. Like, what? You do not take the rook because you want to take it later? No, you attack the queen. Yeah. Wow.
Nice one. I love knight f4. I love knight f4 so much.
Okay, so it wasn't played. And yeah, we had what we had after queen f6.
This game is study material, Dina, from starting from the beginning until the end. You guys, you have to find this move at Chess.com events. Go there, find this move and study it with the engine, or just set up it on the board and think a little bit by yourself, because this is really study material.
Yeah, also very typical way of converting a pawn plus pass pawn for white. So bravo in all the ways to Zhao Xu.
Yeah.
Okay. Looking at the time, seems like we're about to take a break, and we already have, wow, unbelievable. We have all the results. We have all the results here. So we shall take a quick break and be right back shortly with the results of the round 5 for the pool B.
Yeah.
And welcome back to FIDE Online Olympiad, Pool B. Round number 5 is about to start. I'm Wong Grandmaster Dina Belinka, and here with me, Wong Grandmaster Katie Tsalashvili. And we have just seen some great results in the games from the round 4. Let us take a look at what happened in this round, Katie.
Well, in round 4, we have Hungary won against Egypt. France won with a minimum result against Slovenia. Sweden won against Moldova. And we have India dominated over Shenzhen, China with 5-1. And we have Azerbaijan with the minimum result won against Belarus.
Again, an amazing performance by Hungary so far. Let us have a look at the standings, which bring Hungary on the first position again.
Yeah, once again, they're keeping the leaders' positions with 8 points. Then we have India following them with 7 points and France with 6 points. One of the favorite rated team, Azerbaijan, is with 5 points now. Very quick reminder, only 2 teams will qualify to the next division, so they have to use the last chances. Today is a chance and tomorrow will be another chance to get closer to top 2 places.
Indeed, these are the that was the round 4, so we have crossed the halfway of the top division. Now let us take a look at the pairings for the round 5.
Yeah, in round 5, here we have Belarus will play against the leaders Hungary team. India will face Azerbaijan. This is something that we have to take a look at. Then we have Moldova against Shenzhen, China. Slovenia will face Sweden, and Egypt will play against France.
Yes, very interesting indeed. And looks like the game have already started. The games have already started. We have the board 1 of India, Grandmaster Vishy Anand facing Timur Rajabov, Grandmaster from Azerbaijan. This is a very interesting matchup. I am so excited, but I shall say it is also very exciting to see the board 2 matchup. Mamidyarov Shahryar versus Vidit Gujarati. These 2 games are going to be very interesting. Let us start with Anand versus Rajabov.
Yeah, I'm just checking the games of these 2 players. They have played so many games, Dina. They have played the game back in 2003 for the first time. And since then, they are playing a lot of games up to now. Well, hard. I just wanted to see who's the favorite here in this match and how many points they have, but it's hard to predict the most precise, accurate results. So let's not do it. But they know each other. They have played other times too. I believe they both players just appreciate each other very much.
Yeah, and I doubt they even remember themselves what is the score between them because so many games have been played. And yeah, let us see what was the opening. It was some kind of gioco piano. And now we have the position after move 11. D5 was played, some pawn breaks in the center with the bishop on h5. A little bit annoying, this spin. Pawn on d3 is also weak. Normally, I would pick up black here. What about you, Katie?
I would pick up black as well because the development is not so good for white. The bishop is still on c1 and it's quite passive pieces. And this pawn on e5 creates so much space. But now what comes to my mind is our g4 move. Oh, that's...
Oh, nice. 95 for letting your queen on the attack and attacking the opponent's queen.
Yeah, g4 was the idea to play like g4, bishop g6, and then to capture knight e5, which was not working because in the end there's queen g3 check and that wins the rook on e5. But seems like knight takes e5 immediately is also working.
Yeah, true, true, true. Okay, so white, yeah, both pawns were exchanged. And now seems like black is more active here. Black is more active. There is this pin, the pieces coming. And let's not forget, white hasn't yet finished the development. Bishop is still on c1 and the rook is still on a1.
Yeah, very quick question to chat. Who is the favorite in this matchup, India or Azerbaijan? You can just write your opinion in the chat. Feel free to do that. This is a very important match. I can really quickly read the players in both teams. Well, in India we have Anand, Vidit, Konaru, Harika, Nihal, and Vaishali. For Azerbaijan we have Rajabov, Mamedyarov, Mamazada, Mamadova, Asli, and Balayeva. So, who are your favorite teams?
Mm. Not so easy to pick a favorite. Well, normally it is supposed to be India, but Azeri players are extremely strong as well, and they work a lot, a lot, a lot. They have a lot on chess. They have great support from the federation. For instance, every single time Azeri female players go on the European Championship, they always have one or two national coaches, and they have really good support from their local government. And yeah, well, both same is for India, so it's gonna be very interesting to see which team will win this match. We can see how the things are going on the board too. We have we have beat it with white pieces versus Mamidyarov. What is here? And this was some kind of Nimzo Indian with f3. Ooh, f3. The Samish variation, is that how it's called?
Can be Samish, don't remember, but I remember that this can be. Oh,
Sorry.
It can be really sharp continuation if black allows white to play e4. So d5 is really a very good reaction. But anyway, we have here e4. And what's the next?
I am not familiar with this bishop e7. Imagine there is more than 1,400 games with bishop takes c3 main line.
Yeah, this is the main line, yeah.
But black played second line, 300 games, bishop e7. How interesting.
That allows white to play e5, but I think black goes with c5 at some point.
True.
And calls out all these weaknesses on the dark squares that this pawn push created. So let's see what happened next. Yeah, with true. This d5 pawn looks such an amazing pawn. Its passed pawn is guarded with c4, but in fact it's not a big deal because after a while black will play 98, 96 and will block this pawn, and also will try to push b5 and weaken it. So yeah, in the game, I think that just happened.
Yeah, let's see. Takes, short castle, rook e8, knight f3, bishop f5, bishop g6, knight h4, knight. Oh wow, knight d5. Nice. Nice.
Okay. Knight h4 is hanging.
Yeah, so there's this intermediate. And here once again intermediate. And yet another intermediate. It's the intermediate party here.
And queen takes c2 in the end.
And everything exchanges. And which favor is that in?
I think this is the game.
Yeah, the position we have right now on the board.
Oh, wow.
Seems like black is doing great after the opening, slight advantage, better than just equalization.
Can we play knight d7 with the idea knight b6 to attack on c4?
Yeah. Let us assess this position. We have the queen on b7, which is a little bit annoying. White has weakened pawns, double pawns on the c file. c5 is also weak, but it's only one pawn. Also, pawn majority on the king side for black, but one more factor for white's favor. This is the bishop against the knight. I would say the position is pretty dynamical, and everything will depend on the next moves.
Yeah, I like black's position here, and I think that the knight will find that will be more dangerous. For instance, 97, knight b6 or knight c6, 95. And it might have some targets as the pawns on the queen side are quite weak. We can also consider that black has an extra pawn on the king side because of the two pawns on c file. White don't have any advantage on the queen side. And also the thing is that if white finds a way to attack the king side, then can be a really good idea, but hard to come up with any plan here. I don't really see how the bishop will attack, for instance, on g7. Maybe there should be something like a4, bishop a3 to at least attack on c5 pawn. And the main problem here is this bishop on c1. It doesn't have any square where it should like go. Oh my god.
I would put it to f2 or to g3. But the thing is, okay, maybe g3 is possible. Bishop f4, bishop g3, and bishop f2.
Yeah, the thing is that pawns on queen side are also quite weak, and with all this maneuvering, black can have enough time to catch to get these pawns. And one more interesting thing, like black can also get on second rank really easily.
Yeah, true. Also, an interesting thing is that this open F file for white can be sometimes the strength because we attack, we have more dynamics here. At the same time, could be just a weakness if when black manages to put the pawn on f6, create a barrier for the rook, and then you will just be pawned down on the king side.
Yeah,
right.
I like f6 move.
I think we can learn a lot from this game strategically as it goes on. For now, we can probably leave it and see what other players are doing.
Yeah, we can do that.
Let us stick to the match India-Azerbaijan. Other boards we have are Hampi Konoru versus Mamatzada Gunay. Hampi Konoru was a race. I think she was at some point the highest rated active player at some moment, like several years ago. Now it is Alexandra Gerashkina, but before that, I think it was Hampi. And she also proved a lot recently. We have spoken about her a lot yesterday. Many of you might have heard that she has achieved a lot, especially in the fighting for women's rights. And now she's facing Mamatzada Gunay, who is a young international master from Azerbaijan, but also extremely talented and soon to be a grandmaster. I am sure, I have no doubt on that. And now the position is quite symmetrical. Let's see what were the moves. It was some kind of Queen's Gambit. Queen's Gambit. Yeah, Queen's Gambit.
Yeah, this is the main line when white goes with rook c1. Here the plan is for black to eliminate the dark square bishop because it creates a pin. There can be something like knight e4 or knight h5 ideas. Another thing is that black can simply develop the pieces and push c5 to create either pass pawn or just to have tension in the center.
Yeah, that makes sense. Knight c6. Okay, knight takes c6, bishop takes c6, and queen e2. Now the question is, Katie, did black equalize?
Not yet, because the queen d8 is not usually struggles to find the perfect square, as some of the black pieces are taking good squares, for instance, bishop on e7. So rook d1 is a next move, and black has to find the perfect square for this queen where will be not attacked. So if queen goes on c-file, that will be under rook attack. Yeah, I have seen some moves where queen goes on e8, but it's on the other hand just stops the rooks to be connected. And the question is, what happens after rook d1? What is black going to play?
Rook d1 could be the next move. Okay, for now it's black to move, so we expect something like either rook c8 or rook c8
I
or
think,
knight d5.
Tina, it can be some move like knight e4 just to trade the dark square bishops, or knight d7. Like if dark square bishops are off the board, queen is safer. Maybe queen e8 now.
Okay.
Yeah, queen e7 also possible.
Okay, knight e8.
So yeah, this takes, you can
Bishop
consider
takes
here, yeah, other moves as well, but
ooh, how interesting. Wow, this knight on d6 is a monster knight.
It's very beautiful knight, but however, it's not supported by the pawn, so black can easily get rid of it. Rook d8, bishop f6, bishop b5. So if the pawn supports e4, e5, that can be really bad knight there, but without pawn support, black can manage to get it out.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
So the point is that if black trades the dark square bishop, then queen will find the square on e7.
Okay, let's see what happened. Nothing for now.
Yeah,
black is thinking.
I know the pain here because myself, I played this kind of positions and I always struggle with the queen. Can't find a way. And if you choose the wrong place for the queen, you can lose so much time on it, and white can get pieces together, and it's practically a very bad position for black. There are some ideas with queen to come on b7, but it's not working here, as bishop a6 will be the move. Queen e2 supports that bishop to come on a6. So maybe knight d7 can be also a move with idea to trade the bishops. There's no rook d1 threat, and if bishop comes on g3, you can play bishop f6 and queen e7.
Okay, that's very nice. Yeah. Well, hopefully black will show us how he equalizes here. What is the plan? Indeed, there is some choice here for black. There's also 95 apparently. Either way, let us see what is happening on other boards. You know, there is one grandmaster who we have been neglecting for the last rounds. It's Victor Bologan, and he is also, in a way, I would say, a living legend. He has made a lot of commitments to chess, and he's not playing so much lately. And I say it's pretty big event for us.
He's a member of parliament in Moldova, and he's also is connected with FIDE, some processes. So he's quite busy, and I think that is the reason why he's not playing that actively. But I remember he won the tournament recently, online tournament. There was between the corporations, a parliamentary turn. Yeah, there was a tournament between the parliament members. Yeah.
Nice.
Oh, look at this video. That looks very very much like something from a movie.
Yeah, I think he's also a very good coach, very experienced one, and I once attended one of his lectures, and it was extremely instructive. Yes, and look at this game. He plays the Rossolimo. This is my favorite Rossolimo.
Yeah, I like this video, Dana, of Victor Bologan. That is very artistic video. It's dark on the background and he's on the light spot.
Yeah, very nice. Very nice scene from the movie. And speaking of the movie, what about this 97 with idea knight with idea e5, queen e7, knight f8, and knight e6? Very typical maneuver.
I love that. I love that. But the thing is, like, when we develop the piece, we don't usually want to get knight back, right? So, but he found this very nice idea. I should say that.
Yeah, I think it's a typical kind of move for this structure. There are many different ways to play it. You can start, like, for instance, you can start with e5 and knight e7. Okay, here it's a little bit, normally you can do it this way, or you can do it with the way that we have it in the board. So these are well known. He didn't invent it right now, definitely not. Here, the interesting thing about this position is, like, normally there is a slight advantage for white, and sometimes with good strategical understanding, it is enough to convert. If you are very strong in master, such positions are enough to convert. And let us see how Chinese Grandmaster Zheng is fighting against this plan.
Yeah.
So he made this c4, traded the d3, and now created a weakness, which he attacks successfully with his knight on c5. And rook f7. Oh, what an interesting, how we call it, difference in material, disequilibrium. No. Yeah.
Imbalanced.
Disbalanced. Yeah, disbalanced position. Yeah, that's it. That is what we have right now. And here, apparently, there is only one move that works for black, and it has been played. Bishop takes h6 and queen takes h6 is gonna be next. Maybe everything is fine here for black.
Yeah, I have a suggestion, Lena, to get into a really complicated position. That's Marisa Bach, France against Fafa Shehanda, Egypt. Things are getting really complicated there, so maybe it's time to arrive there. And look at, she's not at the edge of the clock as well.
This is exactly what I wanted to say. For the first time, we see Marie being lower on time than her opponent. Wow. Okay, let's see how it all started. Quickly, very fast, we'll go through the moves. It was this kind of, how you say, rouser? Bishop g5?
This is Najdorf with, which also transposes to rouser. Rouser defense? It should not be defense. It should be attack. Attack,
yeah, attack. It is attack. Okay, and e5. E5 might be a typical mistake, giving the f5 spot. What do you think, Hattie? Is that a mistake?
There are moves like this if black managed to push d5 right away. But maybe bishop e7 was more accurate move.
Yeah, not here.
Because now what white is doing, white is controlling the pawn. And if black cannot push the pawn, then it's very bad structure. d65 just blocks the dark square bishop and allows white to have really good counterplay on the king side.
The evaluation has changed several times here, but the final position is that white is attacking and black is struggling to defend. Look at this bishop on f6. How bishop does that sound to you?
Oh, this bishop is only hope for black king. The knight's not good looking, but look at this hero just saving g7 pawn. It's not so bad. It looks really bad, but for the moment, black really needs that bishop to be there. In the future, maybe there is some ideas with e4, bishop e5, just to get a better position. But first thing first, black should try to trade the queens. Just now, I think the idea is to play queen h7. And if white declines queen trade, then there will be a checkmate on c2. So it's pretty much forced queen trade.
Yeah, that is a very good moment. And interesting thing is that the opponent of Marie from Egypt is a very big underdog in this matchup. The difference between them is extremely high. Marie is the only French female grandmaster, is the only female player from France who achieved the title of grandmaster, and
yeah, about Egyptian player. I have seen her games. She's quite a tough opponent, but I think she's just having this low rating just because of lack of the tournaments, international tournaments. And if you don't have much of the tournaments, you can't win rating, right? That's the reason. But she has this title, Women Grandmaster title, as she won the zonal tournaments, I think several times even. And she's stronger there than her rating. I would say she's like at least 2200.
Yeah, but I meant like I assume having a title of woman grandmaster requires an average 2300 rating. Yes, but I meant even with that rating, like even you mentioned she is her strength is 2300 rapid. It is still way less. Let's say way smaller achievement than Mari has, and yeah, it's interesting to see that sometimes once again we have seen so many times, sometimes it's not about rating, it's not about title, it's about how you perform in this particular game.
And Dina, this is also interesting that there are sisters, Fafa sisters, and her sister is also oh, maybe that's not, because there is another Wafa Hamid as well. Either they are siblings or it's very common last name in Egypt. If we have someone from Egypt, maybe they can let us know. But I see that there are a Wafa Shahenda and Wafa Shruk. They're both women grandmasters.
Okay.
And there's Wafa Hamad as well. So
wow. Yeah, if someone can confirm us or if those players are related or not, please do not hesitate. In the meantime, shall we move on to another game?
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay, I believe we haven't finished with the match Azerbaijan versus India. We have Hanim Balajaeva, woman grandmaster, facing Vaishali. Both junior players are very promising, rising stars from their countries. The position is pretty equal, although opposite castles means a lot of fights in the future.
Yeah, I like that.
The game started with this. Oh no, don't tell me she played a3. The game started with 4 knights, and this a3 move is the one I played back in May with Natalia Pogolin, a very tricky move. And here, if black is not prepared, it can transpose to a better Scandinavian. Oh, sorry, not Scandinavian. Sorry, Scotch. To a better Scotch. For instance, if you play Bishop E7, then there is this, and guess what? You do not have any more Bishop on B4, so it's very, very passive. Or was it E5? It's E5 here. Sorry, E5, and there is no Queen E7 anymore. So this is the idea. This is the trick. And black did good reacting with D5. That is a correct reaction. And now, interesting thing is that we can get Oh, again, my apologies. We can get the opposite colors Scotch. Now, white is the one who plays Scotch with the tempo up.
Yeah.
Okay, so in the game, we had Bishop D5, D4, Knight E2. Wow, pawn sacrifice. And was it a poisoned pawn?
No, Knight E5 is also a move for white. Like, I mean, it's a trade.
Yeah. You're right. Sorry. Queen D5. But look at the evaluation. It gives a big advantage. Oh, wow. It changes so fast. Okay, actually, I think this computer is not calculating deep enough, because here things are so complicated. But look at their time. They were not expecting this. None of them.
Yeah.
Neither of them.
Somehow I like really White's position here, as White has already castled. Black is struggling to castle now, and the thing is, if you castle on the short side, it's under my rook's attack on G1 from G1.
Yeah, and now this is the position that we have right now on the board. Okay, there have been some ups and downs. Apparently here, bishop d6, there was an opportunity to take and get the advantage, but I think it's a little bit complicated to understand that. And the f3 and rook g7. Instead, there was rook d e1, short castle, and this is the position that we have right now. Oh, queens have traded.
Traded or blundered?
No, I think this is some kind of
it's
tactics.
traded. Yeah, okay. Bishop f4, and then you have to give up the queen back.
Whose favor is that in?
Well, bishop takes f7.
Wow,
95, and White is getting the pawn for that. Or rook e7 to get this pawn in that way. There is also a move like rook e4 to attack the knight and the bishop and call the weakness on g5, and then you can do the rest after that. So it's a plenty of ideas here, and a bar gives evaluation for in favor for White. And look at the time as well. Black is down to 37 seconds.
Yeah, while White has 3 minutes. So apparently this position is going into one direction only, and this is in White's favor. Instead, maybe this combination with queen takes g5 was not necessary. Who knows? Maybe it should have been better to do something like bishop e6, defending, as you said, Katie, this f7 square, very, very dangerous one. But okay. Things are changing so fast. We have rook e7, bishop e6. Now, what is gonna happen next?
You can directly take the pawn on c7. You can also take knight a7 to be more fancy. Okay. Knight a7. So there's no with White.
You mean knight a7?
So there is
knight a7.
There is a checkmate on the back ring. If you play king f8, you will play rook takes c7 now, and look at these 4 pawns for White on the queen side.
Yeah, I really like that.
And all these pieces just are helping pawn. For instance, b4, b5, b6 can be White's next moves.
b4, b5, b6.
We have a comment. Blue Call says that Shahanda and Shririk are sisters, according to Wikipedia. That's how I also remember that they were siblings. It's so nice to be to have sibling, also a title player. So
yes,
you can train together.
This is the way how Musishuk sisters do, and whenever the one is getting knocked out in the World Cups, she stays to help the other one.
Yeah, very nice. That's very nice. We have a comment that Humpy won the game, so we were looking to her game as well.
That's true. How did it happen? Wow. Okay. Remember that discussion we had on what would be the plan for Black?
Let's see what happened.
So, seems like Gunay did not come up with the best version of it. She played knight to e8. Now rook d1, the move that you suggested, queen c7, and the queen is a little bit misplaced. Okay, bishop d6. We still do not understand. I want to say we still do not understand the danger, but here it comes.
No, this position has been tried many times. Nothing works if you still have so many pieces on the board.
Oh, yeah.
There's a queen trap.
Yeah. But what didn't she like in knight d7? Also maybe bishop g3. So in fact here there's the problem.
Bishop f6.
here, in fact, there is the problem with setup. Yeah.
Dina, there is this queen e8 very important move. You are just you play a really passive move, but at least there are no threats, and you are slow in trying to trade some pieces. If you trade some pieces, then it's all right.
Okay. We definitely need some backup information here in this opening. Otherwise, Black is not doing great.
I think 94 was okay, like approved by the engine, right?
95.
94, 5?
94, nice. Both, actually, both. Both were okay, yeah. And here, we don't have this bishop G3 because, hello, ladies and gentlemen, there is this knight taking the bishop.
Yeah, and it's a different story now. Queen has some squares to move around.
Yeah, that is true. That is true. Okay. Right, let's go back where we started. It was here, and everything just collapses for Black. Oh, bishop e8 and bishop c6. Oh, and exchange down. Yeah, cannot save those things. Cannot save. And that is a win for Humpy Connor, very important one for Team India. Now, what is happening on other boards? Oh, first two boards have already agreed on a draw. Anand versus... wow, in that position we saw, Caddy, it all finished so fast. They didn't even play. No, they actually did. Sorry. Yeah, I have the update.
These guys they know the lines until the end, and in the end there is evaluation equal. So
wow,
they pretty much. There's some sacrifice.
F4, bishop takes, queen takes, and perpetual. Nice, perpetual. Okay, fair enough.
I would not be surprised if they both knew this line.
Mamidiara FIDE. Okay, Mamidiara FIDE. We have it as an equal rook endgame. We left this game starting from here.
And meanwhile, we have some result in the team Belarus and Hungary, and Hungary won the first game. The other games are still in progress, and so far India is leading the match against Azerbaijan with 2.5 to half.
Okay, that's good. Let us see at the games that are left. We have still so many more, so many more. Let's see how Pia Cromlin is doing versus Thea Vidic. And also interesting fact about Thea is that she also streams from the channel called Chiquitas together with two other Slovenian players. And yeah, that is also nice that she contributes to the spread of chess everywhere.
Yeah, that's very nice. So many players started to stream, including ourselves, right?
Yeah.
All this situation. Well, it seems to be easier for us after all this very stressful pandemic, right?
Yeah, and it's another, let's say, completely another discipline, completely another field, and yeah, sometimes if you can really like it, and this is also the way how you once again you popularize chess, and this is the most important. And even like, yeah, there are even very, very top players who started streaming since the pandemic, including Adiban the Beast, including Anish Giri, and so many.
Yeah, exotic princess, known exotic princess, but Badru Jababa also streams almost like every day. And many more. I think most of the chess players are streaming nowadays.
Even Magnus Carlsen himself has done the hot tub stream recently, playing tournaments from his phone in his jacuzzi, outdoors jacuzzi. Yeah, that's nice.
Crazy things happening.
Okay, what do we have here? Like the during our like us talking, I show rapidly, just really briefly, the moves that are happening in the game of Pierre Crawling, but it actually has only 6 seconds, so maybe we should stick to the end and see. This
Yeah,
is
at the
more
beginning of the
exciting.
opening, it seems like black was fine, as white didn't really attack the king, and in Sicily you're always afraid of this attack. But now we have nothing left from Sicilian defense, and this is currently the position white is attacking on f7. And what's very important, the pawn is already on d6. Soon can be that pawn even pushed farther.
I just realized that Pierre is the one who has black pieces, so she might actually lose this game.
King g4. Oh, it's white black to move. Okay, it's black to move. Black captured the pawn, bishop goes on c6, and now oh my god, this is not promising for black, because pawn takes h6, king takes h6, and bishop f7 wins bishop immediately.
Or even king d6 and bishop c6, and then you promote.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's quite an upset, right? Pia is
totally
rated,
an upset. Higher rated, yeah, and way more experienced, but Tia is motivated, facing such a strong opponent. Always, you're always ready to give your best in such matchups.
Yeah, that's right. Wow. I think Pia was struggling on time in this game, and that's why it went wrong for her.
Could very much well be, yeah, true. And yes, okay. Let us see some other games still going on. We have
oh, there is very interesting situation in the game. Fedorov Alexei against Irma Balong. We have queen versus rook.
Whoa, this is losing, but it can take some time. It can take some time to convert.
Moves, Dina. We can count 50 moves. How many moves have they already played?
True. We are now at the move 75, and the last time
last capture
was
that was king c7 is move 67.
Okay, so there have been only 8 moves. 67, 75, 67, 7. Okay, this is gonna be complicated for me. Can you help? It's 8 moves, no?
Let's say 10 moves. Like no one will judge us.
Yeah, it's 10 moves.
No one will judge us. Okay. But what's the technique here? There is one trick that white can count on. I
think it's game over.
This is game over. King comes on f8 now, and queen f6 next move. Oh, that's even worse. King g8, queen f8, checkmate, rook g7, king f8.
Unfortunately.
Okay. Yeah, I know that some people are having troubles to win this in 50 moves against the computer.
That is very much possible. Yeah, true. Sometimes it takes some time.
There's interesting end game in Jan Subali against Juan Min Sao. If you can find that game, I think we have only 2 games in progress now.
Yeah, Jan Subali from Slovenia facing Seo Jan from.
Oh my God, they're promoting queens at the same time, and white is winning queen in the end.
Wow. Amazing. Very instructive. Yeah, I think the game is stopped. So black player must have resigned. Okay, only 1 game left. And this is it. And this is
game.
Another rook end game.
And... Oh yeah, rook end game, sorry.
Soon to be pawn end game. You were in the future already. You would already expect everything to change. Another king endgame. Yes? I told it, another king endgame. And that's it. These are the games from the round 5. We have everything, every single game finished, meaning that we will soon have the results. But before we announce those, let us take a quick break. Do not go anywhere. We'll be back very shortly. welcome back to FIDE World Online Olympiad 2021. We are ready to host the final round for today for the Pool B, which is round 6. But before that, let us see what happened in the round 5.
All right, so in round 5, here we had a tie between Hungary and Belarus. Dina, this is shock.
Wow.
This is shock. Hungary being a leader in this pool B, they tied the match, not with India, neither with Azerbaijan, but with Belarus. And in the match of India-Azerbaijan, India managed to win with 4-2. Moldova lost the match to Shenzhen, China with 5.5 to 5.5, and Slovenia won the match against Sweden, and France dominated the match with 4.5 to 1.5 against Egypt.
Yeah, that has been a lot of action. Now let us take a look at the standings after the round 5.
After the round 5, here we have a different picture. India came back once again at the top of the pool, and here's the first, second places with Hungary, and France is very close to catch up the leaders. We know that only 2 countries can qualify to the next stage.
That is true. Only 2 spots are there, and all the teams have to fight for those 2 places, golden places on earth for this top division. Let us now have a look at the pairings for the last round for today for the teams from the Pool B. Round 6, who do we have here?
In round 6, we have Hungary against France. It's going to be a tough call for Hungary once again, playing against one of the strongest team in the pool. Then we have Sweden, Egypt, Shenzhen, China against Slovenia. Azerbaijan will face Moldova, and Belarus will try the luck with India.
That's right. And seems like we already have the moves. So here they go. We have the games from the round 6. Katy, which team should we focus on at first?
Yeah, I think this is just a perfect direction. France and Hungary, they are, Hungary is now at the first, second positions, and French team, they are trying to catch up. And we can be focused on this game, as this is our last round today. Is that?
Yeah, that's true. And here we have Etienne Bacro from France playing with black pieces against Erdos Victor from Hungary, both grandmasters. Etienne is a very, very well-known grandmaster. He is not only he has achieved many great a lot of success himself as a player, but also he has been a second of Maxime Shelagraf for a very long time. He remains his main coach, and
As I know, Etienne Bacro was a chess prodigy in France before Maxime Shelagraf started to play chess even, and I've heard that he was in the team and he was qualifying to top tournaments just at the age of 13, 14. He was quite a star, as I've heard back in the days, and nowadays he's also a coach, and should be really tough decision to make, right? When you are playing by yourself at very high level, and then at some point you decide to switch and support someone, right? Like Indian, they are putting so much effort, so much work. They're working day and night. And then you see other people getting the medals, right? And the awards. So it could be a tough call for all the trainers there.
Yeah, it's true. But sometimes, it's also an interesting part of a job, because it's not just, you do not like coach as a coach, but you're being a second. It's a little bit different. Yeah, you're you're becoming one team together, you and the person who you work with. Here it's Maxime. So everything, like, you study, you work, you analyze together. So in a way, all the work that Etienne is doing for Maxime is also, in a way, it's also improving his own knowledge. Of course, he doesn't have practical skills out of it. Yeah. So
Yeah, they cannot play this some nuances and some lines that they are preparing, right? Seconds usually cannot play that.
yeah, but no, from the other side, they continue working on chess, and for some people this is the most interesting, this is the most exciting part of chess, the part that they prefer the most. It's like studying it, working it, digging deeper, and this is what they do as coach, as seconds. And yeah, it is also interesting in a way, that this kind of, let's say, work.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, talking about this position, here we have Slav defense. Seems like we had queen b3 variation, that queen keeps the bishop on c8. Oh, it was
Okay.
not Slav. Oh, wow. It was not a Slav.
It was Queen's Gambit declined. Wow.
Okay.
H6, bishop takes f6. And g5, and bishop g7, and g4. Oh my god. Wow, this is so unusual. So not typical at all.
Yeah, I've not seen something like this. Nairing Queen's Gambit, and now for the moment we have the Slav defense pawn structure, but I have not seen this kind of play with white for sure, because I have, yeah, g5, it's normal move here, try to play on the king side, but white also wants to stop that attack. And do you think that white is going to castle on the long side and then open up the center with e4?
Castle alongside and open up the center. Wow. I wouldn't say so, but at the same time, I don't really know where white king should castle. You know, in such positions, maybe you should wait until your opponent castles and only then make a decision.
To castle at the same side.
Yeah, just for the
black can, yeah, that's also a tough call. Black, if black castles on the short side, then it's h4, and white will start to attack at that side. Bishop comes on d3. There is a hold on h7. And if black castles on the long side, then c takes d, c takes d, and c file is open as well. So yeah, maybe they will both be waiting each other.
Yeah, true, could be. Okay, let us see, what do we have here? Let us see some other games that we have. Shall we stick to the same match or go with the first boards?
We can go to other boards and just keep this game into the mind and come back later on to check out where they castled.
Yeah, we did Gujarati from India facing Fedorov Alexei from Belarus. And what do we have here? Oh, seems like something like King's Indian with g3, bishop g7, short castle, and d5. Wow, knight a5, b3, knight e4, bishop takes e4. And what about the rook? What about the rook? The rook is attacked. Now it's Vidit who is thinking, is that some kind of preparation by black? But by the evaluation, you don't say that it's something dangerous.
Yeah. So there is some counterplay. Aha, I know why this is a counterplay, because knight on a5 is also trapped.
True, that is true. The only move here, like a human perspective, would be knight d4. But is that a move? Oh, wow. Whoa. Bishop e3.
Wow. Yeah, that is, I think, very deep preparation here.
I think I get it now. It's the dark squared bishop that is stronger than the rook. And you did not give this bishop away. You did not take this rook. Otherwise, you get mated here, everywhere. C5.
Yeah, that's a compensation.
And now white is thinking. Wow, very interesting. Very, very interesting play by both of the sides. Okay, moving on. We have I'm confused now. Is there a match that we need to be like which decides the standings?
I think that's Hungary and France, because Hungary is the second position, sharing first, second, and France is third position. So this match is very, very important. If France manage to win the match, they can overtake them with 1 point. And draw and victory is just fine for Hungary to call it a day and to come back tomorrow.
Yeah, that is a good point. So let us see how the board 2 of France is doing. Yannick Gozeli, who is facing Benjamin Glidura. And what do we have here? D4, knight f6, c4, g6, knight c3, d5, c takes, knight takes, e4, knight c3, b takes c3, bishop g7, knight f3, c5.
It's a Grunfeld defense.
It's a Grunfeld defense. Yes, correct. And whoa. Knight c5. Watch out. You do not take this knight because there is the rook here and the bishop will take it. Boom.
Yeah, in this position, they will take it. Unlike the Vidit's game.
Okay. And yeah, true. You're right. You're right. Very good. Very good. How we say it? Coincidence. Bishop e3 and knight takes d4. Okay. What is the evaluation? Black has just won a pawn, but this pawn doesn't give much for advantage because black is not developed yet. A little bit more passive.
Yeah, okay. The thing is that, for instance, if you take now with a knight, bishop captures that. And then you have rook d1, you pin the bishop on d file. Black has to play e5. And at any point, you can get this pawn back. For instance, bishop takes c4 and then queen c4. So maybe that's why VAR didn't went crazy, as white can have a chance to take back the pawn.
That would explain everything. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Good. Now, next board by France is the female board, and we have Marie Sibak, who, by the way, how did Marie play in the previous round? That game we were following, what was the result?
Yeah, I'll check out that result and also the whole competition, how Marie Sibak is doing. So she is doing fantastic. Out of 6 games, she has 4.5, and she's playing the first board for females. Female, and the result in the previous match is that she survived, and not only survived, she got the full points, so she won.
Wow, nice. No way, she won that game with the bishop on f6. Wow, what an amazing performance by Marie, who is way less active nowadays than she
bishop
was before.
bad looking, but a very good-hearted bishop, Tina.
Yeah,
it was not so bad.
I see what you mean. Yeah, he had a good soul and
good soul. Yeah.
And he went to paradise. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. And now let's take a very quick look at the opening here, just very fast. Oh, our favorites.
Another Catalan game.
With bishop b4 and bishop e7, that very nice maneuver that we explained previously.
Yeah, I have a quick question to our chat who has following us from the beginning, because we just explained that idea, bishop b4 and bishop d2, and if you guys really get this idea, what we meant, because for me it took some time, it took ages to understand really what was the matter of this move.
And if you get this idea, try to explain it as short as possible, preferably in the message in the chat so that we know that you got it. Yeah.
I did not get it. Okay, that's okay.
Yeah. So there's this, I think here it's knight e5, and the previous game, correct me if I'm wrong, wasn't it knight c3 and after d takes knight e5?
The thing is that you have to play
B3.
b3 first if you want to open up your a file, and then you have to play first bishop on f4. So then you play knight c3 and you have to open up d2 square for the knight.
Okay.
Yeah, once I played that, I was so blind with this idea because I love it. It gives you either very good play or very good center. That I played in different variation. I have already pawn on e3 and rook on f1, and I was so blind with this. I played knight e2 and he captured my rook on f1, and then I was like, oh my god, I blundered. We played a lot of moves, and in the end I still won it because you have very good structure in Catalan. You just have very, very nice structure.
True. Yeah, the more I commentate on these games, the more it gives me it gives me this interest to start playing d4 d4 myself.
Go ahead, try that.
Yeah,
it's really good. Like if you really like to play positional chess, it's really good.
Nice. Okay, so here we have some kind of a pawn sacrifice, by the way. Look at this. We have f4. Oh, okay, for how long this? Yeah, for now the pawn is not hanging because there's this c6 and queen c7 protecting and attacking. So we protect this one. Now capturing, and the pawn is given away. But there's c6 pawn. It wasn't taken. Okay, a takes, bishop b7, knight c3, b5. Oh. Look at this. b5 and hello neighbors. Knight takes b5 and the pawn cannot take because there is a
queen
pin.
Is hanging, but there's queen b6.
But now knight d4
move.
And there is nothing.
Yeah. Strange. Like, why do you wanted to play knight b5 and black goes b5, and you feel that's sort of blunder, but then queen comes on b6 and knight can jump back, so white still got the pawn, right?
Yeah, but I am genuinely curious to see that the position is still considered to be equal.
Yeah.
I am wondering why. It's just but maybe it's because it was an extra pawn. So black just gave away an extra pawn. But do you think it was a blunder?
b5?
Yeah. It's not natural,
Dina, because white wants to play knight b5, right? And this is quite common to play
a6 protecting knight b5.
Yeah, can be. Maybe there is 94, 96, very unpleasant.
Oh, right. Maybe. We have the moves. And here's c5. Okay.
But look at the time. Yeah.
Look at the time. You wanted to say this again.
Yeah.
Wow. 3 minutes for Pop Petra and only 3 minutes, while Marie Sibak has 12 minutes.
Oh, that's a good point. c5 that attacks the knight, and knight has to move on, and there is a c4 then. It comes with a check, and that captures pawn on b3. Yeah, it's a good point.
Wow. Maybe it has been all calculated then. Maybe.
Yeah, but our chat calculated. There's a suggestion with that, and makes sense actually. Just get rid of this c pawn, the bishop is open, and there will be no weaknesses for black whatsoever. And I'm not quite sure about this pawn structure on the king side. That's too pushed. It's too much to push these pawns.
Yeah, makes sense. Okay, bishop takes b7. Now queen takes b7 should be played, and something like knight f3 we expect.
We have predictions going on, and the question is if Pia Cromlin can win. Maybe we can get in that game, so we can help our viewers to predict the points.
She is playing against Vafa, and what is this position? It's full of game. I mean, it's full of fights. Nothing is concrete yet. I think it's something like middle game. Can I say so? We're in the middle of the middle game. We're in the middle of the game. Okay.
Yeah, I like White's position more because there is a control over e5 square. The pawn on e6 is a backward. The light square bishop is not the best one. Yeah, all the white pieces are very active. I don't like the pawn structure of white, to be honest. On the queen side, this pawn's on double on a file and the pawn on d4. But if I have a choice, I would choose white here for sure, because you just mentioned this bishop h3, maybe even knight g5 to attack on e6, or just to get on e5 square. That also looks quite tempting.
Yeah, that makes sense. Knight e5, and okay, knight takes, d takes. This is what happened. Okay, no weakness on d4 anymore, but the weakness is on the a file.
Yeah,
bishop takes a4 and bishop d4. Yeah, queen d8. Okay, I don't know. We will see. We will see. This game is pretty complicated and not stable, not static enough for us to make any conclusion.
Yeah, Dina, we can go to the very interesting game. Vishy Anand is having a very interesting game against Alexandrov Alexei.
Yeah, that is interesting. Oh, wow. Completely winning.
Seems like there was some sacrifices. Can we take a look from some point when there was a sacrifice?
Yeah, so at first it all started with some kind of Bogo. Nimzo, yeah, Nimzo. Every time I don't know what is the opening, I want to say Bogo. Wow, look at this. 95, advantage for black. And now, wow. We would say, oh, it's just a piece up. It's just a piece up.
Oh, bishop d2 was missed. Bishop d2 was missed there. There was a calculation and bishop d2 was just missed. I like this position for white.
If we take here.
Yeah.
Queen d5, attacking. Double attacking and winning the pawn. Maybe this is the way.
Yeah.
Wow, maybe this is what was missed.
So it makes 95 bad move.
Yeah, it makes bishop d3 a bad move.
Yeah, bishop d3,
yeah. Ha, look at this one. Knight takes f7, and after king takes f7, bishop takes e6, king e6, nice. And queen b3, and seeing that's gonna be, wow, king f5, and queen c2, and I offer a draw. This is what this is.
Nice. That's really nice. But I have a question. Why don't we yeah, this looks nice. Why don't we take the knight d7 instead?
Yeah.
Instead bishop d3. There was knight d7.
Queen takes d7. Now you want to play bishop f6, I assume. G takes f6, and you want to say, shouldn't white be better here?
Yeah, I would feel that it's better.
Yeah, that's true. Okay. Apparently, two bishops might be compensating. Two bishops and the isolated d4 pawn might be compensating the weakened position of black's king, and the king can actually become a strength here with the rook on g8. Maybe this is the answer. Also, very typical thing. Sometimes you say Although in my case, it was in the opposite. I used to accept this kind of positions with black, getting two bishops and ruining my king this way, and thinking that I'm fine. But every time it was white was having an activity. Here it's not the case, probably because not so many pieces are on the board. We have already had two light pieces that were traded. Maybe this is why.
Yeah, the game has already ended a few moves after. What have we seen?
Yeah, you say this is the blunder. Yeah, here b takes bishop should have been played. You're right. This was another blunder because bishop d2.
Yeah, there is also a very interesting situation in the second board, the same match, FIDE against Fedorov. There is extra bishop for white, but the engine is liking the black's position.
Wow, extra bishop and pawns are unstoppable.
Bishop cannot stop those pawns. It's black to move. And probably a5, rook a7. And we have read it on the screen. He's very focused. He seems to be aware of the situation, that he's not having the best position. Is there a move something like rook b8, rook c8?
This is the plan, yeah. Boom. And in fact, we don't see it because this is like some kind of a group, pawn group. But in fact, c5 is also a pass pawn. So to be honest, we have 3 connected pass pawns.
Yeah.
And that is what makes the whole difference.
Yeah.
a5 was played.
So after rook c8, can white play bishop c? No, white can play bishop c4 because bishop c3 wins again. Oh, sorry, rook c3.
Rook.
Sorry, there's no bishop.
You know what? Apparently not. Apparently not, because you do not checkmate me. And look who is coming to join the party. The party of the 7th rank.
Yeah.
It's gonna be a draw. Interesting. Okay, so bishop c4, rook b4. King f1 is the best move for white. Okay. And after this one, rook b4.
Rook b4, yeah.
Rook e2. Yeah, maybe. Maybe it's correct.
Yeah, so it seems like white should not play here for a win. White should have to play for a draw, and it's very important to give a proper evaluation. And you know, if you think that you have extra bishop here and you have to win, then you might lead to the wrong variation. So the proper evaluation is very important, and we can see it with his face that he can properly evaluate the position.
Yeah, true. True. Rook a7 is on the board. Yes. How are female boards doing? I saw Tanya Sajdev playing this match. Her game already finished in a draw. She was playing against FIDE master Tarasenko from Belarus, and this finished quite fast. What was here? Some kind of Nimzo. Typical Nimzo. Tanya was having black pieces, but why did it finish so fast? What was the clue here? Queen g5, queens got traded. Now we have an endgame, but why such a quick result? Oh, look, they started repeating the moves. Could black avoid this repetition? Black is having an advantage. Katy, why did they repeat the moves?
But what's the plan to improve the position?
I think these pawns have a lot of future.
Well, the thing is that the rook is stuck on f3 to guard the pawn.
Yeah. If we try something like knight f8, you have this plan with h4. Okay, and if we do d6.
Can we have the knight on g6? Because this knight stops h4 and also stops rook to move forward. So we just don't touch that. And maybe we can try to break through the queen side with d6, for instance.
Yeah, let us break
d5
through.
then. Yeah, not so easy, not so easy. d6, there's a d5 there.
Okay. We can start with d6. What are you going to do?
d5.
Okay, we have captures. Let's see, we capture this one.
Yeah, now white will capture the e6 pawn.
Okay. There is f5. We need to be careful.
And bishop can capture that.
And here knight can come. It seems like full of play. Little bit dangerous. I agree with this e6 pawn, but maybe it's not a big deal. Like if you keep the bishop here, there is rook activation and checkmate threats. Yeah, it's strange. You know why it's strange? Simply because black, like, let's say even if they thought like the position was equal, yeah, like with the engine we know that black is better, maybe they would say the position is equal, but it's an end game and there is a lot of fight and there is more than 300 elo rating difference. And I don't say that because I look at the rating that we have here in Rapid. I do not know this player from Belarus, and that means that her rating must be around 2000, 2100 maximum. So there is a big difference. And normally you expect the higher rated player, here it is Tanya, to continue and fight.
Yeah. Absolutely. Let's get back to the match, the most important match, that's France against Hungary. And I found a really interesting situation on the juniors board. That's Kozak Adam against Boyar Michal.
Okay, I'm catching.
This is junior board. And for Hungary, they have Grandmaster at this board. So Hungarian chess player is considered to be the favorite in this matchup against FIDE Master 2300 player.
Okay, so what is okay, good. No, not good. Could you tell me please the number?
Yeah, I'll try to find. This is 10.
Okay. Yeah, I have it. Kozak Adam, Grandmaster from Hungary. With the photo, we would say, like from the photo, we would say looks like Gary Kasparov, that black and white.
Nice photo.
Yeah. Okay, what do we have here?
Seems like something went wrong. We can take a look at the game from the beginning, maybe, because we can see how crazy it was.
Yeah, let's see. e6, it was some kind of French. Oh, knight h6. Wow. Wow. What is this? Well, this is the advanced variation of French. And knight came to f5. Amazing. Seems like black got everything. Everything. It's dream position for black. Whoa, and dream sacrifice. Look at the e5 pawn. The bishop on b6 is a monster bishop. Now this diagonal doesn't give anything to white, and this bishop is the only bad piece, but it will get developed soon. Once we get
g2 is a very interesting move, but what happens after king takes g2? Knight h4? Knight f4. Oh, okay.
That's pretty simple. Way simpler than we thought.
Such a mysterious move. So that was a blunder.
Yeah. The mystery is resolved, and it was a blunder. Yeah. Also very typical idea. I cannot praise enough the fact how good, what a good position black got out of the opening. Okay, bishop f7, king, queen, king g8, and here we have all those sequence of moves. Bishop coming to d8. Oh, what an amazing rook lift. Did you see that?
Yeah, that's one.
What an amazing rook lift. And this is the position we have right now, plus, minus 6. Wow, that's a lot. -6 for, well, it's an exchange up. So what else do we want? Exchange up.
Yeah, what else to do? Black managed to do everything. We had very beautiful tactique, and then also very nice maneuvering here, and seems like winning position. But the trick thing is they don't have enough time now. They cannot really use much of the time on the from the clock, as they're playing at the increment at this point, and the time control is 15 minutes from the beginning, with 5 seconds increment only.
I think honestly in this position, time, you don't need time. You can always move, just make a couple of waiting moves with your rook or with your king, and gain extra 30 seconds or so.
Yeah, but
He doesn't agree
Black has
with
to
me.
move now. Black has to move right now. Maybe rook a4, another rook to come on the 4th rank. Can be some moves like bishop c6 to try d4 next move. And what was the move?
Bishop c6. Bravo, Catty. Bravo.
At the last second, I catch that.
Yeah, this is the position we have right now. Okay. How about we have a look at the other one more French board?
Yeah, we can take a look
board.
at Marcebach and Petra. This is pure craziness there. 2 queens on the board.
Whoa. Oh, wow. Marie, again, mate in 3. How does she do that? What a great job. What a great job. Bravo, Marie. Bravo.
Yeah, she's having perfect performance. Usually at the Olympiads, we do have the medals and special prizes on the individual boards. I wonder what happens in the online Chess Olympiad. If we have that, we're gonna know that later on when we get at the very end of the tournament.
True. Now look at this. We have this position that we saw last time, knight f3, rook b8, and what went wrong for white? Because here everything seemed to be okay. Oh, this is the move. Wow. Normally when you see those moves, you say, this is not good. This is not good for black. But after this, apparently there is a blunder, because white didn't spot black's idea. Very strong strategical idea to improve the knight, bring into b5, take away the bishop, and capture the pawn. As simple as that. Marie asked herself, okay, what is my worst piece? It is the knight. How can I improve it? I can transfer it to b5 and attack everything at the same time.
Yeah, nice plan indeed with this maneuvering, and she's spotting these moves really fast at this point. She has 12 minutes, and the opponent cannot really move that, cannot spot the ideas really fast.
And I see now that I had analyzed it a little bit deeper. In fact, knight c7 was not possible because there would be knight takes c4. And with the knight f1, with this move knight f1, white simply helped black make the plan that he wanted to.
Yeah. And we can go back to the game of Pierre Crumling and Wafa Shehanda, because we had predictions going on. And we can take a look what is happening now at this very end of the game.
Yeah, let's see. Okay, last time we left, it was here. Now we have this end game where black is having some advantage. Black is having advantage. Now everything is equal. White bishops got traded. Let us just go to the... Oh, wow. I just jumped to the end and I see that white is mating. It seems like game is stopped. Okay.
Nice.
Very nice. Very nice one. So it finished like this, with the king coming and pawn coming, and everything went super good for white. Okay. This game was with ups and downs. A lot of ups and downs in this game.
Yeah, we couldn't predict this result at the beginning. We started to take a look from the beginning, but yeah, seems like Pia managed to outplay the opponent. Very interesting end game just appeared in the game of Zhang Chang against Lenish Luka. This is the match Shenzhen, China.
Yeah.
Slovenia.
Okay, here's the question for Katy, for you, and for our viewers. What is the evaluation here? What is the result here? What is going to be the result here?
If white has had a dark square bishop, that could be a draw, but white has a light square bishop, and can still be a draw.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be a draw, at least according to the computer. This evaluation bar doesn't say anything because all the lines that oh wow, but table base. Okay, has just been a mistake. There has just been a mistake. No? Yes? No? No. Okay. No, now computer says it's losing. Wow. What?
King e3. King e3.
What?
The thing that if black managed to play h3, king e3 at the same time, like not magically at the same time, but if black goes with h3 and then king e3, there is a checkmate, right?
Yeah. And now there is no longer bishop h6.
So now after bishop h3, we have
king f3.
We do have check, and I was thinking about rook h1, but he goes with rook b2, king g1, and rook b3.
Wow. Very instructive endgame.
Yeah. So bishop should remain on this diagonal to attack the pawn. That allows doesn't allow black to get king e3.
Yeah.
Maybe rook f3, king e3, but there is no check. Yeah. They're really tough because it's a corner pawn, the rook pawn, and you never know what's happening.
It's not so evident at all, I should say. It's not evident at all how to convert. Like, you see it's winning, but you need to be careful. If the fall drops, if the pawn falls, it's gonna be a draw.
Yeah.
But the game stopped. It means that he won. He won. It means black won.
Yeah, the thing is the corner is the wrong corner. Maybe he outplayed the opponent, but why? The clock stopped at a very suspicious moment. True. So there is also white doesn't have much of the moves. Bishop leaves this diagonal, then there's rook c2 and rook c2 and a king e3. So maybe it was only bishop e6 and something is winning here. We have to take a look at that.
Yeah. So here we have so many moves. Yeah, well, Katy, it looks like all the games almost finished. It means that we are about to take a break because very soon we will have the first round of the Group C. And let us announce the results of this round 6 right after the break. And welcome back. Here we have Women Grandmaster Dina Belenka and Women Grandmaster Katy Tsalashvili. And we are about to say goodbye for today because right now we will be changing hosts. There are Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky and International Master David Pruess, who are waiting for you to welcome them with the Group C. So that was an absolute pleasure for me working with you, Katy, yet one more day at the office. And shall I say that we meet again tomorrow?
That's a date, Dina. We're gonna see each other tomorrow and gonna see chat tomorrow. So bye for now, and you guys don't go anywhere because we're gonna have another team coming for another 2 pools at the Online Chess Olympiad.
Let's try another bot. How about myself? Where am I actually? There I am. Okay, let's see how that works. Okay, London it is. That looks like a positional concession. So c3, e6, okay. Yeah, should I go b3 and a4 and all that, or just let's go bishop e2 and let's do that. Sorry, not the thing, but knight e5. Yeah, it's kind of fun to use the third person and say, let's see what he does, but this is me. Like that. Okay. And what am I supposed to do here? So one thing is rook takes b2, bishop b2, knight c4, bishop c3, rook d1 and a check, but do I have enough for an exchange? I don't know. The other is just to play knight e4 and then maybe queen g4. Though already then I'm getting worried he will castle. Oh, that's annoying. I hate it when I do this to myself. Is that how it goes? Okay, let's do that and see. Oh, that's annoying. I didn't even see that was possible. I thought he had to move the knight. What am I going to do now? Knight f6 isn't going to work. Queen g4, king h8, knight g5 looks like I'm desperate, which I probably am. Okay, let's do. If I go knight d6, he does what, b5? Or does he just play knight d3? Nope, he takes. I could try to simplify into some endgame. d6, knight d3. Oh, this is so annoying. Being outplayed by yourself. It's ridiculous. Okay, let's do that. Then let's do that. Should I take on e5 or we take? Oh, this is pathetic. So I go queen takes b7, queen takes. Just desperately trying to weasel a draw out of this one. Okay, what can I do? Oh, is he going to cheapo me with everything? Can I grovel with queen a7, rook d1, rook d1, queen b2? I would doubt it, so let's move. Ah, but then he just gets queen d4. No, he's letting me have this pawn. Maybe that gives me a glimmer of hope. Or maybe he doesn't. He's just going to go queen... I don't think this is going to end well. What can I do? Rook f d1, would that get me anywhere? Okay, let's try to go to b3. Hopefully... I wish I could go rook c2 now, but I have a feeling I can't. So let's go queen c2, but then he goes queen c4. Okay, let's do that. Then if I go here, what does he do? Rook e1, he's going to go queen b2 or what? Okay, let's see how this goes. He is going to go queen b2. So what have I got here? I don't immediately see the refutation of rook c2, but... well, what can I do? Okay, that's all very well, but if I approach with my king... okay, let me step back for a second. Not really sure what the hell I'm doing. And okay, let's go b4. And am I going to be lost? Because he's going to come king 6. So let me put the rook here. Then if I come here, what is he going to do? Can I go king e3? Does that help? f5, okay. Should I take the pawn and then it should be a draw? Or maybe I can go b5 and try to be pretty about it. Ah, there might be an f4 check. Ah, let's just take the pawn and hope for the best. Not sure what that witty move is for, but let me get in g3 and let's go here. Maybe I should have gone h4. Okay, let's go up the board and see if that helps a little bit. Oh, I can get some checks in now. I don't even know where my piece is anymore. Let me go 8. Oh, that was unfortunate because I've allowed him to get his pawn to h3, and then my h2 pawn is going to be weak. And suddenly this position isn't looking even remotely defensible anymore. Okay, still I would rather be active than passive, so let's go with that. Okay. Okay. And let's try attacking his pawn for a while. Oh, is he going to go rook? This has got to be the silliest cheapo of all time. Okay. You know, I can't tell if I'm a complete nitwit or what the hell is going on. What am I supposed to do? It should be a fairly simple draw by now, I think. But I think I can still mess it up badly. Okay, for what it's worth, let's go there and hope for the best. And let's take that pawn. Let's grovel back. And is he... Oh, h2 and g3. Oh, I forgot that. Oh, damn. I'm not sure why he's doing this. Okay. Yeah, unfortunately f3 would be too clever by half. And what can I do? He's going to go king g6 and rook h7. Yeah, you can trust a computer to find an even simpler win. I have no idea why he's not doing some sort of obvious thing, but maybe it's just better technique. What should I do now? Can I go f5? I have to do something. And then grovel back. Grovel back. Oh wow. My bot is as lousy in technique as I am. My bot did not impress in this one. Though because I'm playing my bot, I should assume that my technique will be as bad as his. And so maybe I shouldn't celebrate yet, but okay, let's try the check. And let's try a check again. Nice one, Centurion, nice one. Let's go there. Let's give a check over there. Not sure what he hopes to accomplish with this. When can I get f3 in? Can I get rook j and f3 in, or should I just go to the side? Let's go to the side. I like the way he's just left a fixed response. Do you believe in this check? So, oh, it's so irritating when computers force you to play all 80 moves or whatever the hell they make you play. Maybe I can actually play King H2. Am I blundering something again? Let's. No, I can't be blundering anything now. Let me get the 8th rank. That's always a nice one to have. Because then I check him again. Yes, I believe in this check. Yeah, it feels like I should be able to play F3 somewhere here, but let's go there. Oh, here, F3. But he'll go to B2 check. Let's try King G3. You can always squirrel back the next move. Okay, so now I can play F3. And unless I'm seriously mistaken, this should be just a draw. Yes. Let's come back. And let's go there. Okay. Even his understanding is as bad as mine. He's continuing to play with rooks. What is this, some Magnus thing? Check. By deep study of Bankura, I think I can now hold this position. Finally. Well, I'm very impressed that my bot's technique is as bad as mine. That's a kind of touch of authenticity right there.
Knight c3, b5, and look at Magnus's face.
Did he miss it? I'm wondering. Yeah, he is not happy at all. Yesipenko is looking to beat world champion Magnus Carlsen. And this is a historical moment for him. It is just groundbreaking. If he wins this game, he will be one of the only players to have a winning record against Magnus Carlsen. And as I mentioned earlier, Magnus Carlsen did not lose a classical game of chess for 125 games. The guy is hard to take down. And in his first opportunity, Andrei Yesipenko is about to do the unthinkable.
That's amazing. That's just amazing. Historic moment. He stopped the clock. 18-year-old Grandmaster Andrei Yesipenko just beat the world champion in a classical game.
And look at him. That he is exhausted from the fight that he just brought to the world champion.
one of the best day in my life. Yes, I feel very great, and I have nothing to say.
What's going on, guys? National Master James Canty III here with Chess.com, and today we have the top 5 World Championship blunders. Yes, even the best of the best blunder as well. In this first example, we have Anatoly Karpov versus Garry Kasparov in the 1987 World Championship match. Let's see what's going on here. So it's white to move here, and of course Black is attacking the rook here. Garry Kasparov is attacking his rook. It's a lot of things going on. Looks like king safety is kind of wild for a little bit both, but definitely white. So Anatoly Karpov just says queen takes a6 here, actually. Now we're eyeing g6. Maybe we have this check here as well. And we're also defending g4 at the same time here. Now, Garry, these guys are both in time trouble right now, actually. There's a video, actually, that you can find online. There is a video. Now, of this exact position. But what happened here is Garry looked around the board and he's like, I need to figure this out. G4 would be mate. Queen takes g4 is definitely checkmate if I can divert this rook in somehow, some way. So what does he do? He diverts the rook by playing rook a1. But at the same time, it's an absolute blunder. The game is over after the next move here. And of course, Anatoly Karpov, if you watch the video, he just calmly wrote down the move. And then he looked up and he made his move. No emotion at all. Just made the move here. Queen takes g6. And Garry was like, oh my goodness, what did I do? I cannot believe I just gave this game away. Immediately a blunder, and he resigned right after this move. Reason being, guys, is queen g6 not only is a check, but it defends the checkmate that was here on g4. And the intention after rook a1 was if rook a1, with an obvious reasons, guys, if rook takes, there's pawn takes, which is a beautiful, pretty mate here. And also queen takes, with are both checkmate here, guys. They're both checkmate. But actually, he chose rook a1 here because he was in time trouble. Time trouble gets the best of us. He chose rook a1 and queen takes g6. Bam, there it is. Now we're checking the king, also defending. No matter what you do here, we're just going to take on a1, and the game is virtually over here, guys. And that was blunder number 1 of the World Championships. Now let's get on to blunder number 2. Okay, guys, now on to blunder number 2. We have Viktor Korchnoi versus Anatoly Karpov in 1978, guys. Let's actually see what happened here. Karpov plays rook to c6. Kind of a wild position here, actually. I mean, when is the last time you've ever seen a position like this? Or any time you've seen a position with 2 knights and the rook versus 2 rooks and some pawns. Very dynamic position. King placement's kind of weird here. Maybe some mating threats, especially after rook to c6. Threatening rook c1, checkmate on the move. Very, very wild position here. White needs to do something. He needs to defend the checkmate on the back rank, and you have a few ways to do so, whether pushing the h-pawn with some love for the king, pushing the g-pawn with the same idea, or moving the rook back to defend the rank here. What would you do actually with the white pieces here to defend this checkmate? If I gave you 5 seconds, what would you choose in this position if you were Viktor Korchnoi? Here we go, guys. All right, now let me tell you what the answer is. The answer is actually g3 or g4. Surprising, right? It seems like you would push the h-pawn, but you actually get mated by pushing the h-pawn. So g3 or g4 is actually the only move in this position, and Viktor Korchnoi chose rook to a1. And that, my friend, is not a move. It is a complete blunder right here. Can you find the move, the sequence that our Anatoly Karpov played in this position to win the game, guys? Black to move. What would you do? Here we go, guys. Look at this next move. Oh my goodness. Knight f3 check. Whoa. Knight f3 check. I can just take the knight, can't I? I can just take the knight. Well, what about king h1? What if I just move my king over? Well then, hey, just have a nice day. Smothered mate. This is beautiful. This is going in the books for everyone to see for history, right? So this is just not fun to play that at all. Viktor Korchnoi knew that this hurt here, and he had to take the knight. He was forced to resign in this position, but this is actually what it was. If we do see pawn takes knight on f3 here, well, what's the next move, class? Here it is. Always check, it might be mate. Check, there it is. The king has to go somewhere. You only have one move to go to, and after king h1, oh my goodness, mate with the knight. So beautiful. The pieces were so beautifully placed here. Rook a1 was such a blunder, but it's not an easy blunder. It wasn't just like a huge blunder. It was just hard to see. It was one of the blunders that, like, I didn't know it was a blunder. Rook a1 looks perfectly fine until you play Anatoly Karpov, who says, think again, okay? Think again here. That was blunder number 2, guys. That really hurts here. And the only way to get out of this was actually g3. or g4. So if there are any checks, you kind of just have to run the king away in somehow, some way. Maybe even giving up one of the rooks for the knight and hoping for a draw, fighting for a draw here because the pieces are placed very nicely here. What an amazing checkmate by Anatoly Karpov here back in 1978 in this World Championship match, guys. That was blunder number 2, and now let's move on to blunder number 3. Now we move on to blunder number 3, World Championship blunder number 3. In this game, we have David Bronstein versus Mikhail Botvinnik in 1951, guys. All right, so let's check this out. Now, it's actually black to move here right now. Mikhail Botvinnik says, I'm going to queen my pawn. I'm going to queen. There is an extra knight here. And right here, you have to stop this pawn from queening, right? Or you're just going to lose the game. David Bronstein understands that here. So he's trying to figure out the best way to do this. Now, what would you play in David Bronstein's shoes here? How do you actually stop this pawn? Is there a way to stop this pawn? What would you do? Well, here we go, guys. The best move and best sequence is actually knight to e6, followed by knight to d4. And we just stop the pawn. Pretty simple, and it actually ends up being some type of draw here. But white wants more. White's up a piece, and he wants to win this game. So what he chooses is actually king to c2, which is actually a full-on game over blunder. Now, what Bronstein expected right here actually was what, guys? Let's actually see if you can figure that out. Black to move. Mikhail Botvinnik, you're playing Botvinnik's shoes here. What do you think you should do? What do you think you should do? What would be your number one move? What would that be? Here it is, guys. Actually, David Bronstein and many other players here were actually expecting king to f3. And if king to f3, then knight comes in. And if king f2 are pushing the pawn.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the FIDE Online Olympiad 2021. And I'm Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky, and it is a pleasure to be commentating the second half of today's action with International Master David Pruess. David, good morning to you. I know it's super early. Thank you for getting up. I hope you have your coffee ready. How are you feeling?
Good morning, Danya. It's so early, I forgot to fill up my water. So after the first round, I will get hooked up.
That sounds great. We already have games underway. There's obviously a lot going on, but first let us review the proceedings so far. So here we see the pairings and the results from round 6 of Pool B, David. And as I look at these results, we had a crushing win by Sweden over Egypt. Nothing terribly surprising. Azerbaijan, very, very strong team. They defeated Moldova 5-1. Anything jumping out at you as we transition here to the standings?
I think the really important result here probably was 3.5, 2.5 win for Hungary over France, because the French team is one of the stronger teams, and Hungary obviously had a close call against them, but Hungary is so far doing very well, as everyone will see when we call up the standings here. They are currently in the top 2, along with India, with a chance at going into the knockout stage. And they are now 3 match points ahead of France and 4 ahead of Azerbaijan, which represents, in order to catch them tomorrow, France would have to win 2 more matches than them at this point. That's a pretty significant gap that they've built there going into tomorrow with only 3 matches to play.
Indeed, 2 extremely strong teams, India and Hungary. And of course, the top 2 teams, and only the top 2 teams from each pool, qualify for the final. So it's going to be really important for India and Hungary to finish strong, but they're looking really, really good. But right now, we are going to be watching Pool C. Games there are currently underway. Round 4 is underway. Let's take a look at the round 4 pairings, and then we'll take a look at the round 4 games. You have Latvia, Germany, Czech Republic, Ukraine. That's a really interesting match. Vasily Ivanchuk, David Navarra, tons of pretty weak players. Don't really know what they're doing. No experience in Olympiads. Just kidding, of course. And Paraguay, Russia, that's something we'll want to take a look at. Paraguay has very much an uphill battle to climb, David. But we've seen all sorts of surprises. Time control is 15+5, and anything is possible.
Yeah.
All right. So without further ado, the games from round 4, Pool C, are underway. And let's have a look at some of these top marquee matchups. On the board right now, we have David Navarra against Vasily Ivanchuk from Czech Republic against Ukraine. And this looks like an Italian that looks very pleasant for David, but Navarra, of course.
Yeah.
Although you would also like to have this position, I think, with white.
Yeah. I think it's, if it were black to move, I would say it would hinge around whether or not black was prepared to sort of trade on c4 and play d5, but it was even white to move. So I think it's unquestionable that white has an advantage locked in here.
Yeah, and David drops the bishop back to f1. The only thing that concerns me from white's perspective is, well, the time situation. Ivanchuk usually is down on time. Here he's up an entire 6 minutes. And I guess the question would be, what happens if black just goes d5 here?
I believe that Navarra is planning e5, although we have just jumped in, so it's a little early to read his mind. But the bishop
Right.
f1 move, to me, I see that as setting up so that when black plays d5, it doesn't attack a second piece, and the e-pawn can just push past, and he can get a space advantage on the king side.
Right, e5 looks very logical. I agree. Probably black will play knight d7, maybe try to get these pawns in motion. But this seems to be a very like Ivanchukian move. So I feel like he'll go d5, and then obviously Navarra could also essentially make a draw by bailing out in the center. Takes d5,
Right.
takes d5, but this doesn't seem too impressive. So I think this is a
Right.
pretty big moment.
And in that line, you would wonder why he played bishop f1, right? I mean, he would only do that if he changed his mind.
Agreed. Yeah, because as you indicated, the idea of bishop f1 is that the bishop is no longer hanging. So we'll keep an eye on the events in this game. I want to take a look at the Russia Paraguay matchup.
Okay.
Because obviously that would be a massive upset. And on top board, I'm seeing Guillermo Vasquez, very strong international master. I think he's currently a student at the University of Texas at Brownsville, and he is facing off against Sasha Grishuk.
Yeah.
And this looks
Also
to be,
looking like an Italian game.
yeah, very, very Italian pawn structure. And this looks quite pleasant for black, I think, as Grishuk repositions his queen to c6, hitting the pawn on c3.
I've seen a series of games between Vaishela Grav and Dubov that look fairly similar to this. Played over, a couple different events. And the first couple games, Dubov seemed to get the advantage using the F file. And then in the most recent game, Vachier, playing the same position, the same structure, sort of managed to neutralize it and gain the upper hand with white. So I'm still struggling to understand the difference between one version and another.
Yeah.
I think one thing I see here is that white can put a knight on c4 at various points, and it'll be hard for black to play either d5 or b5 to unseat it because of the a5 and e5 pawns. So that looks like a nice thing for white. I feel
Guillermo's
like
gone rook c1.
I feel like the game where Vachier got the advantage, he may have had to play like f3 and then d4.
Yeah, that seems like a very logical plan. And
As his plan.
rooks, but I guess maybe he didn't go knight c4 because he was worried about the possibility of something like knight g6. And if black can get d5 with tempo, white's position can start to unravel. But when you have to play a move like rook c1, it's a sign that your position's not ideal. But Grishuk coming back to d7, and they're currently repeating moves. Back to d1. And I would say probably the position is about equal. I mean, Sasha could go d5 here and go for more, but it's also entirely possible that he will repeat moves and make a draw because he's got the black pieces, and I'm sure he puts trust in his teammates. What do you think? They're currently repeating. I don't think Vasquez is going to refrain from it. He goes rook c1. Let's see.
It's a team event, so it's interesting how that plays into it. If they weren't in a team event, I think Vasquez could be pretty certain that the higher rated player would have to prove something. And so he could just be very practical about playing rook c1, rook d1 quickly and, save his time and see what Grishuk has. I don't think Grishuk's going to repeat here with 8 minutes on his clock. I think he's got at least 7.5 more minutes of something he could think about here.
And he's probably going to think about it for 7.5 minutes, knowing Grishuk.
Yeah. And then probably blitz out a few more moves. I don't know. I mean, we could click around on the other boards to see how the match is going other than that, to try and, I mean, maybe that's something he can do with his 7 or 8 minutes, to sort of look
Right.
around and see how his teammates are doing.
And that is allowed. In team events, it's actually not only allowed, but encouraged to consider the positions of your teammates. And I've, for example, in the World Team Championship, when I played in 2015, when you got a draw offer, it was allowed to consult your team captain, who was, of course, not playing.
Yeah.
In our case, it was International Master John Donaldson. So when we were playing Hungary, I got offered to draw, and I asked John. And the responsibility of the captain is to monitor the positions on all of the boards. And obviously, he doesn't tell you have to take the draw or you have to decline, but he is allowed to advise you as to whether the captain thinks that you should take a draw. So it's actually little known fact, but in team events, you actually can consult the captain in this way. Now here, of course, it's an online Olympiad. So you'll have to do the diagnosing of your teammate's position yourself. But yeah. I'm sure that's what Grishuk is doing. And Fedoseev seems to be doing well here. He's got a bishop on h7. Another day in the life of Vladimir Fedoseev.
Mm-hmm.
But I think he can just keep it there, because if black goes g6, then you have the sacrifice.
Yeah, and he's got a lot of ingredients for a good follow-up and kingside attack here, starting with the e5 pawn, and then the minor pieces on e3 and f3 that can both hop over there pretty easily. So, I mean, I guess the question is, does he want to play, rook d1? And if so, what's his answer to bishop g4? Because I don't think white wants to play bishop f5 and trade this bishop, nor bishop d3 and trade this bishop. White doesn't actively want to trade this bishop, but white needs some other move here. And so he's got to look at rook d1, bishop g4. I would probably reject that. And then maybe look at knight d4.
Agreed. I think knight c4 is stronger. The knight potentially heads to c6, and black's position is riddled with holes, not to mention the quite weak pawn on d5. So no, this looks very fun for Fedoseev. 5 minutes on the clock for black. So FM Almiron, I mean, this is exactly the kind of position Vladimir excels in. I agree with your assessment. I think knight c4 is the most circumspect continuation. So this seems to be very much under control for Team Russia. We also have, as part of the same matchup, Lagno facing off against Jennifer Perez Rodriguez.
Yeah.
And this seems to be a relatively balanced endgame at first sight. Big rating mismatch, obviously, but we've seen lots of things in this tournament.
Yeah, we saw a great upset yesterday in an endgame. So I'm not going to be writing people off based on their ratings today. I guess black has a plan of knight c4 at some point, but first they have to deal with the e file in the 7th rank, and the only good way to do that is king f8, which means all the rooks are coming off, and white will get one more move to deal with knight c4.
So we're probably going to see this trade. And probably something to the effect of knight d2 should be played to prevent knight c4. Jennifer has gone bishop b5 check, which probably is a healthy thing to insert, and then knight d2 on the next move. You certainly don't want to allow knight ac4. So all of this is happening. King e7.
Yeah. Although with the bishop on b5, are there any other options? Not really. Yeah, it's still got to be knight d2.
Yeah, knight d2, and then maybe Katerina will. Yeah, knight d2 has been played. One option for black is to bring the king to d5, but that could also backfire. I mean, you could get mated there, or you could get into some sort of trouble. So this is probably likelier to end in a draw than in a black win, as we see Katerina deep in thought here. I feel like they're playing from the same place, at least some of the teams. I don't know what the regulations are on that.
Yeah, I don't know if all the teams are, but I definitely recognized the Russian team's location yesterday in their webcams.
Seems like a very grand Russian playing hall. like the curtains that seems distinctly Russian.
Yeah, and it's quite big. So
yeah, so we'll keep an eye on Katerina. And one other game to keep track of, Valentina Guinina also not that much better, I think, against Gabriela Vargas, women's international master. Another game that's at least at first blush likely to sort of bail out, but maybe White can squeeze an advantage out here. So for example, e takes d5, queen takes e3, and now intermezzo, knight takes e6 check.
Right.
fe6, fe3. Yeah, and White is a pawn up here.
And after e takes d5, takes, and White has rook d7 if Black takes second rank.
Yeah, we might see something like this. Boom, 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 boom. Probably a draw, though. I mean, these end games are generally pretty handily holdable.
Yeah. Agreed.
Yeah. So I mean, 2 minutes for Vargas, that might be a problem, but I think this.
And Russia didn't even give up many draws yesterday. Just anybody who missed yesterday, you want to have like a baseline. Russia lost maybe 2 games and gave up 2 draws, something like that. They averaged 5 out of 6, I believe, yesterday. So the goal is still for any team to score 2 points against Russia, I think. So the first team to do that can be proud.
Yeah, that's yeah. When your goal is to score a certain number of points and you're not really thinking about winning, that's a sign that you're facing a beast of a team. That's exactly what Russia is.
Yeah, which they are. I mean, Artemiev is one of their reserve players.
That says a great deal.
Yeah.
Okay, so we can also take a look at Argentina, which is currently in second place. They've got a very easy team to fall asleep on, but they're actually extremely strong. I think Pruess Panza is on their top board.
Yeah.
And he is facing off against Daniele Boccaturo. They're playing Italy. Better position for White. Perez is an incredibly strong blitz player. He unbelievably strong bullet player, and obviously these skills transferred. Rook d5. Is he planning an exchange sacrifice after bishop e6?
One must wonder, where would he be going next there?
Maybe he wants to play like this. Just give this
and
up
just put a second rook on d5.
Just claim that you're a reincarnation of Mihail Tal. I mean, obviously Black's king is extraordinarily weak, but after something like f6, it also seems like Black is holding things together.
Right. I agree. It just it's neither clear that it's a good nor a bad idea. What else would he be planning after this move other than to leave it there? It's hard to say.
They just agreed to draw. I think they were repeating moves. He just offered a draw after rook d5, interestingly. I mean, at least just visually, it seems like White should have an advantage here. Maybe h4, maybe move the knight to d2, try to trade off Black's strongest piece. But again, it could be the case that he saw his teammates' positions and concluded that he was in good shape. Let's have a look. So on board 2, we have Moroni of Italy against Ruben Felgeir, very experienced Argentinian GM.
Okay. Yes. Knight, rook. Everything's equal. There's a slight weakness on e6. Slight activity for the white queen. Nice A file for the rook, which might be better than the E file because it's further away from all the short range pieces. If e6 weren't weak, Black would have knight b5. Like if they transition to an endgame at some point and the Black king comes to f7, then suddenly knight b5 could be really unpleasant for White, something to watch out for. Yeah. And Black is in thought.
Yep. Sorry
I would love to be able to get the queens off for Black, but I don't see a way at the moment. I'd love to bring my king to f7 to defend the e file more, but there's queen h5. So I feel very nervous to go on the rook a3 adventure that you were arrowing.
I think it all hinges, as you said, on whether the queen trade occurs. Because if it does, then the static weakness of the c3 pawn is going to make its presence felt. if it doesn't, then white's control over the e-file and white's various attacking ideas might compensate. But knight b5, knight b1, that's not a great sign.
Okay. So he must have figured that after rook e6, queen d7, white was more tied up than in good position.
Yeah, I mean, I guess there's just no discoveries here. Rook can't move. The queen is undefended.
Yeah. Black threatens
And
f5, so it's not like white has a lot of time to set something up.
Yeah, I didn't even see that. That's just a crushing idea. No, you have to go knight b1. And now what worries me is this e6 square. And white also has this idea of going h5 and knight h4.
Yeah.
So I have a feeling this game will one way or another end in a draw as they both approach the time pressure phase.
Well, that's going to make this important match extremely tense.
Yeah, this is a big matchup on this board. We also have Carolina Lujan, who's got almost no time against Marina Brunello, and she is losing. And this would be a pretty, I wouldn't call this an upset, but Lujan, very experienced, very strong.
Mm-hmm.
And in this position, black can play e4, queen f2. This has happened.
Yeah.
This looks extremely good for black. Pawn up. Amazing pawn chain, connect 4.
I lost a game like this long ago, and I was like poking the black pawns, making them advance, like trying to create a weakness. And then I realized, wow, I'm just kind of getting squished by these pawns, and my opponent's king, like I'm never getting to it somehow. And I think that would be the evaluation of what's going on here, is that these pawns are so strong that white has no way to threaten through them.
Yeah, we have another trade, knight for bishop. Rook d7 has to be tried, but then just e3. No, e3 is actually a huge threat. E3 followed by e2, but there's a bishop on h6, which I forgot about.
Well, yeah, on rook d7, I thought you were calculating very quickly, Daniel.
There you could play e3. Bishop e3, there's rook e3.
Yeah.
It's like that joke about GMs throwing pieces and them landing on the right square.
Exactly.
Yeah, I just got lucky there. Rook e7, queen. Oh my gosh, she blunders the rook at f1. Rook at f1 is hanging.
Oh yeah.
Rook at f1 is hanging. And she takes it, and that's game. I mean, the position.
We could say good thing h3 was played, but I think that's it.
Yeah, and we'll see Carolina Lujan here on camera resign the game. And that's a huge win for Team Italy.
Whoa.
Ooh, that throws a wrench in the works.
That's very dangerous for Argentina's standings. Let's see what else we've got. We've got a junior board between Kapitanchuk and Sonis.
Kapitanchuk versus Sonis.
It looks quite messy.
Jeez. And Kapitanchuk, for some reason I thought Kapitanchuk, that sounds like a pretty Czech or Russian last name, but he is Argentinian. And what is going on here? I think is black better here? It depends on whether these pawns are a strength or a weakness.
Yeah.
Which one does black even take?
Depends on whether the b6 pawn queens.
I guess bishop takes b4 could be considered. Very daring move.
Yeah, that's the ambitious choice. And then the not ambitious choice is knight takes b6.
Yes. Knight b6, I think, is approximately balanced.
Mm-hmm.
This pawn is safely contained, but it's not really a weakness. White can play b5 and then knight c4.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a question. And 3 minutes for black, 28 seconds for white. I think he's going to play bishop takes b4. Team Italy needs to score a victory on one of these boards, and he has just captured
b4
on b4.
He's feeling confident. If black comes out better here, then that's probably the end of Argentina's lead, and Italy would probably leapfrog them in the standings this round. They're going to need to turn this around for.
I think I heard a draw here, but I don't think it's going to be accepted. Knight takes c3 here, I think, is very strong. And if queen takes b4, the knight returns to d5 and forks the queen and the pawn on b6.
Cleaning up the pawn.
I mean, this is impossible to play with 9 seconds. It's way too complex. Way too complex. Yeah, knight takes c3 is very... What about queen c7 after knight takes c3?
That would be a move.
No, this has happened. Queen c7 was not played. And I think black is going to grind this down. I would even take with a knight and keep the queens on the board.
Because your opponent has 10 seconds?
Because my opponent has 10 seconds. Yeah, he's done it.
Yeah.
And
fair enough. And he did that.
Yeah, 3 seconds. This is looking very grim. I mean, white's going to hold this for a while, but pawn down, knight on g6, potentially coming to f4. Probably going to be a win for Argentina.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so Navarra and Ivanchuk, by the way, drew their game.
Right.
Let's check maybe back into the Russia match. Grishuk has the following position against Vasquez, and Grishuk did not go for the repetition, and now he's worse.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yes.
Now, wait a minute.
Significantly worse.
Significantly worse. And we know that some of the lower boards are not obviously winning for Team Russia either. This is a game that Sasha has to draw.
Yeah. Check, and bring out the rook.
Bad pawns, rook d1 coming. 49 seconds for Alexander. Ooh. If black goes e4 here, there's potentially rook u1, maybe something like this. Not easy to defend. As we see a very concerned Alexander Grishuk on camera here. That is not the expression of somebody for whom things are going well.
Yeah.
And Fedoseev has won, by the way. That's a big win for Russia. Kind of as expected.
15. Whew. All right.
Check,
we're gonna
check.
get the blitz off here.
Yeah, and Vasquez is gonna go for it because he's definitely not repeating moves to make a draw. Okay, queen c2, rook d1, queen a8, queen c7 looks tempting.
Right. Rook d7 too.
Definitely. And what else is going on here?
Rook d7 to c7 might be one of the nastiest ways to do it, because if the rook on f6 retreats to f8, then you play queen g6.
Right. That's a great point. And what's more, okay, he's gone queen c7, but I was worried about queen f3. Played by Grishuk.
Yeah. He must be planning to check with the rook and go back queen c2.
And then already maybe e4.
Yeah. And
yeah,
then
I completely agree. I think rook d7 was much stronger.
Yeah. He'll have to try like rook d4 while the pawn is pinned before it gets to e3.
Right. Got to pick it off before it starts wreaking havoc. Okay, so I'm also taking a look at some of these other boards. Gunina is probably going to win. Yeah, she's won all of the pawns in that endgame. So
Lano has an advantage in the other endgame too.
Yeah, and is Buksa Team Ukraine or is Buksa? No, Buksa is Ukraine. I'm trying to figure out who else is on Team Russia. Murzin, I think that's the junior board. Wow, what a rating mismatch.
Volodar.
And Volodar is going to win. He's got 3 extra pawns. Even a queen trade would not help white with so many pawns. But seems to be a pretty good effort by Juan Milian. I mean, 42 moves. A4, queen f6. Yeah, loading up the battery. This is over. So a very convincing win after all for Team Russia.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. Not this round. Rest of the world, not this round.
Right, exactly. Team Russia lives to fight another day. So really the interesting match is the Argentina one.
Yeah.
Spain is obviously, and Italy and Israel. A lot of teams are on their coattails.
Yeah. I haven't seen every single board, but it looked to me like Spain was in trouble this round against Israel, which is another match to be important for the standings.
Yeah, so the Tamir Navati is about to beat David Anton Guijarro on the top board.
Yep.
That's a huge. By the way, Vasquez has won 2 pawns against Grishuk. we can continue to follow. This is, so what happened here? Check, check. Grisha covered with the rook. Rook e8. He went from behind.
Whoa, that is quite a move.
Really clever.
Dealing with e4, e3 like that.
And if you defend with the queen, you go g4. So Vasquez wins 2 pawns. He is winning here. I mean, not completely winning, but winning.
Yeah.
And you can see the hand on the head. And okay, so Vasquez has traded pawns, trying to get a queen trade. No, this is completely winning now. Now the a pawn rolls forward. I think Grishuk might resign here.
Yeah, the rook is
F7,
dangling too.
F7. This is easy. You just go queen c6 or queen c5, just as long as you don't give away the f2 pawn.
Yeah,
we're winning here. And then you can also put the rook behind the pawn if you want. What a game! What an upset! It's not going to help their overall match, but that's, as you said, that's what you got to aim for when you're outrated like this, is the lower rated team.
Oh yeah, I mean the whole team has to celebrate if somebody on your team beats Grishuk. That's exciting.
Just a couple more finishing touches required. I think even rook e6 here should make the cut.
Yeah,
he's gone queen e6, queen c3, and
queen e6 is nice and safe.
a6 rook a7 is probably Alexander's idea. But yeah, anything is winning. Oops. There we go.
Yeah.
Queen e5, queen f3. He's trying to get that queen trade.
Queen e4, queen f7. He's hasn't made progress yet, but it'll get his pawn to a6.
Rook c1.
If he's interested in that.
I would be if I were him. Rook f7, queen centralizes. Not the most convincing conversion I've seen, but
no, just now that last pair of moves gave Grishuk just a tiny bit of breath left.
And queen a3, rook a1 is important though. Now the a pawn finally rolls, and there's no stopping it. And Alexander's going to resign. And I think he just did. Very impressive business.
Wow.
Yep.
Wow. What an upset for Guillermo Vasquez.
Huge win. And only on the strength of his teammates. Grishuk better be counting his lucky stars. But let's take a look here at Katerina Lagno's position, which is not the easiest to win, because White's game can infiltrate and take all the pawns. Black could even lose this if you're not careful. I know that sounds crazy, but I've seen these positions go awry.
Yeah.
And at Katerina with 10 seconds, is she going to manage to win this? Ooh. And yeah, we've got Volodar Murzin officially winning his game. So that puts it at 2-1 Russia, because Fedoseev won g6. And now HG and king takes h6 is a draw.
Yeah, these positions are really tough. I was studying some recently. Oh, that's a good move too.
Yep, that also makes the draw. That pawn on h6 is a lone ranger.
Yeah.
Katerina trying to get her king to g7 in time. She will, but then White will advance her pawns and force a pawn trade that way. Yep.
Yeah.
Draw. Valentina Gunina has won her game as well.
Wow. Bravo to Jennifer. What tough defense.
Absolutely. In a very difficult position, she managed to find a knight sacrifice. Very astute. No, this is completely winning for Katerina. Completely winning. But she played b3 automatically, which is a totally natural move. And this lets White back in the game. She underestimated the strength of the king's walk to the king side. You can't save your pawns.
She may have just not had a completely clean option there, because with the knight on a5, it was hard to advance the b pawn without that. And even if she didn't advance the b pawn, White was threatening king d6, king e7. I've been doing some puzzles of those exact end games, and I mean, I usually think for at least 5 minutes on any of these puzzles. Like there's seldom been one that I can solve faster than that. And they've got 20, 30 seconds at this phase. It's you kind of have to just guess.
David, what has happened here? Kapitanchuk is up a piece. Are you kidding me?
everything that the Argentinians needed has happened here. They've got a new lease on life in this match.
So the current score in their match, Perez Ponza drew. Luca Moroni has defeated Ruben Felgaer, so that puts Italy up on top by 1.
Yeah.
Carolina Lujan lost to Brunello, so Argentina down by 2. And they need 2 points on these lower boards. But apparently there was a blunder here. I think that Argentina did win one of the lower board matchups, but let's keep watching this game. Will there be a knight and bishop checkmate?
It looks like the last one I see was a draw, actually. So,
between Mobiliano and Bordeaux.
yeah, so Italy may win this anyway. But
this is a draw, I think, because bishop d1, king d2.
Yeah, just got the bishop trapped there.
Oh, and that is going to be a draw, because if you give away the pawn, bishop and knight against knight is an easy draw.
Wow. Francesco makes up for the earlier blunder by saving this thing down a piece.
So let's see where he actually blundered, because he was down a piece for a while. Oh, are you kidding me? Bishop d5 in this position.
Oh, man, up a pawn.
I mean, at that point, it was already kind of drawish, but he blunders a piece and manages to save this endgame, and probably enough. Time pressure for white. He trades 1 pawn, kind of holds the fort for a very long time, and ultimately he makes the draw. So this is going to make it really interesting, because Italy wins. Wow. That brings the field wide open if Spain wins as well.
Yeah.
But
I think,
did Spain win? I don't think they did.
Matnadze won.
So Nabadze won, Matnadze won. That makes it 1-1. Yair Parhov beat Henderson de la Fuente. Yeah.
All right.
So
we'll take a quick little break here, and we'll be back to sort out all the standings as these matches are tallied up.
Indeed. We'll be right back. Fascinating stuff going on in the online Olympiad. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the 2021 FIDE Online Chess Olympiad. We are watching the games from Pool C. Very much decisive matchups are ongoing right now. Let's have a quick look at the results of round 4. David, I don't think we had any surprises in terms of the team results. Obviously, we had individual games. We had a very close match between Italy and Argentina, and a very big win by Israel over Spain. I think that might be the most important result from that match. That propels Israel right into the top of the standings behind Russia.
That and Argentina losing, right? Because those are 4 teams right there: Israel, Spain, Argentina, Italy, that all have their sights set on that second spot behind Russia.
Yeah, and of course, Ukraine will have a lot to say about that.
Yeah, as they move into second.
They've got people like Ivanchuk, and we're going to have some really, really big matchups this round because this, big peloton that constitutes second place, somebody's going to have to jump ahead, and we're going to see how that unfolds. I think Russia, it's safe to say, is going to run away with the tournament. Not with the tournament, but with the pool.
With the pool, yeah.
Not to say that something crazy can't happen, but they are just way too strong. They are overpowered. So we're really going to be monitoring the battle for second place. I think that's what we're going to focus on this round.
Yeah.
And
so looking at these round 4, looking ahead to the round 5 matchups that are coming up in about 60 seconds here. Israel's going to face Russia, which is going to be a tough match for them. They should scrap for any game points they can get. That's partly why I have this thing where I say, like, hey, if you get 2 points against Russia, it's probably good, because the odds are every other team's going to lose to Russia with, half a point or 1 point. And there's so many teams that are in that log jam near second place that the game points might matter even if you lose the match. So that's a big one for them.
Absolutely. And as we have a look at the top players overall in the Olympiad, we have Grishuk, Esipenko, Dubov. Russia is so incredibly strong. The Indian
left
team
off
is
Artemiev.
Oh yeah, some guy named Vladislav Artemiev.
They could have taken half of that card.
That's like the 2016 Golden State Warriors. It's like if you were to assemble an all-star team, most of the players would be from Russia. Of course, we have Jeffrey Zhang. Team USA is also super strong. And obviously, because the time control is rapid, certain players are going to do better than their rating. Certain players are going to do worse than their rating. But by and large, if you have a bunch of GMs on your team, you're going to do well. And we've been seeing that as we take a look at the top women. Also, very, very, very impressive. Tons of GMs. How Yufan is participating. Lagno. Team Russia is just so strong. That's crazy.
The Russian and Chinese teams both like absolutely stacked. The Indian team as well. 3 teams that are absolutely stacked on the female boards as well as the male boards, bringing all grandmasters, not women's grandmasters, but grandmasters. And the Russians even have a grandmaster on one of the junior boards, I think. So
would that be Volodar Murzin?
Oh, I mean one of the female junior boards, I think.
Oh, wow.
Well, maybe they've got Goryachkina playing an overall board for them. I'm not sure, but she's like 20 years old and 2,600, right?
Yeah, and of course we just saw her play the World Cup where she did incredibly well.
Yeah.
And it appears that the games have begun.
All right. Sounds good. Let's see.
So we are going to keep an eye, obviously, on this very big matchup between Israel and Russia, which is perhaps even more important for Israel to win than for Russia. Russia can afford to lose this. Not to say that they want to do that, but Israel cannot really afford to lose. They have to score this massive upset. We have Radstein against Fedoseev on the top board. And Radstein, I don't think he's 2,700 anymore, but his peak was over 2,700. I wouldn't say Fedoseev is a favorite here.
No, I would say it's, kind of a toss up between these two. Radstein is good in Slav games. I remember that he has a particularly good score in that opening. So
Yeah, he does.
Should be quite a good match here. He's playing one of these variations where white basically grabs the bishop pair and tries to make that the basis for their advantage. Black remains solid. And we had a game the other day with this exact structure, and white failed to make any headway. Didn't find a plan for the bishop on c1. So I'm still waiting to learn about this. I'm the opposite of Rajteen. I'm quite poor in this structure. So
same. I'm very bad at the Slav with both colors.
Yeah, I have a lot.
There's a lot of structural subtleties here. Like obviously, the question of whether black takes on c4, and there's all these Moran setups where black essentially at some point takes and goes b5. So you get this sort of cat and mouse game where both sides are preparing for the opening of the center, but neither side is actually pressing the button. I mean, knight bd7 generally, I think, is common development. Bishop d6. I'm sure this is still well within theory. So we'll return to this game as it heats up.
The plan Dubov used yesterday, which I hadn't even seen before, was he played knight d7 to b6 to just attack the c4 square. And white responded by trading on d5. I don't know what it would have looked like if white had played c5, which is what I would probably tend to play. But white traded on d5, and we got cd, ed, and then that kind of exchange.
And we have an exchange on g6, which opens up the h file for black. I think that's a good thing about this line. But now white gets the two bishops. So I think Rajteen will probably play bishop d2, rook c1 maybe, and knight b6 does seem like a possibility, trying to force white to commit either to c5 or to c takes d5.
Yeah.
Okay, so we've got this game. We have tons of games to look at. We have Esipenko, but that game is just beginning, so we can skip over that one for now. And what's interesting is that Italy is playing a relatively weaker team in Latvia. So, so this is a big opportunity, I think, for Italy. If they win, they are also in that big peloton fighting for second place. We see Pierluigi Basso, Grandmaster, against Mustaps, a position that already looks terrible for black.
Absolutely abysmal. I mean, if white's pawn were still on c2, I would favor white. The white pawn were on c5, I would say it was looking crushing. And with the pawn on c6, I'd call it essentially terminal.
No, this is horrible because black literally cannot move here. And now white has his hands completely untied for action on the king side. But here's what I'm going to say. If I were black, I would seriously consider sacrificing on g4.
Then that's what black should do. You're always right about these positions.
I think these are the only positions I feel confident in. Bad King's Indian positions.
Yeah.
And what often happens here is that I think that was a very sloppy move by Basso, because white starts to lose a bunch of his pawns, and the bind loses its luster.
Yeah.
So I really don't like the move g4, and I think this is the one chance. Yep, he's done it. Wow. Very
nice.
Impressive.
Okay, well now I would upgrade this game to toss up from absolute squish.
Yeah. No, this is now completely unclear. I wouldn't even say that white is necessarily better. Okay, so Team Italy will have to perform on the other boards as well. And I'm just trying to figure out what else we have. We also have a very important Ukraine match. And, oh, by the way, I missed Grishuk against Smirin, which is actually the top board in Russia against Israel.
There it is.
As Alexander will try to avenge his previous loss to Vasquez.
Yeah. Grishuk, by the way, is it fair to say struggling a little bit? He's lost 2 games out of, I think, 3 rounds that he's played. He lost to David Navarra yesterday. On the white side of the Najdorf variation from Dominguez MVL, if you remember that game from last week's Sinkfield Cup.
Oh, okay.
So he played into that line against David Navarra and lost with white that game. So he's given up half of Russia's points.
Yeah, that's saying a lot about Russia's performance. Now, this is a Sicilian. Smirin is one of the leading specialists in various systems related to 2e6. He has played this for his entire life.
I've lost him in this.
Behind this line with white.
Yeah.
And Grisha going with c4, which is considered to be sort of the topical continuation, building up this bind. And queen d3, very interesting move. Castles, d6. Okay, so this is just sort of a classic Sicilian position.
Mm-hmm.
And I think white is almost always slightly better here, but experience really matters. And Grisha already taking quite a chunk out of his clock.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's one game.
Yep.
We also have in the Ukraine matchup, Ukraine is playing Paraguay, so that's going to be a must-win for Team Ukraine. We have Ivanchuk on the top board against Vasquez. And it seems like Vasquez is completely equalized in this position in a Queen's Gambit.
Yeah.
Bishop b7 and c5, and you can basically offer a draw. I don't know.
You can offer.
But will it be, accepted by Ivanchuk?
Be accepted.
Maybe not.
Ivanchuk's having a good tournament so far as well. Last round he drew with Navarra. I think the two of them have been some of the top board ones so far on the first day yesterday. I think they're both undefeated. We saw Ivanchuk win from a very cramped Catalan against Dubov yesterday. So having a great tournament. Of course, Guillermo Vasquez, as of last round, is also having one of the tournaments of his life. So we'll see how this goes.
Yeah, Ivanchuk is the sort of guy who can manufacture intrigue and a lack of clarity out of almost any position. So I think objectively Black has done a great job in the opening, but Vasily is going to find some way to mix this up. This will not just be a boring draw, I think. And we have this game. Ivanchuk drops the bishop back to e2. The question is, what is he planning against c5?
Yeah.
Maybe he just wants to play rook f1 and claim that he's a tiny bit better. He's got slightly better rooks.
Right. If cd4, he could take on d4 with the queen, and that would be sort of like the little twist.
Nice. Send the rook into c7.
Yeah. Because you don't even want your queen on the c file. It's just letting Black play rook c8. But as you pointed out, of course, Black should play rook c8 first when White's not threatening anything.
Right. Get the pieces into position. Then maybe you can start harassing Black with queen a3. Annoying move.
Yeah.
That's all you can do in these positions is be annoying.
Yeah. I give that move high marks for annoying, actually.
It's extremely annoying.
Yeah.
Speaking of annoying, we have an interesting position in the same match between Shevchenko and Almiron. Almiron has white. And Kirill Shevchenko, of course, the favorite in this game. He's up a pawn, but White's got pretty undeniable compensation in the form of some central pressure. But is it enough? I don't think so.
I mean, if White had the pawn on e4, we would still say that Black's basically solid.
Right. Yeah, that's a bad sign. Maybe rook e8 here can be considered. And if knight c6, you just drop the bishop back to f8.
Mm-hmm.
I don't see anything significant in terms of compensation. Bishop h5 is Kirill Shevchenko's choice. And
right, trying to disrupt the whole c6 square issue.
Yeah, and after queen g3, maybe he wants e5. Just get out of here, knight on d4.
Oh gosh, yeah, I was scared for a second, like, why is Danya giving us the f5 square? But no, you've got it covered.
Right.
It's like,
oh yeah.
Otherwise, it's like suicide.
Oh yeah, if you can get a knight here, and especially in conjunction with the queen like this. Yeah. I mean, the funny thing is, if bishop h6, Black can always drop to g6. Yeah. Probably there is a better move, but
like queen g4 is good too at that point.
Oh, that takes the air out of the building. Although here maybe knight f5.
And the queen can't take it.
I've managed to create some intrigue. But even knight g4, bishop g6, it's a completely insufficient play for White. So this is looking pretty grim for Mr. Almiron. All right. So that's another important game. We have Yulia Osmak against Jennifer Perez Rodriguez, who had a very impressive game against Lagno. And now she's up a pawn for no comp. My gosh, what happened here?
Yeah.
We had Osmak blundering a pawn, going b4 in this position.
Four.
Thank you very much.
Oh yeah, just forgetting about the little tradeovich.
I'll take it, Takeovich. And now after bishop c5, there's literally just no compensation.
Yeah.
Or Osmak.
Yeah.
Ooh, this match is not decided. I mean, obviously Ukraine is a huge favorite, but Paraguay has some grit.
Yeah, they've got positions so far all across the board. The other match would be Vargas against Zhukova.
Let's take a look at that position.
Which I think is pleasant for black.
Vargas against Zhukova. Yeah, they've only made 12 moves. What is bishop g5 here? That's a weird Tory attack, c4, and we have this very typical structure where black advances b4.
Yep.
And white is unable to take because of the rook hanging. This is usually a bad sign for white.
Yeah. Folks, when you're considering the queen trades on b3 and b6, which probably come up all the time for London and Torre queen pawn players, when you're considering those trades, you always want to ask yourself if the b pawn can advance all the way to b4 for black or b5 for white before the opponent plays a6 and moves their rook. They always need that extra tempo, right? a6 or a3 to control that square and a move to move the rook away. So you just count that every time, and that'll really basically show you how to decide whether to trade queens or not.
Yeah, so in this position, if the rook was away from the a file, of course, you'd be able to take the bishop. So you make a great point. And bad news for Israel. We already have a result as extremely convincing win by Gunina over Michal Lahav. Obviously, this was a huge rating mismatch, and Michal did not have a good time here. We had some sort of a Caro-Kann Valentina. Oh, yeah, this 94 move is actually really dangerous. Oh, and a knight sacrifice by she took a look at this position. No, this is a disaster. This is a complete and total. No,
got the piece back in one move, and white still had nothing developed.
Yeah, this position basically plays itself, and in this position, white resigned as the rook comes to g6 with crashing position. Wow, that is a very convincing win for Valentina. That puts Russia ahead by a point.
Those games are great. Those games are great to see because it's a very, very clear warning about what not to do, right? Don't play f3 and take that knight in the opening. You can't get away with that. Bring out your pieces instead.
Right. And it very clearly shows you just the importance of a development advantage. You can just sack a piece for development. You don't have to have anything more specific than that. The development can be transformed into an attack.
Mm-hmm.
So model attacking game. And do we have any lower boards than that in Team Russia?
I think chat's learning the wrong lesson. They're saying the lesson is don't play someone rated 500 points higher than you.
Hilarious. Yeah, I'm not sure that's not what we intended to get across.
Well, Fedoseev making interesting use of the G pawn right here in this game.
Yeah, typical Fedoseev. G5, G4.
And for Rodstein, I still don't see how to get the C1 bishop involved. It's what I couldn't figure out yesterday. It's what I still can't figure out today. The meaning behind G5, G4 was to cut off white's control of E4 and stop white from playing E4 supported by an F3 pawn, right? And so I feel like white's plan has maybe been stymied by Fedoseev at this point.
Yeah, and Queen E6, increasing black's control over the E4 square.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, white's king is also kind of not feeling too safe in the long run. Another idea would involve getting this knight around to D6 and clamping down even further on the E4 square.
Exactly what Keddy told me yesterday.
So this is,
and
it's interesting. Yeah, again, this idea of putting the knight on B6 is apparently very strong. That's exactly what black did. So you called it. And here, like if you had gone C5, the knight could even swing back to d7. Black has done his job, forcing the center to be closed, and now plenty of ideas here.
Have play for e5 and b6. But maybe that's what white should be doing, because I mean, both games that I've seen yesterday and today, white didn't get a good game by trading on d5. I mean, black was able to use the semi-open e file to control e4, and the bishop on c1 didn't get out. So, I mean, maybe you can play c5, black plays knight d7, and of course, b6 and e5 are coming, but during that moment that you've got that space advantage, you can maybe play e4 for white, and then whether black plays, you know, e5 or b6, either way, you've got some space for your bishop pair, right? And so, yeah, black trades off your center, but that's not what you're playing for anymore.
Right. And here you're getting, you're getting the bishops out. I agree. I think something about the structure is just not promising for white. And I think you hit the nail on the head. It's the fact that this bishop on d2 has no prospects in the long run. And a move like e4 is already not good, because you're going to end up with a really weak isolated pawn.
Yeah.
So,
or not end up with it.
Bad news here. And we also have I think, pretty terrible position for black in the game between Esipenko and Parhov. H4, that's a pretty hardcore move. Esipenko just ramming this pawn down the board.
Right.
I think black is losing. Actually, I think black is completely losing. There are too many threats. Like if you play rook h8, white could reposition the queen at e5, threatening a discovery.
It's a nice square.
I think this is like a couple of moves away from being resignable. I know that sounds crazy, but black's position is so incredibly vulnerable. And if you allow h5, the problem is that you can't take because of queen g5. So it's coming at black from all sides here.
Yeah. You know, if I could play rook a to d8, I would disagree with the sort of terminal evaluation. I would say black's still kicking. So to me, a big part of black's problem is that white kept that bishop on c8 long enough that black hasn't been able to sort things out. So here, I mean, you mentioned h5, you mentioned queen e5. I mean, rook c1 to c7 is also plenty annoying. And it's really that bishop on c8 being stuck there that to me is dragging down the rest of the whole black game.
Yeah. And it's impossible. Like the hilarious thing is that worst comes to worst, white could even take on b7, but nobody's going to do that. But you're right. It's this, you know, you want to look at a position, identify what specific factors stand behind the evaluation. And in very dynamic positions, it's often going to be, you know, one side just not being developed enough or not being developed well enough. That's the case here. So bad news for Israel, who are in trouble on several different boards. Let's maybe have a look at the matchup between Italy and whomever Italy is playing.
Okay.
Which is Latvia.
Let's see.
Okay, so Pierluigi Basso is actually losing now to Mustaps Matisse. Matisse pulled out all the Mustaps in this game after a bad opening.
Yeah.
How many pawns does black have? 8 million? How did this happen?
1, 2,
so
3,
white allowed
4.
the sacrifice, if you remember.
Yep.
Gave up a bunch of other pawns. Black breaks through with d5, very strong move, because now g5 hangs. And now e4, counter blow, opening up the file.
And
what a game
why
for
didn't
black.
why didn't white trade queens when black played that hammer blow on them?
No, that would not have been a good move. I guess white should have tried this. But this still looks very scary. Like even bishop takes b2.
Bishop takes b2 and the rook can't fight that pawn quite properly.
Something like this. And it's a matter probably of choosing between two evils.
Yeah.
And I think white chose the wrong evil.
Yeah.
Whoa,
they castled, but there was really nowhere to castle too. It's just like a random king move.
But what an incredible blow, rook e3.
Ouch.
You can't take it. And now rook takes g3 and queen d4. Amazing play by Mustaps Matisse. And he's just pushing the pawn.
Yeah.
But somehow now he pushes the other one.
Needs to be careful.
Yeah, why can
he pushed it as if it was about the queen.
But it's not. I don't know if he should have done this.
Then it didn't.
I think that a more circumspect move maybe it would have been something like bishop e5. But okay, let's see.
He's given white the first good thing about their position in like 25 moves.
Right, exactly.
That C pawn is a bit threatening.
Yeah.
You even
This
have to
might
watch out
been-
for F7. For the F7 square.
Yeah. Now it's anybody's game. 2 minutes for black, which is also super concerning.
Yeah.
I have a feeling White's going to win this game. I'm going to call it here, even though the eval seems to be in black's favor nonetheless. I just have a sense that black is losing the thread.
After
A4.
everything.
Now rook b8, I guess. And then maybe a3. Who knows?
Yeah, rook b8.
And then queen a8 ideas. I mean, rook b8. I'm trying to figure out if this actually threatens anything, or if maybe white should actually. Yeah, rook b8 has been played.
Yeah, let's see. Oh, white's got 11 minutes against black's 1 minute. So while black was just thrashing white just kept playing their moves quickly. Danya, that's pretty impressive to like be taking moves like rook takes g3 from the opponent and just keep your cool and keep playing and not just sit there and tank.
Yeah, no, it's insane. But now a3, that's a very strong move.
Right.
And the problem is if you take the pawn, which maybe you should, black at least has a perpetual with queen. Actually, wait, maybe black should play queen c6 and pick off
the pawn that's bothering them. But white will be able to trade off the b pawn at the end, right?
Yeah, except white has to be very careful where to put the king. So maybe even rook f3 should be played. And you might get an endgame like this, which of course should be a draw, but white should not have problems here.
Yeah.
So yeah, no, this might end in a draw, depending on how white plays in this position.
Well, now white's spending a little bit of his time reserves.
Yeah.
I don't see a good move other than queen a3.
No, I mean, you cannot allow a2. That's madness. And amazingly, if you try something like c8 queen, this might look very tempting because you get this check, but you have absolutely no follow-up and white can resign. So
yeah, that check's not going to compensate for the two new queens coming in on the queen side.
Right, exactly. Okay, so we have this game going on. We have a couple of other games within.
Wow.
Italy, Latvia, crazy position in this.
I like this
game. Complete insanity. I don't even know who's better here.
Sometimes that means nobody's better.
Yeah, maybe it's dynamic equality. I think if anybody's better, it should be white. White's got this massive, what do I even call this? A pawn phalanx. And bishop d3, I really like. Loading up the battery.
Like a pair of wings. It's like a bird headed on the diagonal towards black's queen.
Right. You don't see the structure every day. It's like a doubled pawn on the f file.
Yeah.
But then you have pawns on g5 and h5.
I've almost never seen it because generally you don't want to push your other pawns really far past your doubled pawn. So you'll rarely see people sort of like rushing the other pawns past them like this. If black controlled f5, it would be a great game for black.
Yeah, the fact that there's this battery is very important for it. And if I were white, I would be very patient here. Maybe even go king g3 and then rook e1 and just, pretend that it's just another day in the office.
All right.
Improve your position.
Your king's got a nice corner office there.
Right. Surrounded by security, very experienced security detail. Okay.
Wow,
I'm not going to pretend to know what's going on here.
It's a weird position.
And then we also have a weird position in game between Vidruska and Mobiliano.
But this one I recognize. This looks like an open Sicilian where white tries to smash the black king. Like I have some sense of what's going on.
I think she succeeded.
The other position I would have just been like painting pictures, but
right, doodling, yeah. I think that black is lost here because first of all, if you move the bishop away, I think you might have to go f6 because if you move the bishop away, knight f5 ends the game immediately. And if you play f6, I think still knight f5 takes knight d5. Okay, the computer's laughing at me, maybe because of queen d6. Okay, I guess not.
You're just gonna make it laugh more, Danya. Don't
look.
with
every sacrifice, it It keeps cackling louder and louder.
I gave a line yesterday and every single move, and it was like 3 moves for white and 3 moves for black. And it went from winning to losing on every single move. 6 zigzags.
These positions are impossible to analyze. And it appears that a move has been made.
Yeah.
And the move is F6. Okay, good job by Mobiliano.
It's got to be done. He didn't yo-yo the bar, so good for him.
Right. And I'm a little bit concerned that white's going to go knight F5. And apparently it's not a good move. It's super tempting, though. I think I figured out why. I think after knight F5, EF, knight D5, there's some move like bishop B6. Okay. Counterpinning the knight to the queen.
Wow.
And
putting more stuff on the E file because you're afraid that knight F6 is coming in at some point.
Right.
So it's just good to have anything you can on that file.
Yeah, it's like when the bad guy is trying to break into a room and you're putting a chair and a table, whatever you can to prevent the door from being broken down.
Yeah.
And
how about knight F3? Where's the bishop go against a simple retreat?
That's a nice move. Just get it out of there.
Yeah.
Well, in either case, white's going to have to make a decision because she's got under a minute now. She's played, oh my goodness, B4. What a move. I completely forgot about this idea, and I think it's actually the best move.
What? Instead of tearing open black's king, we tear open the white king. Why would we do that, Danya? Explain.
Insane. Well, because the knight is just no squares. And I've seen this idea in this line, and this often happens. You get so fixated on the center that you forget about the flanks. So the knight literally has only one square, A4.
Mm-hmm. And then you can win the E6 pawn, among
at
other.
the very minimum, which is not to say this is the only move, you can take E6. And once this pawn falls, ideas like knight C7 start to hang in the air. This is totally crushing.
Huh.
What a move. Black might have to leave that knight on C5 and go like rook C8 or something.
And she had the flexibility of thought to come up with this with a minute on her clock.
I know,
so many tempting options in the center.
Very impressive. Very, very impressive. And I literally don't see a move for black. There's no good way to sacrifice this knight. Maybe rook C8 is the only way to get a pawn for it. But after rook C8, BC, rook C5, queen B3, there's no compensation. White's attack continues, and the king is quite safe. What a move. What a move.
Wow.
By the way, Katerina Lagno has defeated Olga Gutmacher, so another win for Russia.
Yeah.
Grishuk is also much better. So the Russia-Israel match is essentially decided already. And so we're keeping an eye on the more tightly contested matches. Bishop A4, what? Or did I just make that move by accident? Knight A4. Sorry, I didn't see. Yeah, so she plays knight A4, and now knight takes C6 is going to be totally crushing, but will she find it with 40 seconds? I mean, it's very natural. What else do you do, kind of thing, right?
I mean, if she played B4, she already has has seen this idea for sure.
It's like you've developed the theory of general relativity. Now you have to add 2 and 2.
Yeah.
As we see 20 seconds. Okay. And she's made a move. And that move is knight takes C6.
Mm-hmm.
The only hope for Mobiliano is the time situation, which is concerning, but manageable with the increment. As we see her on camera, or as we see her forehead more precisely.
Yeah. Well, we can also guess that she's using the classic one-handed thinker pose.
Yep.
I usually am a two-hand thinker pose.
You put both hands on your head.
Yeah.
No, that's fair. I think I'm the same way. We also have a game that we haven't looked at. We'll return to this one shortly. But we have Lorenzo Ladici against, this guy has an epic name, Egons Lavendalis.
Yeah.
He is one of the organizers of the Riga Technical University Open, which I've played in.
Correct.
And right now, this is a technical win for black, I think, as the other rook comes into d1.
Yeah.
This is not looking good. Look at that king on f5. That's a beast.
Yeah. It's perfection.
Sitting there.
It's perfection. Yeah. Lavendelis had an incredible upset yesterday, Danya. He had a bishop trapped on h8 against Anton Korobov. Like black f6 pawn, white h6 pawn, white knight on f5.
Okay.
Black bishop
God.
on h8.
Wait, so he won?
And he survived. Eventually they traded into an endgame that was like more or less equal, where like a pawn had been traded and the bishop could come out of h8. And so they played an equal endgame, and then he beat Korobov. And he had like 10 seconds against, or 20 seconds against like 5 minutes.
Incredible.
Yeah.
By the way, Ivanchuk has John Vasquez completely, so as we kind of expected.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing happened there.
Those who can't lose when they face each other, it's a draw.
Almiron is probably going to lose this to Shevchenko. He's up a piece with very meager compensation. Meager at best. I mean, you have some gimmicky moves like bishop h8, but they're very easily met with something like f5. But okay. Yeah, that's probably what he's thinking. And
bishop h8.
No, this is a disaster. And we also have Galperin Platon, Galperin, who easily defeated Juan Millan. So Ukraine is going to win very handily, which was expected. So I think we can transition back to this very important game between Vidruska and Mobiliano. Oh,
yeah.
What happened here? There was a queen trade.
That's not what white wanted.
No, knight d4 was really bad. That was a slow move, and Mobiliano sinking that bishop into c4.
So the right move for white was maybe bishop d5, because black was planning this bishop c4 move.
Then maybe rook c3.
And there's a big threat too, right?
Here, maybe you can take on c3 and go like knight c7 or something.
Right.
But in either case, I think Mobiliano's move rook c8, very, very strong, creating a threat, hard to defend against in time pressure.
Yeah.
Knight f5. White succeeds in getting her knight to f5, but she has to trade queens. Wow, bishop takes a2. Nice tactic.
Oh,
good
bishop
eye.
takes a2.
And who's better now? I think it's probably equal, but both sides now with no time. This is a huge game. We remind you that
black was not put off at all by white's brilliant play.
Right. Italy is a favorite in this match, but they have to win. Otherwise, they are out of contention for second place. It looks like Di Benedetto against Golubovskis, that crazy position with the pawns. He probably is going to win. So this is looking good. We also have an important game here between Sedina and Rogole. Rogole, very strong women's international master, I think, women's grandmaster from Latvia, who I actually played her in Latvia at the Riga Technical University Open. She's very strong, but here she is suffering, pawn down, but she's got a blockade, so maybe drawable.
Right.
Maybe drawable.
The blockade's pretty solid, and that weakness on f2 keeps white from just maneuvering however they want.
Yeah.
So g3, king g2, maybe find another way to get rid of that weakness. Or play around it.
Yeah, nice. And maybe h4, so sort of, oh, queen a7, queen c6 is a nasty little move. You have to go back to a7.
Yeah, do not trade.
No. No, with 6 seconds, this is hard to defend. And I would just go h4. Try to poke and prod at the king side. I think she's going to play that move. That's
and I would go move. H5, saying, please don't prod my king side.
Right. And then maybe white can go to f3 and go g4 and try to somehow break through. It's not a very serious idea, but it's something.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So this is going to go on for a while. Basso and Mustaps draw their game. So Pierluigi Basso counting his lucky stars.
Yeah. Vidruska and Mobiliano have transposed into, well, the moves come so fast. I was going to say transposed into a complicated rook endgame, but now white's got a queen. So
Oh, and white wins, and Vidruska with a huge win. And
yeah,
this puts Italy in a lot of trouble. Okay. Do we have any other?
now that game was hard to call. Who was going to come out on top in that one?
This is a big one that we were not looking at. Grimaldi against Golsta. And black is going to win this game, I think. And that's going to equalize the Latvia-Italy matchup. Di Benedetto and Golubovskis draw their game. They agree a draw in this insane position. They repeat moves. So it's all coming down to just a couple of games. First of all, black has to finish this one.
Yeah.
And
the pass pawn on f2 is probably not going to do it. So it's up to the b pawn. And black's got to cover queen f6 at the same time.
I think it might be all down to that. Sedina and Rogole draw. Elena Sedina offers a draw in that position. So I think this might be a tied match if black wins this game. I'm not sure. I think it's going to be a tie. No, but there's the Levendelis game. So if this game ends in a black win, then Italy squeezes by. But it's not entirely clear white threatens f5 here.
So the king should consider going back to dominating square.
Yeah, you can lose this too with 30 seconds.
Yeah.
As we see Lorenzo Ladici with the weight of the world on his shoulders, as we see him on camera. And Levendelis, great job creating counterplay. King d3. Okay, king f2 looks very natural. Rook f2. That's a really weird move, but I guess he wants f5 in this version. Huh. Okay, so by the way, I think that bottom board, the one between Grimaldi and Golsta, that actually might be a draw. Golsta is Grimaldi is choking it.
It's very close. Grimaldi's done a good maneuver.
Grimaldi is, yeah, but she's okay. She probably is going to win.
This e-pawn right here is getting out of control.
But so are black's passers. I'm afraid that black will somehow give the rook for the pawns. But if you play b4, you allow rook a5 and rook takes a6. Oh, and he blundered that way. Oh my God, he blundered the pawn. Now it's probably a draw.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're watching the Levendelis game. I'm just updating everybody. Grimaldi is going to win. So currently, everything depends on this game. Whoever wins the match. If it's a draw, the match is tied. And you can see the disappointment on Ladici's face. He's let this one slip, and now probably white is winning.
Now white's winning. What?
How though? Maybe e7. I don't know. I think probably this game will end in a draw.
Yeah, I mean, I think so too.
e7 played. That's natural. Now
the rook g8 move was weird.
Now apparently white is completely winning, but I wouldn't trust computer evals here.
No, it's just bouncing around too fast. But
maybe rook b6 and king e5. Maybe you should get your king up and promote, and then walk the king back and take the pawn on g4. I think you have to do that. I mean, it's the only try. And white might be winning here. Will white go king e5? You have to consign the rook to stop the pawn, walk the king up, force black's rook to give it away.
I think you have to play rook c6 check.
No, he's done it. I think this is correct. Because he's going to go king f7, and black is not going to be in time to save that g4 pawn.
Oh my goodness.
This is an insane. The fact that white is going to win this game is absolutely insane. And I believe that Latvia is going to upset Italy. Shocking results. Even though Grimaldi wins. Don't quote me on that, though. We're going to check that.
Yeah. Well, Grimaldi did win, but that much is clear.
Yes, I believe that. And Fedosey beat Ratzin. So Russia beats Israel very convincingly.
Wow, this was incredible. I mean, Levendelis was in such a hopeless position for so long. I mean, you could barely move, trust up, Black controlled everything.
Yeah, this is something to show your grandkids kind of thing, because it's one of those games where when you press for a very long time, you start making accuracies. Then you start to panic, and at some point you should just make the draw. But because you're in that zone where you feel like you're under no pressure, you lose your objectivity. And what a result. You can see the exasperation on Naroditsky's face. It is super nasty to lose a game like that.
Yeah.
What a result, as Latvia stuns Italy and brings them essentially out of contention for second place. The nerves let Naroditsky down. Egon Slavendalis, the hero of this match.
Wow, that's two big endgame upsets from tough positions for him.
Wow. So that paves the way for Ukraine, because both Israel and Italy lose. Ukraine wins, and it appears that they are going to make a very good case for being second.
Wow.
As Zhukova wins, Ukraine with a very wide margin.
Yeah, and just one game left in this round between Esipenko and Yair Parkov. And we're going to have to see what Super GM magic Esipenko can come up with.
Yeah, this game is kind of a moot point, but amazingly, Andre failed to convert a position I thought was essentially just completely winning. Kudos to your Parkov. This seems like a dead draw. I mean, Black has extreme piece activity to compensate for the pawn.
Right.
We're going to see a repetition of moves, I think. I don't think Esipenko is really even going to try. And this is, again, a moot point because Russia is so far ahead. And, okay, so maybe he's still trying. But now just 93 and 91, I think.
Wow. The knight on h3 is really not helping much, is it? I mean, it's so awkward. You could even blunder this as white while trying to press.
Absolutely. No, Black is probably playing for a win at this point. It's still a draw, but rook a2 could be considered. Like, if you don't want to make a draw immediately, you could try to go after this pawn first. He does it. He wants to win. I guess
send you to h3 and then take your pawn.
Exactly. Or go g4. No, he takes it.
Yeah.
And Esipenko could, if he wants, take on g5 and make a draw.
I mean, I think everybody knows now if you beat Esipenko, you're only one step removed from beating Carlsen. So
right, exactly.
Esipenko has turned himself into a scalp.
Yeah, your Carlsen
other people to covet.
Okay, king g2, and we're going to see it probably a trade of knights and a draw. Okay, they're going to repeat moves this way. All right, so I think it's safe to say this game will end in a draw as they are repeating moves. Russia wins, Ukraine wins, and the stunning result of the day is probably of the whole day, but definitely of this round, is Latvia's amazing upset over Italy, pushing Italy out of the big fight for second place, pushing Ukraine to the top of the standings after Russia. Next round, it's going to be super important. We'll see if Ukraine is able to solidify their lead. But we will take a break. And on the other side of this break, big time round. Don't go anywhere. We will be back in just a few minutes. All right, we are back at the 2021 FIDE World Cup, and we are watching the ongoing Pool C matchups. It's been a really, really interesting day of action so far. We've seen Russia run away with the tournament, run away with the group, which is pretty natural. But there's been this massive battle for second place. Incredible result in the last round is Latvia stunning Italy and paving the way for Ukraine to currently hold second place. Ukraine is going to have a really, really big match, David, against Israel.
Yeah. Italy and Israel were the heroes in the previous round when they took out Argentina and Spain. And this round, of course, Israel had a tough time against Russia, but Italy was absolutely shocked by Latvia. And Ukraine's the only team which really, really took advantage of that this round. So we'll have to see what Israel can do against Ukraine this next round. That's going to be crucial. And I think not only Israel, but also, Germany and Italy and Spain will be rooting for the Israelis there to slow down Ukraine.
Yeah. And this is the last matchup of the day. And I believe that tomorrow there will be one more day of action, right?
You're correct.
So nothing is fully decided, but if Ukraine wins and, some of these teams in the peloton don't perform, if Spain, Italy, Germany, Israel all lose, Ukraine can essentially breathe easy. And in terms of the Ukraine-Israel match, I'm looking over here at the actual pairings. We have Smir and Shevchenko, Royce against Korobov. I think Israel really has to perform on the top boards because, well, I can't say that they're outranked that much on the bottom boards. It's actually quite evenly matched, surprisingly. So it's going to be really interesting.
So that'll be really close. The other match that's going to be really important probably is Italy and Spain, because if Ukraine loses, those are two teams that could catch up, but obviously only one of them can, not both.
Yeah, and Italy will have to morally recover after, in terms of their morale after such a stunning loss. Now, it's not the same as an in-person tournament where you're seeing each other and you have infighting after a tough loss. You have icy stares and, why did you play that move? And it's your fault. Of course, a good team with good chemistry doesn't do that, but
wow. Yeah. I was like, what team?
I was like, what kind of team
on,
what team am I describing? I think that there were discussions, like some people say that some of the favorites don't do well in Olympiads, and partially I think team chemistry is a very, very big reason. Even if there's no overt hostility, I think when there's a lot of really, really good players on one team and you play a bad match, there's just this sort of natural assigning of blame that happens. I think this doesn't happen here because all of the players are at home, but Italy's going to have to recover. They've got a very, very tough match ahead of them.
Yeah.
So the game should begin any second. And Russia, who is Russia playing? Russia is playing, Argentina, which is a pretty strong team. It's not going to be a walkover.
Yeah.
But obviously, I think Russia cannot be stopped. They've got an insane
Argentina's
team.
put themselves in a spot today where they need an upset against Russia. They came into the day in second place ahead of the peloton. Now they've lost 2 matches in a row, and it only gets tougher with Russia. They need an upset. I mean, I said other teams would be happy to score 2 points against 6. Nobody's done that yet. But I mean, if I'm Argentina now, I say, like, we got to beat these guys. We got to just go in and score the match of our lives.
Oh yeah, no, you never know when it could happen. It could happen now, which is why we watch these tournaments. These rapid time controls, they promote a lot of upsets, and you can never, you never say never. So right now, as the games are loading up, we're seeing Latvia against Czech Republic, which is less important in terms of these standings, but it would be interesting to see if Latvia can follow up on their very impressive results in the last round. Matisse Mustaps made a draw against a strong GM, so he's probably feeling pretty confident.
Yeah, and I've got my eyes on Egon Slavendelis now. Every time he's playing, I'm like,
that dude is awesome. Germany has a pretty easy match, I think, against Paraguay, who has not fielded their strongest team. I think Vasquez is not playing. So I think Germany should be handily the favorites here. And, you know, if they win, they're also in very much in contention. But it really all depends on Ukraine. I mean, if Ukraine keeps winning, then there's very little that can be done. And we're waiting for, I think, the other games to load. So in the meantime, we're enjoying Latvia and Germany. And yeah, Spain against... Am I seeing Heineken? Is that his last name?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I saw that earlier too.
I mean, I personally, it's interesting because I wonder if he knows my very good friend, Juan Corona. And John Budlitsky.
Is Juan over visiting you right now?
Yeah.
You got him
very
right by
mature,
your side.
very mature humor.
Yeah.
I all of a sudden blanked on like all brands of common beer.
Like I've been drinking beer all morning and I can't think of the name of a single brand. What is going on?
Yeah, Steven Blue Moonovich. Okay. So this is a good position, and I think the other games have also begun. Let's jump into Israel against Ukraine. We have Smirin and Shevchenko on the top board. This is where Israel, I think, really needs to strike. Ilya Smirin is very experienced. He's super strong in open Sicilians. Let's see if he can produce a good game here against Kirill Shevchenko.
Yeah.
And we also have on the second board, who's on the second board? I'm trying to figure that out. Who is...
Problem is the opponent's good too. In each of these matches, that's the problem. You're always up against somebody else who's really good.
And Anton Korobov is an absolute monster. Michael Royce might be a less familiar name to some of the viewers, but he actually is really strong. He's basically retired now.
Yeah.
But at his peak, he was I think 2680 FIDE. So he's actually a very, very strong blitz player. Very dangerous opponent. I wouldn't sleep on him.
Yeah. And Korobov won't.
Yeah, 92. So what else? This is a Nimzo Indian. And it's kind of an old line, I think. This E3, Bishop D3, the traditional Rubinstein. This used to be A3, but kind of a weird continuation. Bishop A2 getting out of the X-ray. Yeah, I've seen the structure many times. Generally, black prepares E5 here, I think. So like knight BD7.
Yeah.
Followed by E5. Is pretty normal.
And knight D2, I'm at a little bit of a loss as to what the upcoming plan for white is. I mean, I imagine white wanted to fight for control of the E4 square. But
that's
since black plays E5 so easily, it's hard to imagine white playing E4. So I wonder what white wants to do.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it could be something crazy like F4 to stop E5. At first, I thought maybe it's F3 to blunt the bishop. But I don't know. E5 looks pretty good for black. So I guess we'll find out. No, C takes D4 by Michael Royce. Wow.
Yeah.
CD4 and Bishop D5. This is how he's chosen to meet.
I do not like this approach.
I feel like Bishop B1. I agree. I feel like Bishop B1 could be really good here.
Bishop B1, Queen C3.
Oh. Why do you have to be so annoying?
And then white needs a good move. I was wondering about that too, because I'm like, well, if I could just reposition my bishop and play E4, then you'd really laugh at black's plan. But I think Royce is planning Queen C3, and I don't know.
Yeah, white could play Queen C2 here, I think, and save the rook because can't really take to Bishop B2. But the end game,
Queen C2.
But the end game, I think, is pretty comfortable for black. Very quick piece development, and without the queens on the board, white's center is not as impressive.
Right.
So Korobov with a pretty big decision here. Maybe he should just play Bishop B2 and, you know, come to terms with the trade of bishops. There's not much that he can do. Maybe even take on d5. I don't know.
Yeah.
So we have a very sharp position in one of the other games in this match. Parhov against Galperin.
Oh, wow. That one's much more crazy. White did the H-pawn rush that's becoming so famous.
Yep. We had some sort of a King's Indian-ish structure. Ooh, I think knight f5 was a blunder, actually. I think knight f5 was a blunder, just giving up the exchange. Oh my goodness. And maybe takes bishop e6 is an important intermediate move. Otherwise, you have a queen trade.
Mm-hmm.
No, but black is in big trouble here. Down an exchange, white can castle at his leisure, and
yeah,
I don't see too much compensation here. Wow.
Yeah.
Pretty impressive stuff here for Mr. Parhov, who drew Esipenko from a really bad position in the last round. Maybe that's given him some confidence.
Wow. Yeah, it's too bad the black's got this development. We've seen people get smashed for getting behind development like this, but this time there just doesn't seem to be an exciting move for black here.
Yeah. This is quite nasty. Now, just want to draw your attention to this. Looks like a terrible position for black in Buksa against Gutmacher.
Yeah. Yeah, that did not go correctly. I
B3
feel like the D pawn must have gone through D4 and black missed a chance to take it.
Yeah, I've A6. Yeah, this is like a dream. I mean, now E5 looks, even just E5 and E6, just run this pawn down the board.
Mm-hmm.
Black could lose this game in 10 moves. I mean, that kind of stuff sometimes happens.
Yeah. And they might not even have a piece developed at move 10. They just need to play bishop c8 at some point.
Yep. No, so this is, I think, still a very tall order for Israel, who has to perform on the bottom boards. Mm-hmm. There's another important game, Klinova against Osmak, which we'll keep an eye on. I do want to check into Dubov's position. I know he's a crowd favorite, and he's got yet another really interesting position, which I think he's doing really well in. Yeah. It was a Blumenfeld gambit. Or no, a Benko gambit. This line, I don't know much about it.
Oh, it's both. It's a Benko and a Blumenfeld.
Right. And white actually takes the pawn rather than going knight c3. Okay. And yeah, this is a traditional Blumenfeld structure, which I always thought is quite dangerous for white. And quite passively played rook b8, accumulating the pressure.
Oh yeah, white's just played it too passively, Danya. I used to think that this structure was amazing for black when I was a kid. Mm-hmm. The e6 d5 c5 structure. Mm-hmm. I just thought, wow, it's just incredible. There's so much center. This is obviously worth a pawn. White's got nothing. Who cares about a pawn on b2 or a2? But then eventually, like, I found out that white can just play e4 in the middle of the game, right? And then knight to g5 or something. And black doesn't control every single square, right? Sometimes e6 is weak. Sometimes the d5 square doesn't hold up. But you have to do that very quickly as white, right? With your knight on c3, not on f1. So, I mean, you need to take this gambit on head on right at the beginning, try and crack one of those squares at d5 or e4, and create sort of a brawl in the middle of the board where you contend for that central control.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, if white can crash through, it's one of those openings which is all or nothing. Like you can get destroyed, but you can also destroy. And it seems like the latter is likelier than the former. Rook b1. It just seems like white's so passive here. He's nowhere near being able to play e4. And I just love the way Dubov plays.
And I just want to stress that, like, from my perspective, with every single move that's a neutral move, it basically gets worse for white.
Mhm.
And we can look at the trade-off between these moves, rook b8 and rook b1, right? That the two players have just played. How much scope did the black rook get? How much scope did the white rook get, right? Like, who has tactical possibilities on, c3 and b3 and so forth, right? I just think every move it gets worse. That's why it's so important to take action really quickly as white against this gambit, which is maybe different than the approach to a lot of other gambits where you try and weather a little bit of your opponent's development lead or initiative. But these kind of positional gambits, and I think the Benko and the Blumenfeld both have that element, these kind of positional gambits where the opponent has, some kind of positional compensation instead of development compensation, those ones you want to skirmish with often.
Right. And that's why they're often recommended as, openings for, people in the club player range who like tactical openings. The Benko is, it's withstood the test of time. I think stuff has been discovered and white can reliably get an objective advantage. But I think a lot of players, they hear that and they say, I can't play this opening anymore. But, stuff that happens at Magnus's level doesn't necessarily have a bearing on whether an opening is playable at a club player level. So I would caution people against putting too much trust in something Magnus says at a press conference about an opening, for example. Doesn't mean, it's not playable at other levels. And the Benko is one of those openings for sure, I think.
Yeah. So black's already introducing some threats, right? One focus square could be f2 with bishop c5 at some point. And black's central control is so good that, bishop c5, bishop e3, black would be able to play d4. Black had a second threat of knight c3. So
he did.
So bishop e3 was kind of the only move, I think, to start taking the d4 square under control. And
it's a good move.
Avoid disasters.
Bishop b4 is also something to consider in these positions. And after knight d2, maybe there's some craziness with c3 that could be attempted. Maybe not even such craziness. White's position is at risk of collapsing here.
Right. It doesn't
this
look
X-ray,
super
C2,
crazy.
CB. Lots of problems here for Pruess Ponza.
Yeah, after that line, I mean, I see a lot of chances for black to come out ahead material, actually.
Dubov prefers queen f6, which also seems very natural. Attacking b2, piling on the pressure. He might just win this game quickly. We're only 15 moves in, and it already feels like white's under just a monumental amount of pressure.
Yeah, this is the move I expected, just sort of playing the whole board and continuing to build up strength and cover e6, because my one concern with getting really tactical there from black was that there'd be some kind of counter shot on e6.
Right. Yeah, that's the only weak link in black's position, one could argue. So I agree. I think the fact that black's brought that under control is pretty important. Okay, so it looks like Dubov is, it has massive pressure going. We'll keep an eye on this game.
Yeah.
Smirin Shevchenko is not particularly interesting. We have Korobov Roy's, the top two games in our Ukraine-Israel matchup. And I think this position's pretty much equal. I mean, Korobov finally getting e4 in, but without the light squared bishop, it's not that impressive, I think.
Yeah, and black's had time to build up a very satisfying structure on the queen side. Black looks pretty strong there to compensate a little bit for white's strength in the center. So, yeah, black should be fine. I think when you've got the queen side majority versus the central majority, generally speaking, white will want more pieces, or whoever's got the central majority will want more pieces on the board, and whoever's got the outside majority will want to head towards endgames. I don't think this is an exception. So for black, I see a pretty simple way to make progress of just trading one rook on the C file, offering the next, right? If white ever gives up the file, you double and triple on it. If they stay on it, you just keep trading rooks and queens on the C file.
Yeah, and I would also add that because black's got this pawn majority on the queen side, any pawn endgame is going to be in black's favor, because black's going to have or even a knight versus bishop endgame, something to that effect. Black's going to have the outside passer. And so Korobov, I think, sensing that the tide is turning, he plays d5, very thematic move.
Yeah.
The idea is he takes d5, he wants to ruin Black's kingside pawn structure.
Yeah.
How dangerous
There's some
is
other
this?
situations. One of the most famous pawn stacks in this pawn structure is d5, e takes d5, e5, right? And that's usually done with a light squared bishop on d3
Right.
and a knight coming to d4. So since he's got the b2 bishop, I don't think he's going to play e5 and block his bishop. He's going to go for the structure.
Yeah, he's taken.
Like you said.
But I don't really see a great follow-up. Yes, Black has this damage, but if you try to swing your queen, let's say to h6, then Black can even play knight c4, and White is just running out of pieces here. I don't see... There's no rook left. I think Black's king is not really in danger. If anyone's
Knight
fighting
c4
for
is a good
equality here,
move.
it's White.
I was definitely going to play queen e3 for White, and just, I mean, like, my thought is, like, I don't have the pieces on the board to checkmate, but I'm going to play for perpetual check. That's literally my one goal.
I think Korobov needs to be very careful here. I think he's worse. And this idea of d5 is interesting, but he could just end up a pawn down for zero compensation. And so he's correctly taking a while, a pretty sizable think here.
Yeah.
I don't really even know what he should do. Maybe just some neutral move like rook e1 or rook d1, trying to keep as many pieces on the board as possible.
Now on queen e3, knight c4, just continue that variation a little bit for us to help us understand. I mean, I see that move feels strong, but let's say I just trade the knight and then play queen h6. You're going to take back like that. Okay, so now my center's secure, but you're queening really fast.
Yeah, I'll give you a check to defend f6.
Check to defend f6, and then you're
probably
probably
start
switch
pushing.
to the d file. No, you're going to queen right away. Okay.
But here maybe White has some ideas of going f4, rook f3.
Yeah,
and
let me
White's also
throw-
coming quite fast.
Let me throw what I've got.
So I agree with you. I think also
I thought you'd
E5
go
needs
rook
to be
d8 here, and then maybe on f4, rook d3. Oh,
yeah,
but I
here
didn't
I was
even
worried
see-
more about e5. And
So,
all of a
so that's what's
sudden-
interesting about this. I mean, the bar may say what it will. I see that by trading on c4, the bar is looking kind of low for White on the eval. But in a human situation, which is what any game really is in a tournament, in a human situation, it's like, yes, the c4 pawn may be winning for Black, but we're setting Black problems where they have to have a plan against e5 and against f4, rook f3. And like, I feel that the difficulty of the moves for Black is there.
Agreed. No, this is a great example of a situation where you cannot blindly follow the bar. White's got attacking chances. I think there's no question that I think one of Roy's strengths is he's just very good in these positions. He's very precise, which is why I'm concerned for Anton's position. But definitely Queen E3 has to be considered, and these ideas are easy to blunder for anybody. So this is, I think, a game that Roy's really needs to try to win because it's an opportunity. I think obviously we should also check into the Smirrin game.
Yeah.
But here I like how, I mean, this is just a Sicilian position. There's nothing cataclysmic has occurred yet here. Both sides are sort of starting their engines. Black pushing the queenside pawns, White has pushed kingside pawns. G5 needs to be considered, but I'm not really a specialist in I always struggle with both sides here.
Right.
I'm aware of this idea of going queen G2. I've seen people play like this and then maybe try to go F4. So that's one idea. Engine doesn't like it. What else is new?
Yeah. I mean, I don't think White can play G5 as long as the Black rook is on H8.
Yeah, because then just takes on rook H5. There's no compensation.
Yeah, I mean, basically, we just developed Black's rook by doing this, as well as losing a pawn. So I guess we do two things.
Agree. Well, what do you mean? We've accomplished so much with one move. We've blundered a pawn and gotten our opponent's rook involved. Yeah. Maybe queen D3 should be preferred. Preparing knight B5. And
the queen does belong on light squares here.
Smirrin has gone bishop G1.
Very
I think
fancy.
he's trying to
headed,
go bishop h2.
yeah, he's headed to pressure the d6 pawn,
The
which I
Evo
guess
bar
generally makes sense.
hated
If your
that.
opponent hasn't castled, you want to do something in the center versus on the king side.
I think black's position, though, is easier to play. Knight d7 is kind of asking to be played. That's one idea. Trying to get the knight around to, let's say, c4. Black a little bit lower on time. He's got 5 minutes. Obviously, you should always consider moves like a3 and b3, but I think here it's perhaps quite premature to decide on one of these moves. I think you should keep the tension. I think he's going to go knight d7.
Yeah, neither push looks good just yet. If you want to play like b3 as a pawn sack, you would want to castle first so that your rooks can come in quickly on both files after that kind of sack. Right. But he knows that as soon as he castles, white will play g5. So the timing is very tricky.
Right, exactly. Now, castling is possible here because white's bishop is currently occupying the square that the rook would have wanted to occupy if black castles.
White's kind of as badly poised as possible for the kingside push. In fact, g5, h5, queen g5, black would even have knight e4. So black could
there would
definitely consider castling.
Okay, so queen b7, interesting. He's preemptively stepping out of the pin. Bishop h2 is, of course, the logical follow-up to white's last move. And then maybe...
I don't see a major threat from black, so I assume that Smiran's going to continue his plan.
Right. Smiran also plays quite fast. I think he generally plays fast. So it's not surprising to see him with a time advantage. And... yeah, I mean, bishop h2 also doesn't really create too many threats. Black has time to castle if he wants to castle, or play knight d7 or whatever he wants to do. So super complex position. This could go either way. This could absolutely go either way. We already have some results on some of the lower boards and some of the lopsided matchups. This is also very important. But Maria Berdnik is crushing Michelle Katkov on the lowest board, I think.
Yikes. Black's all dark square position is not giving me any happiness here.
No, neither is it giving happiness to me. This is completely losing. And that was my concern going in, was the lower boards, which seem to be favoring Ukraine. This is crushing. But look at what Guttmacher has managed to do against Buxa.
Wow.
Knight takes e4. What a move. White was winning here. But Buxa blundering an amazing tactic.
Knight c3 trying to cover it. Tried to cover the e4 square.
This is mate. This is a pretty simple mate. And if you take with a queen...
well, the king would have to come out to c3.
Oh, did I? Yeah, I did miss a detail here. And here, this is just a draw, I think. Queen b4. Maybe this is how white should play. And you have a perpetual. Wow. Because if you play queen takes e4, then you play bishop takes e3. And black is threatening checkmate on a1. So this is actually quite amazing. I think white may have to. White may have to go knight takes e4. Because also knight takes f2 is a third threat.
Yeah.
What an idea by Olga Guttmacher. This is a potentially big game. And it's likely to end
game where black let white play d5 on move 5, and we thought they might not last much more than 10 moves.
That was the one. I mean, Buxa played fine, I think, for a while. King d8. But castling into b5, I don't know about that. Black seized her opportunity. This is winning for white, but...
I mean, if we just want to give some general advice to the crowd, I think when you've got such a nice position in the center, the whole idea of playing g4 was really unnecessary. I would have castled kingside and put my rooks in the center and played e5. But let's have Danya correct me if I'm wrong before we...
No, I agree. I think...
call that a lesson.
I think g4, number one, is pretty questionable.
Okay.
And number two, yeah, I mean, castling here may be also questionable. But really, this move knight c3, it steps into the diagonal. So now your bishop on b2 is not as influential. I would have probably, I mean, it's very easy to criticize in retrospect. It's not so easy to find a move here. The engine gives like +3. That's completely meaningless. Clearly black has counterplay.
If it's not easy to find a move, then we can say that, you know, white's move isn't a blunder, but things were getting tricky.
I think this was a possibility, just trying to,
Okay.
you know.
I was thinking bishop takes d7.
Whoops.
And if the knight
Apologies.
took g7 would hang, and if the king took, I would play e5.
Yeah, I agree. I think either way, you're sort of enforcing your will on the position, laying down the wood. Here, maybe, yeah, knight d5, there is some e6. Very nice. And then you win this bishop, and probably black does not have enough here. There's threats like knight b4. Either case, you have to compliment Olga Gutmacher for you know, managing to whip up counterplay. This is going to be a draw, as Buxa correctly takes on e4.
Okay.
So
cuts or losses?
Yeah, definitely. You definitely don't want to go crazy here. Korobov and Royce make a draw.
Wow. So
okay,
let's see. Let me just quickly see how that happened.
So we had this position, knight e3.
He took back. Oh, first he just played a neutral rook move, and then he took back on d5.
Yeah, so to defend the knight. And Roy's going after the exchange. And here Korobov agreed to a draw. And yeah, probably, well, maybe queen b2 should be considered, should be preferred. With a wild position. Apparently it is a draw. Who knows? Knight takes f6 is kind of unstoppable.
Yeah, the king can't go out to f8 and e7 because of knight d7. So he's gonna have to go back and forth.
Yeah. What a crazy sequence there. And so anyways, we have a draw, and we have a draw in the Buxa game.
So I think that was a good practical decision from Korobov. We just learned there that realizing that the game could drift against him, the black could just trade pieces on the c file, and there was nothing to look forward to in the end game, right? So he plays that d5 pawn sack, and you know.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think like sometimes you have to identify when you're starting to drift with the white pieces, and if Korobov had lost that, it would have been a disaster for Ukraine. So a lot depends on this game between Smirn and Shevchenko, which we will keep an eye on. Just really quickly, we have Bernik against Katkov. I think knight g5, or maybe knight e5 is actually the winning move.
Absolutely, the engine agrees with you.
Or the engine is actually suspicious. I don't know why. Oh, it's knight takes c5. I'm dumb. And knight f3 check.
And then knight f3.
It's easy to fall into that trap. Knight g5, I was concerned about rook takes b2 with a complete chaos. Complete chaos on the board. Both queens are hanging. If you try to desperado,
right,
then after bishop takes b2, it's not decided. I mean, white's going to have excellent winning chances here, but opposite colored bishops, you know, everything can happen.
Yeah.
The next move is going to be important for Bernik. She's obviously winning here. Even something like rook b1 could do the trick, but
because she's up 2 pawns already at this point, right? 2 pawns.
Yeah.
Black king weak and the d5 pawn weak. I would say we actually don't need to go for tactics for white here. That would be my feeling. I think the d5 pawn and the king are weak enough that I would rather not trade stuff off and get too aggressive, and I would play this rook b1 move here.
By the way, unfortunately, your friend Egon's Lavendel is lost. So his Cinderella run comes to an end.
No.
He got defeated by a Czech player. Okay, also a game that we have not looked at, which is very rapidly heating up and is in time pressure. Klinova against Ozmak. What a position, and spicy stuff going on the king side. I love what white is doing here.
Yeah, me too.
Adding some Tabasco sauce here. Ooh, this is scary. Knight h7 maybe to target the knight on d4, but Ozmak played a Philidor, and she didn't create counterplay in the center, and now she's getting harassed on the king side.
Yeah, she's one move away from getting smashed, so she needs.
She also has a minute.
Something.
Yeah, I think knight h7 is the natural move. Then the queen drops back, and maybe you go something like this, but then white could. White has an abundance of options here. Even just something like knight f3 hits the pawn on g5, hits the pawn on d6. Nasty stuff going on here. Let's see how black reacts. She's down to 30 seconds, is Yulia Osmak.
Knight takes.
20 seconds. What to do? I think she's at a loss here. This would be a massive win for Israel, considering that the bottom board is likely to go in Ukraine's favor. Rook e5. What about knight f3?
Yeah.
What about knight f3 here? It leads to wild complications.
Maybe knight takes e4.
Yeah, I was calculating knight takes e4, knight takes e4. Of course, the queen is hanging. You can't take on d8 because that's defended. I was thinking rook e4, rook e4. And now
Trade on g7 and then f6.
Ooh. And then queen h6. Oh, black has to go to f8 and run for dear life. Oh, or maybe king h7, actually. And is black alive? I don't know. Maybe the queen can move and pave the way for the knight. As we see Masha Klinova, very experienced player. She is searching for a knockout blow here. She's down to 2 minutes. She's probably going to spend most of them considering knight f3. She can also drop her queen back.
Is it ever fun to be playing a position like this for white in a game where you've only got 1 or 2 minutes on the clock? Because if I were playing this position in a classical game, I would say this is basically my definition of fun in all of life.
Oh yeah, no, this is, you feel the rush,
like
you feel the adrenaline, and you know, I think that in the moment you don't even realize how much fun you're having, because obviously there's a lot on the line. I think what makes it less fun is the fact that it's a team tournament, because you feel the responsibility of having to win it if you're white. And I'm sure Klinova feels the pressure right now. She's unaware of how her teammates are doing, but she knows this is an important game. Right. She has made a move.
Whoa.
And it's knight f3. And Osmak has taken on f5.
Black didn't take the knight, but instead just took the pawn.
Ooh.
Just being willing to be down a piece against 2 pawns.
Yeah, but bishop is hanging on b2. Queen c1 maybe. Ooh, what a move. Queen c1 is easy to miss, and she finds it.
Yeah. Queen
c1, dropping the queen back. Nice geometry of defending the bishop. White is winning here for sure, because that rook from e4 could swing to h4, particularly if the bishops get traded. This is big opportunity here for Klinova.
You want to checkmate black. You're not just going to consolidate.
No, I would go rook h4 here, or even, I mean, bishop takes g7, maybe too adventurous, but rook h4 seems supernatural, and it also
you
seems
probably
crushing.
want to play like queen h6 and set up that checkmate that we didn't get to see in the other game.
Right, exactly. Or the queen can come from, and she goes back to e2, which obviously does not spoil anything. I think this was an opportunity to just finish it.
Right. Now black has rook h5 maybe as a move that would present some technical difficulties.
I would double rooks here and try to go rook e8.
Yeah, the e-file's got to be the right deployment for those pieces.
It looks like the Italy Spain match, but it was really close. So that's something we'll update you on as well. Queen e3, queen c7.
No thank you on the queen trade. Probably get offered again on e7.
I don't love. Okay, queen e7, bishop d7, and now I guess you can triple if you want. It's easy to get in trouble when your queen is on e7 like that. That could be a double-edged sword.
d4 here, and then if rook e5, you can trade it and play.
Or you can go knight e6. Ooh, rook de1. She's tripled instead.
Okay.
Probably Osmak should go rook e8. Queen c8. No, but now knight d4 for sure, I think. Knight d4 still.
I mean, you can never even play rook e8 here, because white can always just take it with the queen and end up with even more extra material. Oh gosh, white's going to take everything.
Queen takes e8 ends the game immediately.
Yeah. Now this game has become like checkers for white. You just take.
That's unbelievable. Queen takes e8 is really basic, but still winning. Rook g5 though, that's exactly how these games turn around. when you miss an opportunity like that, then you've got to win the game. A new queen f2. What is going on? Klinova is just completely having a meltdown right now. What?
Yeah, I think she completely forgot that.
Oh my God.
That could possibly come in.
Queen takes e8. She has to play that move. That is really, really basic tactics. Bishop g4 now looks really interesting. Now it's completely unclear.
Completely.
This is insane.
Completely.
And now white's winning again? How?
Maybe.
I guess you should move your king. I don't know.
Who knows? It's if white's winning, it's probably bishop g4, queen g4, rook g7, right? If
Oh my God.
Him. But
look at,
I mean,
she's gonna lose now. Rook f5
here.
No,
What's
she is
here with rook f5.
King e2, and now white's the one trying to escape. Holy smokes. That rook on e7 needs to be super careful that it's not picked off by some fork on b4.
Yeah.
Oh my lands. Rook f4, rook e4 looks good too.
There is this king's gonna have a hard time wandering away because black has bishop h6 when you try to get to b1 to regroup.
Check. She wants the king on h7, so she wants to go like queen h2, but even that's not so scary due to rook h5.
Yeah.
King f7, the rook has to go back.
Is queen e3 playable now? No, because queen f3 check and the rook's still hanging on e8.
Oh, but not rook takes f3 due to the mate. That's bishop f8, bishop c5. Now white's the one in big trouble, I think.
The rook just came back and the bishop is repurposed to f8. That's a good move from Ozmak.
Yeah, this is mind-boggling stuff. And I feel like white's going to lose this game now.
This is really justifying her choice to sack the piece for the 2 pawns.
Bishop f4 is game over. She played c3, a4. Ozmak also creating a passer. Now Ozmak can win everything with bishop f4.
Yeah. Although a3 probably doesn't spoil anything either, right? Because like white's just kind of wandering through the center with the king.
Black is spoiled for choice here.
The f6 pawn is dealing with both white's minor pieces. Just yikes.
Wow. a3 now. a3 and white's position comes apart at the seams.
Yeah.
What a crazy turnaround. I mean,
queen G2 is good too. And then
take
on f3. Oh no.
How did this happen? And let me just come back to the moment to show the magnitude of this situation. I mean, queen takes e8 is you play this move with a millisecond on your clock and black resign. Literally you win you're up 3 pieces. Okay, maybe 2. Black traps the knight, but I think white still has enough.
Yeah,
that is
it's just
remarkable. So she goes back and then she's still winning, but she blunders the pawn and I'm speechless. And this is a huge win for Ukraine.
That would be like in your first 10 problems in a puzzle rush.
Yeah. And we also have a very, very close ending here in Galperin, who is trying to create chances against Parhov. Parhov is definitely winning here, but I think he just messed it up. Oh my God. King e3. He might have to give the rook up for the pawn and then run his a pawn up the board.
Yeah. If he could give up the rook, that would be good enough.
I would just go a4. Start running it up. I don't think that black can intercept the rook here.
Right, because if you go king to the second rank and knight to the first rank, you can always give check.
Yep. Exactly. So this is going to be a win for white because knight e1, there's rook a2 check. This is the key resource. And then you give the rook up for the pawn and the pawn's on a6 already. But the Masha Klinova loss might be the critical game of this match. And what else do we have? Buksa drawing Gutmacher here. Maria Berdnik has indeed won and converted that big advantage against Katkov. So Ukraine currently up 2.5 to a half. And Smir and Shevchenko also making a draw. So Ukraine's going to win.
Okay.
And it's all because of that game.
Wow. That's a lot of draws in that match. So that game really does stand in stark contrast to the very, balanced high level games played on the other boards, that one got crazy.
Yeah, that is just remarkable. That had Queen takes C8 been played, the result would have been different. And that's how these tournaments are decided. King D2, that's desperation. Rook A2 check wins on the spot here. Just takes the pawn.
Yeah, but it does have a threat of 91 at least, right? And when you're down to the last 5 seconds, you need something. But
yeah, you have to do what you can.
But
and this is over.
Yeah, yours up to the task.
It's a moot point. Okay, Dubov just crushing Pruess Fonza. Artemiev beating Peralta. Russia might sweep the field again. I'm just checking all the results we have. Kosteniuk Garachkina won. Kosteniuk won. Shuvalova is still playing. She's going to win. Okay, I think she's going to win this position. Yeah, Russia actually sweeping Paraguay. What a performance. Whew. Absurd.
Vocaturo. So I see Vocaturo still playing an end game.
Yeah, Vocaturo, Pruess, Candelario. Which is probably winning. Yeah, White's just up a full exchange. This is totally winning. I'm trying to figure out how Spain did. So Salgado won.
Yeah.
No, Salgado lost, actually. Moroni won. So that's 1 for Italy. Henderson de la Fuente drawing. Brunello won. That's 2 for Italy. 1 for Spain. Matnadze won. And Grimaldi lost, so it's 2-2. Huh. Oh no, that's not. Okay, so there's this. Oh, this is the Latvia match. Okay, so I guess everything is decided by whether Perez can hold this totally lost endgame against Vocaturo. Maybe he could set up a fortress, although I really doubt it. Looks like if Vocaturo wins, then Italy wins.
When you're trying to convert the rook versus knight, do the opposite colored bishops help the rook or hinder the rook?
I think this you would prefer to not have the bishops at all, or or you would prefer to have same colored bishops here, because what this creates is more of an opportunity for a fortress, and that's why Vocaturo is trying to break through on the king side. G4 and now King G3. He wants to create real estate here so that he can somehow infiltrate.
So he's got to win the pawn on G6 probably at some point. It's on a light square. So if he can control G5, it's a perfect target.
Well, Rook F8, Rook F7 looks good here, and then Rook F6. No, this is winning. This is definitely winning. King F4 also possible, bringing the king to the center. Yeah, Vocaturo is going to win this. 2 seconds also for Candelario.
So this was to threaten Rook F8 without allowing King E5.
Yeah.
Which he can now do.
Rook F8, there we go. G7, Rook F7, Rook F6. Yeah, so Vocaturo is going to win this. And Italy is going to defeat Spain by the narrowest of margins, I believe. I still can't get over the fact that just Russia just sweeping teams.
Yeah.
Oh no, Esipenko. Oh no, he won.
They've been scoring 5 out of 6 in the previous rounds mostly. Paraguay actually got the most thanks to Vasquez's upset. They got 1.5 points against Russia. That's the maximum so far.
That says a great deal about how powerful they are.
Yeah.
As we watch, Vocaturo try to put the finishing touches. He's still not quite able to infiltrate. That king has a hard time getting across. Even if it gets to b5, Black can continue to hold with bishop c5. So is Vocaturo looking for some Zugzwang? I think bishop d7 might be interesting, and then king d5. But
okay.
Yeah, Russia has GMs on every board. That really helps. Bishop g4, bishop c5. King e5, knight c6. Somehow Manuel Perez is continuing to hold this position. Amazing.
Right. And here, king f6, I think would be a blunder to bishop d4.
Oh, and then knight d8. Wow. Knight f5. Ooh, now black might win a pawn. Oh my god. I think Bocatura just made a huge blunder because the threat of knight e3 forces white to give up the h pawn.
This is very tricky. Fighting the knight with the opposite colored bishop sort of like messes with all the squares.
Well, it messes with your head. I think after knight takes h4, Bocatura wants to travel to b7 and then snap off that pawn on b6. Try to sack that rook.
He's going to sack
use the
rook,
bishop.
which would have been more of a winning plan if there were still some more pieces on the board to work with. But
I don't think he should have gone b4 though. I think that
pretty tough.
g5. Now it should be a draw. I spoke too soon. So this probably is going to be a tie match.
Yeah. I think it's still hanging in the balance. I think like it could still go either way.
Yeah, definitely. It's possible to blunder, but black just goes knight f5, knight e7, knight f5. And claims that he's got a fortress.
Yeah.
Wowza.
The plan that I was thinking of trying for white like quite a while earlier was to bring the king to g4. And then with the rook on f7 kind of paralyzing black, and then try and set up something with like bishop d3, rook f6 to play h5.
Oh, so this is when white still had that pawn.
Yeah, where white sort of tried to like penetrate through the center with the king, but I wasn't sure where it was headed. I was still thinking that g6 was just the best target. So after sidelining the black king, you bring your king back to g4 and try and go bishop d3, rook f6, tie black down to the g6 pawn and play for h5. Man.
Right. Yeah, so somewhere around here. But that's just incredible. And Bocatura was crushing him for most of the game. So it's going to be a very it's going to be a heartbreaking game, and that's going to lead to a tie match. We are going to go on a break as this game winds down. And that concludes Pool C's play of the day. When we return, of course, we are going to start Pool D, and we have a completely new set of teams, completely new set of players. So if you're thinking about going anywhere, certainly don't. You will not want to miss the start of Pool D. More Grandmasters, more action on the other side of this break. All right. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the FIDE Online Olympiad 2021. And we have been privy to some incredible action here today as we've just watched the conclusion of this day of Pool C. And let's have a quick look at the results first. And we see Russia sweeping the board, David, against Argentina. So impressive. It can't be stated enough. Russia is just out of this world. It's clear they are first by a country mile, but we had this big peloton earlier today. And as that peloton has settled, we've seen Ukraine jump to second place. And they've just scored a very, very big win against Israel on the heels of an unbelievable comeback by international master Yulia Uzmak, who turns the game around.
It was not easy. It was an extremely balanced match with a lot of very sober games. But Ukraine will take the match points and run with them. And Russia gets their first 6-0 of the event before anyone managed to score those 2 points. I should have had a line going on whether Russia would score 6 points first or 4 points first. And Argentina is just, I mean, yeah, their fans were very vocal in chat yesterday, but today they're just dropping out of the division, sadly.
Sag.
Down the standings like a rock.
Sag.
Yeah.
It happens. You know, you feel on top of the world 1 second, then you lose one teammate, loses one game, boom, goes the dynamite. You're in the bottom of the field. That's just how these tournaments work.
Yeah.
But Pool
the other biggest
D.
drama for these standings. Well, I guess there's two other stories in the standings, but the dramatic one was that Spain versus Italy game that we left with the final moves on. You were correct to predict it as a draw, even though I was still feeling like anything could happen.
No, but okay. Yeah, no, I mean, and Pool D is what we're going to watch right now as the games begin. And I remember several years ago watching Team USA compete in the, I think this was the London Olympics. There was a famous quote by the coach of the Nigerian team who said that there are three very dangerous teams in the basketball category: the United States, the USA, and the US. And it's been a story of the US being very strong, but Team Peru has been incredibly impressive. They're so dangerous. We've got a lot of good young players. And right now, USA, Peru, and Poland very, very close behind in Pool D as the games go underway.
Yeah.
All right.
Here are the matchups that you're going to see in round 4 right now. You're going to see the USA playing against England. And as you will all see in a moment, England has brought in their reserves on the top boards, but they are just as high rated as their starters pretty much. And meanwhile, Peru is going to go up against Cuba, whose best players are now in the USA. So Peru will probably be a small favorite there to keep their lead in the division. And then we have to keep our eyes on 2 other teams as far as the picture of who might qualify. That's Poland and Netherlands from this group. So
yeah, the Netherlands are very strong. They've got 3 GMs on the top 3 boards, so they're going to have something to say about the standings today. And yeah, we have the US against Great Britain. And it's interesting, the story of England, who's not been doing well this Olympiad, is the story of the divergence between the top and the bottom boards. On the top, they have some dummy named Michael Adams, not very good. Then they got some amateur named Luke McShane.
Right.
Just kidding, of course. Very, very strong. But on the bottom boards, they've really suffered, and they're outrated today.
The best amateur in the world, right? McShane.
Yeah, it was only a half joke because he has, I think, had various jobs throughout his chess career, which is so impressive considering that he's essentially maintained 2,700 for over a decade now.
Yeah,
or close to 2,700.
He's claimed several times that he was an amateur and, cracked 2,700 like that. So,
well, I've also claimed that I was the lead violinist for the New York Symphony Orchestra. So I'm not kidding. I think
and yesterday Bick said that he went to school with Magnus Carlsen. So.
Right. Well, my grandmother went to elementary school with Kasparov's mother. So that is a true story, actually.
That was cool.
Yeah. So some of these factoids are true, but okay. So we're currently watching the top board Adams against
Yeah.
Jeffrey Zhang. We have a Najdorf. And Adams playing this bishop d3 line, which has actually become quite fashionable lately. It's never been considered particularly testing, but it's a weird setup with the knight coming to e2 and white often rerouting the knight to g3 and then preparing f4 has gained some traction lately. It's just a typical knight.
It's definitely not good or anything, but I mean, you can plop your pieces on those squares and then still play the game.
I got to interrupt you though. We've got a really fascinating position, and Robson McShane, we got a fascinating opening. Just kidding. It's a Berlin.
Oh, thank you. I needed that news flash.
Right. All right. Can we just not look at this game? With full due respect to Ray and Luke, I'm just going to vote. I'm sure the chat will be on my side here.
I saw an incredible Berlin game I can recommend to you in my study. I was doing some training yesterday, and it was 1990 Manila. Udawson. Oh shoot, who was his opponent? Shoot, well, you can't look it up if I don't remember his opponent.
Udawson was white. I mean, I can still look it up.
1990 Manila, Berlin.
Interesting. And was it a model game from White's perspective?
Model game from White's perspective, and it was the end game. So yeah.
Interesting. Well, I'll definitely have to take a look. No, of course there have been some interesting Berlin games. Ray is extremely competent in a wide variety of openings, including the Berlin endgame. I would hesitate to go into it with him.
Ian Rogers is black.
Ian Rogers, that's a blast from the past. Australian Grandmaster. Yeah. So
if something like that comes up, we could tune in. Otherwise, we're going to tune out.
All right. We'll keep an eye on this in case it heats up. I like what Ray's doing. He's stopping the king from migrating to b7. And if the bishop swings to e6, there's a very typical maneuver here. Knight e2, knight f4, and I think White is a pleasant position here. In any case, that's Robson's game. But you can see on the bottom boards, massively outrated is Team Britain. You've got Anna Zatansky already having an amazing position against Zoe Varney. Very passive. Queen coming to d3. This is looking really bad for Black already. And another. Okay, so we have that board. We have Irina Krush playing in a fascinating position against Louise Head. Okay, there we go. That took a second to update. I was like, wow. I know there's something to think about there.
It's a tale of two queens gambits kind of here on the women's boards, because that first one was basically a dream for White. They've achieved e4 for free. Black's bishop is stuck on c8. They haven't done anything. Here we've got kind of a Moran looking version of the queen's gambit, where Black has achieved c5 and the bishop on b7 looks swell.
Right. No, it's apparently someone is taking issue with me calling them Team Britain. I guess it is England, but I just figured maybe there might be like Welsh or Irish players. I don't know. How am I supposed to know?
Yeah, it's very confusing, Bird. I mean, right. it may mean something to you, England, Britain, whatever, but I mean, you conquer enough countries, people are going to be confused about which subset of countries you're talking about.
Right, exactly. Good. So, thank you for defending me there.
Yeah.
Now White has to be very, very cautious here, because if you take with the knight, then Black's initiative comes to a head. Very funny. And
yeah, very funny, Daniel.
Pushes the pawn to e4, and so White, I think, has to probably take with a knight, because you don't want to take with a pawn and get a bad IQP. Black has blockade over the d5 square. So if I were Louise, I would take on d4 with a knight.
Probably that.
But I like what Irina's done. I think she's taken at the right time.
Yeah.
So we'll see how this is reacted to by White. And maybe we can take a look at the Peru matchup. So who's top board on Peru? I think it's Jorge Corey. Or wait, no, Jorge Corey, it's Daisy Corey, his sister, is playing.
Yeah.
Trying to
Both
figure out.
Corys have been on the team since they were teenagers.
Yeah, I played Jorge for the first time in 2005. No, Jorge is playing. And then it's Jorge and Martinez Alcantara. Why am I not seeing Jorge? I'm seeing Daisy Corey. Okay, in the meantime, we can take a look at Martinez Alcantara.
Okay.
Who is a young and
Najdorf.
Yep, another Najdorf. He's incredibly strong. He's a young Peruvian grandmaster. He's actually going to be playing in Charlotte, in my neck of the woods in November. He's going to be playing, I think, in the US Masters. So very strong, promising young player. And he is an opening expert. He knows his stuff.
Are you planning to play the US Masters?
I am. But now that I found out Alcantara is playing, I think I might withdraw. No, just kidding. I'm definitely playing. I feel like I'm morally obliged to play any tournament that requires me to travel 10 minutes. So
right.
Any tournament where you can live at home, it feels, I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. When you're staying at a hotel, you're almost more focused. Whereas when you're staying at home, you almost don't feel like you're in a tournament. But nonetheless, it has its perks.
Yeah. So Pawn Island's asking about the ratings here because some of them are confusing. Like we saw Louise Head with an 1800 rating on the screen a moment ago, and she's obviously much stronger than that. These are FIDE rapid ratings. So some players have not played many FIDE rapid games, and so they've got ratings that are 300-400 points off from their actual FIDE ratings.
Yeah, so that's a good point. And if you want to know their classical ratings, you can simply go to FIDE.com and click ratings and then enter their last name, comma, their first name, and their classical rating will always show up. But take, these, I would trust the titles more than the ratings. Like, these ratings are pretty accurate. I think their classical ratings are similar. Yeah. In any case, we just have a typical Najdorf position. Black has established a very nice knight on e5, but White's got these ideas of putting like a knight on d5 or a knight on c5. And that always has to be reckoned with.
Yeah. It's basically, it's comfortable for both players for now. And remains to be seen how they'll develop from here.
Yeah. And on some of the lower boards, we have Kiruwaya Chuma and Daisy Corey. Let's take a look at Daisy Corey's game. Whoa. I like what she's doing here, actually, but probably unsound. Probably unsound. Because, okay, first question, what if Black just takes? I guess Daisy wants to play knight g5.
Then you just have positional compensation.
Right. And also maybe White is reclaiming the pawn because you can't really go e5. You can say, I'm connecting my bishop and my knight, but you're also opening up the diagonal for the bishop. The medicine is worse than the cure.
Yeah.
Maybe this is not so clear, but I wouldn't go for this if I were Black. So perhaps Black shouldn't take on g4 at all. Maybe just play a move like queen e7 and
just start preparing queenside castling.
Or bishop d7 and queenside castle. And White could get in big trouble here. If you allow queenside castling in e5, White's position is pretty flimsy here. So I think queen e7 might be the most circumspect.
Yeah. Also, it makes like h3 a pointless move, right? If you don't do any trading on g4, then h3 is a pointless move. g4 becomes a slightly slow move. So yeah, I just prioritize getting the king to the only untouched region, which is the queen side.
Right. No, I agree. I think this is a pretty big moment, and Burgos Moreno is doing a good job taking her time. We'll keep an eye on the way this game develops. Disaster is at hand in Zatansky Varney. I feel like d5 is a potential idea. It's not always as effective as it looks. For instance, after bishop b7, d5, I think it's actually premature because oftentimes what happens, this is a very good lesson for people. I think oftentimes players overestimate the value of this check, whereas in reality, it rarely leads to checkmate. If you drive the king out, it's actually going to end up perfectly safe on d7, and White can resign. So oftentimes what White has to do is go rook e1 and try to cut the king off and prepare checkmate. But among other things, Black could open up the
Ooh.
umbrella here and prepare king e7, or even go g6 and cover this
Nasty.
square. So it's not as clear as it looks,
Mhm.
but I think that if Anna prepares this with rook fe1, she's going to be in very, very good shape.
Right. To me, this is, again, it's the thing of like, whose position is going to improve more if we take our time, and it's white. And so I wouldn't rush for d5, right? If white plays moves like rook fe1 and rook ad1, black's going to be sitting there going queen c7, rook c8, queen b8, and eventually d5 will be much stronger.
Yeah, completely agree. And let's have a look at Poland's match, like with Turkey, where Poland is obviously very clearly the favorite, heralded by Jan Krzysztof Duda and Radoslav Wojciech. Not the worst people to have on your top two boards.
No.
Wojciech,
in fact, arguably the best people to have out of any team in Pool D.
Yeah, and they're playing Wojciech against IM Melik Yurt7, and I think Duda's playing his brother Melik Yurt6. Okay, I'm going to pretend I never said that. And then their cousin Yurt5. Okay, so we have a Rai Lopez. No, actually, this. Why did I think this was a Rai Lopez? Am I crazy, or does this have a Rai Lopez feel to it? But it was actually completely. It was a Benoni.
It does. It has a Benoni feel, but there are those lines with ED, CD, C5 in the Rui Lopez.
That's what I thought this was.
That become like this, and then black plays like, bishop H4, bishop F6 in that one line.
I've lost a lot of games in that line with black, so
that's what you're thinking about.
Yeah, white's got a beautiful queen. This pawn on A5 is tremendously annoying because it's not allowing black to connect his pawns.
Right. Now, me with my history coming from the Benoni, I look at this and I think it's not that bad. Because I've had worse.
He's actually playing his nephew. You're fired. You're fired. No, it's not that bad. I agree, especially after what just happened. I think rook fa1, rook c5 is a favorable development for black because all of a sudden, Radoslav is, it's a complicated relationship with his pawn on a5 because it's a good pawn, but it's also tying white down.
Yeah, I mean, I would say if all white can do is overprotect their a pawn, if they're not playing f4, e5, I'm good.
When you have to double on a closed file, that's not like the greatest sign. So I agree. I think I slightly overstated the case. I think white's advantage at most is slight. These knights are preparing to jump into the action given the first opportunity. So good job by Yurt7 hanging with Wojciech. We'll see how this game unfolds.
Yeah.
But I think everybody's more curious in the top game
of
this matchup.
Okay. Yeah, show us.
Oh, sorry. I can come back for a second.
No, that other game I've been interested in as well. So
Duda has a 10-minute time advantage, but I actually think a king on e7 is not the safest I've ever seen.
Yeah, we can say it. He's got a bad position.
Okay, Duda has a bad position. We can utter the forbidden words.
Yeah.
Now, what are white's ideas here? One idea that comes to mind, very prosaic, but perhaps effective, is to try to get this knight around to d6.
Yeah.
The point being that when it gets to e4, taking it is essentially unthinkable because you replace one evil with another. Now the F file is open. Bishop is aiming for e6. This is terrible. And if you allow it to get to d6,
it's kind of unthinkable as well. So you're really giving black a devil's choice.
Yeah, I think after knight c3, Duda has to, if white plays it, and white should play quickly, he's down to 3.5 minutes. Duda maybe should try to create counter threats with queen b6. That doesn't really do anything. You can always defend it with maybe queen f2 is the most circumspect in order to meet c5 with d5. Okay, stuff has happened. Queen e3, queen b4. And still I would consider knight c3.
I mean, I wouldn't mind meeting c5 with d5 as white with the knight on c3 and just steamroll the center.
He keeps his knight on a4 for now. He tries to overprotect. Maybe he wants knight c5. Try to go that way. But I kind of doubt it.
Yeah. I mean,
who knows?
There's things that can go wrong for black on every side of the board, actually. This position's like, like for white, it's not obvious how to crush, but when you try and play moves for black, you find that there's a lot of things that can go wrong. Like if you play king g8 to h7 to connect the rooks at some point, it looks like you've got the room to do that. But when white plays queen g5, that's going to be really, really awkward, right? Because if you play g6, then g4 maybe traps your bishop. If you play bishop g6, white has g4 and cracks the h5 square. So there can, it's not easy nor quick to untangle this for black.
Yeah, and I think you bring up a very good point. In terms of evaluating positions, when you're worse on all three sides of the board, if you consider the center to be kind of a side, queen side, center, king side, if you're worse on all three, those positions are the nastiest, even if you're not that much worse. Right. But when you don't have anywhere to play, it's like, but that's why these players are so good. They'll find a way to manufacture ideas. And one plan that comes to mind, I know it sounds crazy, queen e7, and then maybe king g8, knight f8, knight g6, and try to pile up on maybe white's only weakness. I don't know, just throwing it out there.
I think white should have just played g3, just said like, I accept that h4 is sticking out a little bit. I'm going to need to keep it covered here.
Yeah, I agree. I think Duda could also try g5. And as I say it, he plays it. Trying to open the g file. I love this move. Get some life for your pieces. Yeah. Still, after hg, queen g5, I totally would go knight c3. Try to get this knight around to e4 with tempo.
Yeah. Also, I would consider knight c5 a little bit more now that the position's opening with g5. I mean,
yeah.
Oh, because that's what he's done. That's what he's done.
Look at
he traded on g5 and played knight c5. Because now you've really got the d file and the black king's more open, so you don't need as much to work with.
Yeah, but black is coming really fast. I don't know whether white should have traded. I think, believe it or not, white should have played knight c5 immediately, because by trading you are getting the queen where it wants to go anyway, and tempi become very important
on to make black one move slower.
Yes, I actually think Gokar Khan is slightly losing the thread here, although rook c4 is a nice move, getting out of the danger zone of the queen. Who knows? This is a very complicated position.
Much better than the move rook d7, which I would have played, Danya.
It's like our game in the World Open.
Yeah.
Sorry to bring back old ghosts.
That's okay. When I'm around somebody I've beaten, I can't stop thinking about the games that I beat them in either. So I understand.
Right. No, that's all I think about.
It's always on your mind. You're like, it's great hanging out with this guy. Remember when I did this to him? Yeah.
Remember? Yeah, exactly. Remember when I just destroyed him in this tournament. Well, I also, that same tournament, I lost to Danny Wrench. So I've got bittersweet memories.
Much better to comment with me than with him then.
Right, exactly. Yeah. So I propose we take a look again at the USA England match and see how that has developed.
Okay.
And starting with the top board, we have Adams against Zhang. I think it's just closer to equal, but maybe Michael has a tiny advantage here. I don't know.
Yeah. It's hard to say. I have trouble discerning it, but I've played through a lot of his games and had trouble discerning, the advantage that he had until the difficulties really appear.
Right. And that's how Michael Adams plays. I think a lot of people in the chat will be not as familiar with his games. And this is exactly what he does. He plays very kind of unassuming for a very long time. And then all of a sudden you're losing. You're like +4. And you're like, he hasn't made a single move past the 5th rank. How is this possible? And that's Michael Adams for you.
Yeah.
His game's bishop f5. That's an annoying move.
And I'll interrupt with a small announcement, Danya. In about 8 minutes, the Olympiad coverage will be moving to Chess.com events, the /Chess.com events channel. And the main chess channel will be switching to PogChamps. I don't know if the people here watching right now are here for us or to see 7up Pup.
Definitely for us.
But
It's not even a question.
If there are a few people who want to move to Chess.com events with us, you're welcome to follow us and Michael Adams and Jeffrey Xiong. And for the rest of you who are here asking yourselves, when does PogChamp start? When does PogChamp start? You've got 7 more minutes to wait.
Well, the best solution, because everybody has so many screens now, pop up PogChamps on your phone or the less important screen and keep Chess.com events on the main screen. Or if you have 2 monitors, well, one of them is probably to convince your boss that you're working. So you'll be forgiven if you only focus on one event.
Yeah.
All right. But yeah, watching both, I think, is great because you get a balance of, these top games, and PogChamps. The party will continue. Okay. I think after queen takes d2, white controls. I don't remember who said it, but I heard a very interesting piece of advice where if one side controls the only open file, if there's only one open file and one side dominates it, that is often already a pretty big positional advantage, because the only, it's like one side controls all the trade routes. They've got a monopoly. They can charge whatever they want. So
yeah,
this is unpleasant for black.
I learned it in a slightly specific situation in Shereshevsky's book, Endgame Strategy, which I recommend to basically anybody from 1200 to 2000 or so who wants to learn something about the endgame. He said that specifically in positions where one person has the e-pawn and one person, exactly the pawn structure we have here, and one person has the queenside pawn majority. In a lot of those end games, people will think of playing like, rook e8, e4, e3, or rook c1, c4, c5. But he said actually controlling the d file is going to be more important in those end games with the different majorities.
Wow. That's really interesting. Now, that book is amazing. I highly recommend it as well. By the way, Talia Cervantes just absolutely destroying Akshaya Kalayalan.
Ooh.
Just in a king's 4 pawns attack, King's Indian. Rip. Yeah, this is just crushing.
Wow.
I mean, of course, black should have taken probably, but the funny thing is after King H8, still knight e8, and you cannot defend this knight. So you had to have taken, but obviously with such an amazing bishop, look at these dark squares. White is a massive attack here, even though the computer doesn't think it's such a big deal. Of course, this is very hard to defend. So already a win for the US. A Wonder Liang, who we haven't looked at yet, has a crazy position against Borna Derek-Shani.
Yeah.
White was not Borna yesterday.
No. And
of course, the brother of Dorsa Derek-Shani.
It looks like he played maybe a Grunfeld, gave up his Grunfeld bishop, tried to patch things up with the pawn on f6, and white's d6 pawn is trying to make that come apart.
Right.
2 pieces against a rook. It's just confusing. These kind of positions definitely confuse
give me an Advil and a turn on Stockfish kind of position. I was gonna make a pawn that would have made you leave the commentary room.
All right, I'll leave.
So I decided not to. Because because Talia Cervantes Landero, it's not easy to make a pun with her name.
Right. You would need a really complicated one.
You need to rope in multiple languages, because Talia means waste in Russian, like waist.
Okay.
So I was going to say something about her wasting time, but yeah, I decided to abandon that.
It would have taken a lot of cliff notes for people to put it together.
Right. Okay, so, but in all seriousness, what does black do? Because white threatens d takes e7 and knight takes f6. You can easily imagine black's position collapsing here. You would love to play a move like b3, but obviously you can't do that. You drop the pawn here. So maybe rook takes a3?
Right. It's always good to trade off the opponent's last rook in these positions with pieces versus a rook. If you're
He's done bishop c6, by the way.
Played bishop c6. Okay, that'll keep the knight out of f6.
Right, he wants to take it. So d takes c7, he wants to snap it.
Yeah.
Takes. And now again, which pawn to take? Rook takes a3 is quite tempting, I think. Yeah, maybe black is going to win this. I mean, the problem is if we liquidate, this kind of position is incredibly unpleasant for white due to the far advanced nature of the pawn, and black is taking more stuff here.
I almost never see the rook beat the pure bishop pair, though.
Yeah, it's very rare. You really need like something like a far advanced pawn like that.
Yeah. Sometimes you've got 3 connected pass pawns and they get blockaded and you can't do anything.
Right.
But, you know, maybe I'll see something new today.
Yeah, I feel like bishop c6 is a really strong move, actually, practically speaking. So Irina Krush also doing well in her game. So it looks like Team US has
maybe bishop c4 check, king g7, g5 would be like an interesting way to keep some more tension on the board. Oh, you're going to run away from
Yeah, for that reason, I thought I was going to chicken out here, go king h7. But maybe
why do you run?
Maybe you're
why
correct.
do you run from your own friends?
Still, maybe I don't know how this impacts the position. Who knows? Ugh. We're gonna let Borna Derek Shani sort these complications out.
I'm getting that headache you mentioned.
Right. Yeah, I was serious. Prepare the Advil. Okay, so by the way, in the Poland match, I believe that Melik Yurtseven is outplaying Wojciech. He's up a pawn.
What?
Wojciech just blundered a pawn. Boom.
Okay. That'll go a long way.
Rook takes d5. That's a classic one, yeah? Because the queen hangs, and if you take the rook, then that same rook captures the queen. So Wojciech embarrassingly had to go back to c3. Trouble is brewing.
That's quite a blunder. I mean, that's an important pawn.
Yeah, I think Duda is also.
You can shrug off.
No, and the question for black is: do you go back to c5? Right. Rook d4 is a candidate move because it's untouchable, and rook d3 is obviously a candidate move. But I like this move less. I feel like this is more of a continuation to play with no risk.
Yeah.
But I feel like at the end of this line, it's likely that white will be able to squeeze out a draw.
You can do this if your team is winning and you don't need the point, but otherwise you're trading a somewhat awkward rook on e3 and messing up your own pawn structure a little bit. So
yep. But I'll tell you what, if we follow some of the lower boards, Sila Kaglar is destroying Jolanta Zawadzka, who is the clear rating favorite in this match. This game is over. Red Rover. Bishop can't come back to b7. Look at black's pawns are totally neutralized by white's bishops. White's got an extra piece, and black is going to have to give up her rook.
I hate to interrupt your excitement at this destructive position, but we've got to move very quickly right now over to Chess.com events.
Indeed. That's what we're doing. Please join us there. And all right. Yeah. So as I said, have both PogChamps and Chess.com events open on your screen. That is the best of all worlds. But don't leave us.
Yeah.
Don't leave us. All right. So this is over. Look at how many extra pieces white has. Can you believe this position?
That is nice. Black had a beautiful pawn structure of their own. It just needed to advance like 2 or 3 more squares.
Black still has a beautiful pawn structure.
Yeah.
And I want to alert your attention to a very beautiful tactic that was just uncorked by Dutch player Eileen Robers in a match we haven't looked at yet. In this position, looks great for white. E4 interception tactic. If queen takes e4,
oh my goodness.
Boom, 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 goodbye queen. Actually, this is not so clear because c takes d4 and knight e7 check. But in the game, white sacrifices the knight, which I really like. So the position remains not as clear, but I just felt like that was a really cool tactic.
That was really cool.
Okay, so I do want to continue watching this Poland match, which is highly concerning for Polish players. And we have a lower board here, Esma Duran against Maria Malichka, which is also not better for white. My lands.
Yeah. Poland is like the rating favorite in this division, Danya, and they did not have such an easy time yesterday.
Right. Well, they're currently in third behind USA and Peru.
Right. It's not that they did badly. It's just that they didn't have an easy time. You know, they were winning their matches like 3.5, 2.5. They tied a match 3-3.
And this one between Gökçe Khan and Duda is going to be a draw. I mean, at the very least, White can snap the pawn off of h4, and then go after the pawn on c6. So White might end up a pawn down technically with two f pawns against the g pawn, but obviously that's not risky.
Ooh, how do you like this choice? Rook b4 to keep the pawns and try and push the a pawn a little bit.
Maybe just playing for Wien. But I think after c5, White should probably just take on
just have to go back to the same thing.
Offer a draw, yeah. Which is not entirely unwelcome for Poland. And, well, we got another upset. Anna Bertasov of Canada just demolishing Zhao Qinpeng here.
Wow. Those rooks on the e-file have been canceled.
Yep. Goodbye. And we have a draw in Noritz and Van Forest.
Wait, and the winning threat is queen takes f2, right?
Oh, in that position? Yeah.
Yeah, in that final position. I mean, she may have resigned there, or is she still playing?
No, she resigned. Because also queen f3 is also a crushing threat. So after knight e4, this is checkmate.
Yeah.
And if you try to sack on e3, then you take on f2 with mate. So a lot of upsets here. There's one other game in the Poland match, and it's also losing for White. Karina Tsivko is getting crushed here.
What?
By Kochigit. This is unbelievable.
I mean, White just doesn't even have a position here.
Bishop b5 is coming. This is extraordinary. Poland is getting destroyed in this match.
I guess you have to go queen b6 here. Horrible as queen f2 might be. I think when your position's bad enough, you're better off like having something on the board that's good for you than nothing on the board that's good for you. And if you just retreat here, then you've got nothing. Like bishop g2 is blocked, your knight's passive, you're down material, like your king is weak. So better to just give up f2 and say, yeah, my king is weak. But then at least there's some scenario where you move the d pawn.
Right. By the way, a game is about to end. Jorge Corey is about to lose to Albernos Cabrera. That's a mini upset and a big win for Cuba, who... Yeah, this is just totally winning in like a million different ways. Great game by Albernos, who's very experienced, very strong GM.
That's a big deal for Peru. I mean, they needed to be winning this match. You don't want to let the other teams catch you.
That's right. Anna Zatansky is handily converting her advantage against Zoe Varney. That's going to be another win for the US as they rack it up on the bottom boards. And yeah, Black is obviously winning. This pawn on h5 forces White's king to remain in its vicinity. Meanwhile, Black's king leisurely walks around and just picks up all of White's pawns. Good win for Albernos. Let's come back to the top game in the Poland match.
Yeah,
and it continues to deteriorate for Wojciech. This is amazing.
Does Turkey have any realistic chance of actually winning this match against Poland?
Well, they're winning it right now. Right now, Kaglar has beaten Zawadzka. Karina Sivka is very likely to lose to Buse Kochigit. Let's check back into this game. This game is over. The knight drops back and Black is up a gazillion pieces. That makes it 2-0. Then Gökçe Khan and Duda are probably going to make a draw.
Yeah.
And that's it.
And Yurt7 is on top. I mean, he's got like a very, very nice 2-result kind of game going on for himself.
Okay, the bottom board, Malichka did win a game for Poland, which puts it at 2-1. So I guess everything depends on the top two games. The Wojciech game, even if both of them are draws, Turkey still, I believe, wins, which is amazing.
Okay. So if Duda swindles this, I want to see how. I want to know like how you can do anything in this kind of a rook ending as black.
Duda is incredibly good at this. When we played an aim chess, I played a great game, and he got the game into this drawish endgame where I was up in exchange for 2 pawns, but he outplayed me and he found every single chance. Like, he's amazing at squeezing equal endgames. So I don't think Gokir Khan is entirely out of the woods here. Maybe f4, but still it's quite handily drawn.
I mean, things to avoid include letting the rook pin the G pawn on the second rank and then letting black play f3 or h3 at a bad moment for white.
Right. Yeah, Duda's going to try h3, rook a2, king h4 probably. You've got to be a little bit careful if you're white.
Okay. So
I think he's going to go
could be
h3.
coming here, or he could play 1 or 2 more moves.
Or even f3. Okay, rook a2 first.
Card, yeah. First, see if white defends against f3 properly, which I imagine would be king h3.
Yeah, rook a1, now king back to h2. And maybe he can play h3 even there. Setting a simple trap. Oh, check on g6, actually. That's pretty smart, forcing the king back.
Mm-hmm.
Six. No, Duda will play f3, I think.
I mean, to some people, this may seem like just like, you know, all rook endgames are drawn. They go back and forth. It's a draw. But I fear that Duda is going to magically win it, and I want to experience it. So it's
you want to be there when it happens.
Yeah.
By the by,
understand how it can be done.
Adams defeated Jeffrey, as we kind of expected in that endgame.
Yeah.
Robson, McShane drew, so England is not out of the match either. But a Wonder Liang did beat Borna Derek-Shani, so no, US is going to win. Let's watch. H3 has happened.
Okay.
Now he's got these doubled pawns.
Now the black king heads in.
Yep, king h4, but then rook g6.
Rook g6 cutting the king would be a really important move, huh?
Without it, the king comes to g3. And notice the role of the second pawn as shelter for the king. So
yeah,
white has to be careful. a7 should also make a draw, I think. Although there may be king g3. Ooh. Now king g3.
That's risky.
White is not playing this accurately. This is obviously still a draw. But care has to be exercised. Yeah, obviously Duda made a move. He didn't lose on time.
Right. And surely the move was king g3.
Yeah. It just takes it. Oh, king takes h3, actually. I guess he's in no hurry. He wants to do both. Oh my God.
You just got 10 moves in.
Yep. So it was there. White. Oh, I think this is a draw. But it's not easy. f3. My gosh. I'm telling you, this is what Duda does. This is exactly what Duda does. He squeezes insane positions out. Rook b6, I think you have to go and start giving side checks to the king.
You can't take the pawn here, rook f5, rook a6.
No, that would be a terrible idea.
Basically getting mated on the side and have to play a move like rook h5 and then king f1 and done.
And the problem is when it rains at Pruess, you make one little inaccuracy, you start panicking, and actually black is winning now. Oh, my lands. He did take on f5. What? That is just terrible. And rook a8, Duda is going to win.
Yeah.
King g4, king g2 is classic. That is a heartbreaker for Gokir Khan, and that might have ruined Turkey's chances in this match. Now it all rests on the shoulders of Melik Yurtseven. Will he be able to beat Wojciech? King g2, right. Look at this. Exquisite. Rook g8, king f4, rook f8. Amazing stuff going on.
I'm switching over there to see. I saw the magic. It was crazy. It was crazy.
No, this is unbelievable. And now, if Yurtseven beats Wojciech, Turkey wins. This is absolutely no risk for black. They are playing literally for 2 results.
Yeah. Knight c6, huh? Well, that forces your hand black. You got to go a4.
Right.
And keep going, I imagine. Keep pushing.
I would imagine, yeah, a3. And then what you can try to do is give this pawn up at the right moment and go after these pawns, but that's easier said than done. So king c3 probably. And if Wojciech holds this, the match is drawn, which would be just a heartbreaking result for Turkey. f6, knight b4. Maybe the king should walk up to g5 and black should try to break through. I don't know. Knight e3. Oh, he wants to go knight f1. Very nice. Does white have knight d5?
Trades and then the king comes across.
Knight d5. Oh, now just probably knight takes g3.
The king ran to the a file and they're like, get over to the h file now.
Yeah, come on. Usain Bolt. Let's go.
Oh, he's going to be wheezing after this game, the white king.
But after knight takes g3, he's not going to catch the pawn. Black is going to win this game. Knight e3 is forced. You have to try to use the knight to stop the pawn. Knight f1. Oh, maybe that was a mistake. Was that a mistake? Knight f2, h2, knight h1. That was sloppy by black. I think he should have just brought the king up. Oh my God. This knight could end up getting trapped.
It's currently trapped.
Black could have, I think black just botched this. I jinxed him. He missed knight h1. He should not have gone knight f1 here. I think the simple king g6 ends the game. You just get the king to f4 and white can resign.
Yeah, the white king can't actually go defend the f-pawn there, right? So you just walk through.
Oh, what an absolute heartbreaker. Now he's got to try knight g2, knight h4 and hope that white blunders the pawn. I've seen these kinds of games go in black's favor, but now you just go king f2, king g3. Black will get the king to g5. And at best, black gets this position with 2-on-1, but I think that's a draw.
If Duda had black here, how would he win this?
Well, you have to go king g5.
Yeah. And like all chess players, he must move his king forward.
No, but it's a draw because there, white could go knight f2. White doesn't have to take on h2. And black will not be able to make any progress in that event.
Right. White can just sit there, hold it. Black plays f5, trading a pawn, which means that black knows that.
Yep, it's a draw.
Towards a draw.
Unbelievable. What an incredibly heartbreaking, improbable draw by Team Poland. Duda had to win an unwinnable position. Wojciech had to draw an undrawable position. And both things happened. And it's a tie. Still, you got to tip your hat to Turkey.
It felt like Turkey was going to not only win the match against them, but upset them, you know, against their two 2,700 players.
Yeah, insane.
And somehow they won 1.5 to 1/2 on those top two boards somehow.
It was insane. I'm looking at Peru versus Cuba because Corey lost, Alcantara drew. Daisy Corey won.
Mm-hmm.
Then we're down to the bottom boards. Let me see here. I'm trying to tease out how the bottom boards did in this very important Peru match.
It's hard to do. Traditionally, we take a 2-minute break and let somebody else tally it up for us.
Right. No, Linares won. So white won this game. I think black lost on time. In a better position, by the way. So
no,
I think actually Cuba won.
Oh,
but I'm not positive. We'll have to tally it up after the break. And the games have ended. What an insane round it was. So many interesting games. We hope you don't go anywhere. On the other side of this break, we're going to revisit the standings, update you on the results, and jump straight into round 2 of Group D. We'll see you in a few minutes. Welcome back to the 2021 FIDE Online Olympiad. And what an insane round we just witnessed. Absolutely improbable results. The only expected result was USA's pretty handy win over England. But of course, we saw two stunning matches. The first, Peru getting handily defeated by Cuba, David. But of course, what's on everyone's mind, Turkey against Poland. Against all odds. First, if you had told the Turkish team, hey, you're going to draw Poland, they would have been overjoyed. But it's all about how it happens. They were on the cusp of winning 2 games. Miracles had to happen to them, and they did. And it's a draw.
Yeah, that would have been the match of the entire pool for me, Danya. I'm rooting for the Turkish team, so far winless in this top division of the Olympiad. And if they had knocked off the top seed in this group, it would have been
the match of the tournament.
Yeah, would have been just too exciting.
Yeah.
Well, I guess it was equally exciting. It just left me disappointed in this case. So I'll have to wait for next round, maybe for a Turkish upset. We can hope for that as they face the USA. That would also be a big exciting upset.
And I just want to clarify, for fans of Poland, we're not rooting against any particular team. We are just rooting for the underdog, I think. I speak for most of us. I just like to see the underdog team deliver some upsets. It makes it more fun. And, you can't help but feel sad for Turkey. But obviously, Jan-Krzysztof Duda, Radoslav Wojtaszek, they're showing why they're on the top of chess Olympus. This is why these players are elite, because they never give up. All of the cliches, they make them come true more than other players.
Yeah, I mean, normally I'm a big fan of Duda, Wojtaszek. I mean, you heard how interested I was to see how Duda was going to come up with some magic there. But to see Yurt 7 coming through crashingly was pretty exciting.
Right. And wait a second, did Turkey lost?
Yeah, they lost.
I feel like didn't they tie?
No.
Gokar Khan lost. Wojtaszek drew.
Yeah.
Sila Kuglar beat Jolanta Zawadzka. Okay. Koichigid beat Karina Sivka. That's 2.5. And then Maria Malichka beat Duran. Isn't that 2.5, 2.5? Am I crazy?
Yeah, there was one game that didn't show up in the transmission, which I think that the Polish team won.
Oh, okay, that makes sense.
So I thought they won
Pavel
3.5,
Teklov won. There we go. Yeah, they won 3.5, 2.5 because the Karina Sivka result is wrongly recorded. I think in chess results, she actually lost, according to the transmission. In any case, whatever it is, it clearly Poland lost. And I forgot about that other game. Man, that's doubly sad, David. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
That is doubly sad. In any case, we are awaiting the start of round 2.
Yeah.
Of today, round 5, that is, of course, the second game today.
And real quickly, in these division standings that you see right now, you see Poland for the first time. They were the favorites in this group, in my view, but for the first time, they are now among the top 2 teams in the standings, as in, would qualify to the knockouts if the division ended now.
Right. Wouldn't that be something after surviving such a match?
Yeah. And so here we go. Games are up.
Yep.
Peru versus Poland. Oof, battle.
Huge match. And
Peru
Pavel
themselves.
They definitely could, and they've got the equipment to do that. Martinez Alcantara is going to be hungry for revenge. He plays this, in Blitz, he always plays this line with C3, H3, kind of like an anti-Sicilian. But Wojtaszek knows exactly what to do here. I think this is all pretty standard theory, and Black should be able to equalize here with accurate play. bishop e6, bishop b7. I'm kind of anticipating pretty quick liquidation in this game for some reason.
Yeah, it looks
Just
very
get that
solid
feeling
for black at the moment. That d5 pawn so strong, and all the pieces free.
Right.
Yeah.
And as a lot of these matches, I think the bottom boards are going to decide a lot. We have Pavel Tiklov, who's a very strong IM, whose game did not show up last round. That's why I misstated the result. Is in a very sharp Sicilian against Kiruayo Chumbe.
Yeah, throwing the G pawn early. And this is not with a pawn on f3. This is not an English attack.
No, it was actually a Najdorf, believe it or not.
Yeah.
And then this old line with f4 and now queen f3. I've seen people play f5 or castles. This is, I think, less common in f3, g4.
Yeah, this is quite uncommon. And
I guess knight c6 makes sense here.
It may. I mean, white can trade and push g5.
Right. Knight d7 and now just h4. I like white's position here. Of course, I think what you need to refrain from, bishop e3 may seem tempting, but it falls into this trap of takes, and now e5.
Yeah.
And the g4 pawn is lost. White is the loser here.
Yeah, it just kind of falls apart. You can't even get castled, so your king's stuck in the center.
Right, but if you play e5 immediately, then white has knight f5.
Right. And then I don't see a follow-up for black.
Yep. So I think
normally against an early g4, you're hoping to play d5 or e5 for black, but neither looks amazing here. So
black has decided on b5.
e5.
And white immediately responding with g5. Yeah, I guess knight ft7 and knight c5 might be a good way to regroup. He's played knight ft7. And for Teklov, the decision, I think, is between f5 or h4, h5.
Also, either piece taking on e6. I mean, it's a rapid game, so you don't have tons of time to consider everything, but either capture on e6 is...
should be considered at least.
You know, within reason.
I think if you take with a knight, it looks juicy at first, but after knight d5, queen d8, it's one of those situations where if black can untangle just a little bit, white's pieces start to slip away from the ledge.
Yeah.
Bishop d7, knight c5.
c5 and trade the bishop on e6.
Right.
While white is hoping to play queen h5, g6.
Right. Yeah, so these kinds of positions can often backfire.
And if we lead with queen h5, black just plays g6.
Yes. Okay, so
okay,
let's have a look at some of the other positions. We have, of course, USA playing against Turkey. And on top is Jeffrey Zhang, who also seeks to extract his revenge against Gokar Khan. Gokar Khan's got to be devastated after that loss to Duda.
Yeah.
And they've got pretty colorless position here. Maybe a tiny advantage for white here. This bishop on c8 is inside the pawn chain, whereas the bishop on f4 is outside the pawn chain. Slight edge for white, I think.
Yeah, I would. For 1 second, I wondered if I could push past for black, but there's knight b3.
Yeah, this is very annoying. Should be 65, or even he takes d4.
Yeah, so that kind of means that there's no really comfortable option here for black. Goes ahead and threatens e5. As white, I would want to prevent that.
Yeah, definitely e5, e4 needs to be dealt with. How to prevent it? I mean, white can drop the bishop back or play bishop g5. That's one way. Knight e5. I'm never confident in these positions. Rook c1 by Jeffrey, so he's chosen a more active approach. If e5, he wants to play cd and maybe target this bishop.
Right.
Or I guess first bishop g5. e4, and then c takes d5. And somehow black is not able to sustain the pressure.
Yeah.
Okay. So we'll keep an eye on Jeffrey, but not too interesting so far, if I may be frank.
You may. That's what you're here for.
Right. I'm looking at some of the other games in the USA Turkey matchup, but somehow none of them are that interesting. We have Irina in a pretty nice position against Sila Kuglar. Just a sort of traditional Queen's Gambit, but White's kind of gotten all his smaller pieces to appropriately good squares, whereas Black seems a little bit passable, though she can play knight e6 and then maybe c5, and maybe Black can equalize.
Yeah. Once you've played b6 in these Queen's Gambits, it's often best to continue advancing with c5 rather than just trying to defend c6 forever.
Agreed. Yeah, also not much to say here. White could try b4 to discourage c5, but Black could still go knight e6 and try to go for c5.
Maybe with like knight e5 and bishop f5, you could eventually make that knight on e6 seem a little awkward.
Yeah, because you're threatening to take and weaken Black's king side. Also knight f7.
Yeah,
potentially.
Right, with the idea of trying to threaten knight f7 and Black having already played h6, the light squares could be sensitive. So,
yeah, and you're absolutely right. Irina does go bishop f5. I think that's a great move.
Starting with bishop f5, yeah.
Putting Black in a very uncomfortable spot because, as you said, knight e6, you have to constantly deal with knight, bishop takes e6. But if you move your rook, well, then why did you put it on c8 in the first place?
Yeah.
Yeah,
no, I assume Black's going to go forward with knight e6. There's no way to play rook a8.
Definitely. Yeah, no, this is a very, very nice position for White. Yurt 7, I think, is doing, wow, amazing position. Okay, there we go. He's doing really well again against Daria. She seems to be a very underrated player. I feel like from the limited amount I've seen, he's been playing super well.
Yeah, we don't necessarily know what Yurt 7's FIDE rating is, only the FIDE rapid rating, right?
That's true. We also see, I think, an early disaster in the game between Fear and Van Forest. There is a lot to fear here for Black. What has happened with Jordan Van Forest queenside? I feel like he blundered something along the lines of a sacrifice on b5, but it was totally normal.
He did blunder something on a6 a couple moves from here.
Oh, that's a nasty one.
Shot. Yeah.
And if takes, then knight b5 with a counter fork.
I mean, I don't know if I should say like blundered, but I mean, he ran into a tactic from White.
No, I definitely blundered it. Because in this position, I think knight c5 in Black's position is normal. So he definitely missed this. And now, okay, the game is not over. Black has this d5 square. Black has g4. But obviously, White should win this game with careful play. This is not a crucial standings deciding game.
Not too careful. You need to advance as well.
Right. No, yeah, you can't procrastinate here. Got to find the balance. Okay, so this is just an interesting tidbit. Let's check back into the Poland-Peru match, starting with Alcantara against Wojciech. I feel like the positions in this match are more interesting than in the USA match. But again, I think this is going to head toward a draw. Currently, Black is up a pawn, but White can always take on d5 with a total bailout.
Yeah. I mean, White's bishop pair is nice, but it's hard to think how you keep the tension if Black just is willing to lose back the pawn and just keeps the knight on d5.
Which there is one trick, which is, let's say bishop g7. Could White try rook takes d5 and bishop takes d5?
Perhaps.
But now queen c7, I think, is an important resource.
Right.
Otherwise, you have no good way of defending everything at once. Wojciech has gone queen f6. And yeah, we're probably going to see queen trade followed by capture on d5 and a draw. And that's not an endgame that either side, I think, is going to lose.
Yeah. Nor a more exciting position than any of the Queen's Gambits in the US match.
Right. Okay, let's look at Duda Corey.
Yeah.
Yeah, this round, I think, compared to the last one so far, is a little bit less interesting, but obviously the games tend to heat up as the players start to burn more clock.
Of course.
And we have a London system here that kind of turned into an unconventional structure. I do like White's position just visually.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe c5 should be considered.
Mm-hmm. Shutting
But
in
who
two of the
knows?
black minor pieces.
Yeah, the engine doesn't love it.
Yeah. I feel like
queen
Black's
d5.
biggest weakness is on the C file. So the other approach that I would look at would be rook C1.
Yeah, even rook fc1 is interesting. But let's say rook ac1. Maybe rook fc1 is actually quite a bit stronger, because if you take on b3, White could contemplate taking with the pawn. And in this case, you would like to have a rook on a1.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and if Black develops, then I guess you intended to take on d5.
Yeah.
This could get nasty. Queen a4.
Yeah.
Queen
so
takes
now,
b6 and rook c6.
yeah. Yeah, you
No,
want
this
to keep.
it's annoying. Yeah, I really like this idea. I think it's more in Duda's style to keep the tension like this than to play c5.
Okay.
But who knows? That's probably why he'll play c5. Because I said he's unlikely to do it.
Uh-huh. It's like, it's my branch out day, Danya.
Right. Pavel Tiklov is dominating, I think, here in this Sicilian game.
Just sending everything to the king side.
Throwing the kitchen sink. And guess what? If e5, typical idea, f6.
Yeah. Ooh, did
Followed
that
by
just
knight.
happen?
No, I was just
No,
showing.
not yet. You're just showing us. Okay.
If that happened, I think the game would just be over immediately.
Yeah.
So. No, this is really bad because this pressure on e6 has gotten almost unbearable. F takes e6 is threatened.
Right.
Black could throw this move in, but it's not going to help. You're going to play queen h3, I think.
Queen h3.
Or maybe a more careful retreat, or maybe queen h5. I don't know where to put the queen here, but in either case,
You're
I think
spoiled
White
for
is
choice because you've got 3 squares that all hit weak spots.
right. And queen g2, you could dip it back, queen g3. And this other knight could come out to f4 and attack e6.
Yeah.
So this is a pretty important game. On the
Yeah.
lower boards, we have Zawadzka against Daisy Corey. c4. Ooh, you usually don't want to allow this move in the French because Black goes b5, b4, and just checkmates White.
Right. But with a pawn on b6, you couldn't use the normal d takes c5 and then castle's queenside approach because Black could take with the b pawn and then be threatening d4.
But I think that White should have gone bishop e2 and castled short. This is usually unthinkable.
Mm-hmm.
And I think White just forgot about this idea. Daisy is very much in charge now.
Sometimes you just have to castle short. I mean, the only thing wrong with White's position is their king now, but it's a big factor. It trumps almost everything else going on here.
Correct. No, I completely agree. This is very concerning for the Polish player. Sorry, this is not the Poland match. I'm just trying to tease out which games are the Poland match. We have this one.
Okay. So
Okay,
is this one a Rui or a Benoni?
This one is sort of a weird Kali system.
Okay.
That transitioned into a Benoni structure because Black, for some reason, allowed d5.
Mm-hmm.
And obviously, the idea here is that if knight takes d5, you have this very typical and very unpleasant tactic, recovering the pawn with interest. So White showing knowledge of the main ideas, getting the knight to c4. But here, bishop takes c3, I think, is a precursor to b5. So I like the way Black is playing this.
Yeah, with the pawn on g6, you normally can't do this. With the pawn on g7, it looks like it could be worth.
No, absolutely, I agree. And queen takes c3, b5. There we go. And black's position starts doing. Black starts to create play, which you have to do in such positions. And some bishop takes d5 ideas also hang in the air if the queen loses contact of the bishop.
Yeah. So normally when b5 comes in, white wants to be prepared to either play knight takes d6 followed by e5, which doesn't work here because, among other things, black can just take back on e5 with their knights,
right,
and be up a pawn. That's just one very simple option for black. Queen b8, they could try as well. The other thing you might like to do as white when the opponent plays b5 is play knight a5, which I think also fails very badly here to b4.
Yep, great point. This queen on c3 seems to be quite misplaced.
Yeah. So this b5 seems very well timed for black. White retreats with knight d2, and black looks cozy to me.
Absolutely, I agree. And by the way, Martinez, Alcantara, and Wojciech already drawing their game. And Duda, of course, as we thought, oh, no. He has, oh yeah, he did play c5. Yeah, he did go for c5 after a very long think, I should add. And Jorge maneuvering the bishop to an anchor point, potentially, where I can keep these weak pawns protected. This also seems to head in the general direction of a draw, but we've seen Duda win these positions so many times. Ooh. H7 and Schwirch have a crazy position.
Right, so he's going to come challenge that bishop. Oh, sorry, we're already over here. Bishop takes g6.
Yeah, sorry, I'll be a little bit.
No, that's good. That's good.
Bit. Yeah, white going for some wild sacrifices here. F5, knight e2, F4. And now, just boom.
Yeah.
Maybe
he was
not
probably
the
thinking about taking on F5, and so black played F4, and he said, okay, I'll take on G6.
Right. I might as well take something on that diagonal. And obviously the point is, if you take, you can't cover with your knight because the queen hangs. Yeah. If you move the king, then white can, at a minimum, recover the knight and have a gazillion pawns here, plus an attack. So this seems very pleasant for white.
Absolutely.
All right.
Yeah, very comfortable position for white there.
Indeed. And we can also, I'm just trying to tease out what the lower boards are doing. There's also,
okay, but Dariush didn't take on G6. He just played rook E7, covering his king. Oh, because he was already up one piece. He had no reason to basically just lose the H pawn and invite the queen in with H takes G6.
Right, and bishop H5 has been played. You also, of course, cannot play knight F5 because of this devastating check. That's an important detail. Right. That's why Dariush positioned his knight here.
So rook F8, bringing the most force to the battlefield. Would allow
first, you have to do something about this knight.
That's why I was first looking at rook G7, knight F5, queen H2. Okay.
Ah, okay. Rook G7. Yeah, gotcha. Rook G7 seems very strong. Knight H6 by Dariush. He just drops the knight back. Which is also good. White is insufficient, Kyle. Sorry, what was that?
And covers the F5 square for
correct
when needed. But yeah, you think white's compensation is insufficient?
Yeah, I think white kind of got impatient there. And as you indicated, if black gets these pieces to the king side, black might be the one attacking white's king. And that's an interesting side effect. When you sacrifice in order to open files, those files can be used by the enemy when the time is right. So it's a very double-sided sword. Rook AB1, white tries to create counterplay. The queen side, that's a sensible idea, but you can sense that this game starting to slip away from him.
How do you rate white's practical chances?
I think I wouldn't, like, the computer is giving 1.5. I would probably give it like 0.7. I think white's got certainly decent chances to muddy the waters. But the way that the game is heading, I think the momentum is entirely on black's side.
Okay.
So we'll see. All right. So But USA has this match very much under control. Irina has a big advantage.
They've
Jeffrey
taken
Jacques
their
has
first
already won.
point.
Yeah, crushing win against Gokar Khan. Boom, boom. And it seemed like Black was never really in the game. Okay, so looks like the USA is going to score a very convincing victory against Turkey, as expected. But let's switch back to the Poland game. I see this game also is very interesting. I think this was this popular Scotch line where you get the 2 pieces for the rook.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's exactly what it was.
The black rooks look very nicely placed to me.
Agreed. This is 7, getting out of the pin.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this looks nice with the pawn wedge. The rook's roving around on the first rank, perhaps picking off at some point White's pawns.
Yeah.
Not
was
good.
there anything wrong with King E5 last move? Is it too soon to centralize?
I guess you have to consider the bishop takes d7, although I agree that Black should be winning here. But how? Maybe just d4. Oh, this looks horrendous for White. I agree. I think King e5 was more ambitious. But, you know, keeping the pressure also makes a lot of sense. Yeah, Nazi Pakidze is also crushing, I think, with a very nice tactic in her game. And this is just going to end the game immediately. Knight g4, and this, she's already winning, obviously, but knight g4 is very pretty. Loose pieces drop off. This actually happens. And now queen takes c3, I think, or even rook takes c3.
Another loose piece.
Yep, another one bites the dust. I think White might even resign here. And 2-0 is the score.
The upset is not to be for Turkey here either. Oh,
nope. Yeah.
Tough day. Tough
field.
Yeah, I mean, they faced 2 really high-rated teams today.
Very interesting position now in Fear against Van Forest. I think Fear has botched this pretty royally. He was winning.
Mm-hmm.
I think just moving the bishop maybe, or even moving the king, but he tried to force things, and bishop takes f4. Ooh, I think he might have blundered that.
Oh, yeah.
And the point is, if you take on d7 and say, oh, well, let me take this.
Yeah.
No, bishop takes c3 is check.
Yeah.
You kind of have to go for this ridiculously wild endgame. Jordan hustles to get his rook into the game. White could lose this.
Yeah. Yeah, really anything could happen in this type of endgame. You can win, lose, draw. Drawing is often the least likely.
You're right. No, literally all results are possible, and I would not be surprised at any results.
The drawing, as you said, be like the hardest to find.
Right, exactly. Okay, so we're going to keep an eye on this game. It's not crucial for the standings, but we want to have a balance of looking at interesting games and crucial games. Let's check back into the Daisy Corey game.
Okay.
Wow. Oof. This is not looking good for White. Although she has won an exchange, but Daisy sacrificed it in order to keep White's pieces at bay. I think Black's play here is so easy.
The king is just alone.
Yeah. And everything is coming in. 2.5 minutes here as well. It's not helping White's cause.
So White needs to come through the e-file like 2 or 3 moves ago, but
right, exactly.
What can we do now? I mean, once the knight comes to c4, we're already being threatened with knight a3, so it's almost like we're gonna have to start playing defensive moves in one more move.
Right.
And White sends the queen over to the king side.
Pulling out all the stops here. That's a pretty good practical move, I think.
Yeah.
The knight cannot move as of now due to the bishop being hanging.
Mm-hmm.
What comes to mind here? Bishop a6 comes to mind, but maybe a more subtle move should be fun. Queen.
I was thinking maybe queen c7, defending our pieces, trying to develop. The problem is queen c5 probably.
Yeah, that's a nasty move. Or even knight f4 with the idea of knight takes d5.
So
but I think you're on the right track.
If I play like knight c4 or something, you're just playing knight d5 anyway.
Right. I don't see anything off the top of my head.
Okay, how about queen c4? I know we're not trying to trade queens.
Ooh.
But I'm trying to play rook b8, knight a3.
Yeah, you want to take and then but I'll go bishop f4 maybe.
No, my square.
Oh, yeah. If you had gone rook b8, that would have been an epic mating mechanism.
Okay, well, I tried to use the two undefended white pieces to like surprise checkmate in the endgame.
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly how to coordinate here. I mean, if you go bishop a6, this doesn't do anything either. I mean, the knight can go to f4. I love Zawadzka's last move, queen takes b4. Very good practical chance.
Yeah.
There is some crazy f4 bishop f5 concept, but
that develops.
The eval bar doesn't like anything.
No. The right move is king h8, and you're just never going to think of it. So
right. Yeah. Apparently the move is a5. Oh, king f7 is up there too. And the idea is queen c5, queen b7. So you drop back, and now you're threatening all this stuff.
Well, that's impossible to find.
Right. a5 occurred to me for a second, and then I saw queen c5, and I was like, no, this helps white.
Yeah.
This retreating moves like this are so hard to see.
Yeah.
And even here, after knight f4,
right.
Try this on for size. Only move bishop e6.
10,000 times no. Nobody's ever going to play this on purpose. Like it looks like d5 is your one weakness. You can't let white go after it, and you're going to play like queen b7, bishop e6. Yeah, right.
In order to distract the knight so that queen takes d5 is not check.
Oh god,
bishop a6
fear got taken apart.
All right, now Corey is down to 2 minutes as well. This is going to be a pretty important game and a time scramble. So something to keep an eye on. And Van Forest has beaten Fear. Incredible. Yeah. What a comeback from Jordan and Forest. We could sense that it was falling apart for white.
Yeah.
But he's going to be kicking himself as Fear. And Duda has won. Duda just went in there and just crushed it.
This quickly?
This quickly.
All right.
It seemed normal enough.
Play through the moves so we see what the plan is. What does g4, h4 have to do with anything? All right.
I think he's just sort of expanding. Yeah, it's already starting to look kind of shaky. Ooh, and Jorge allowed this knight to come to b6. And now he blunders a piece, which didn't help.
Okay, why couldn't you just take the knight on b6?
Well, I guess cb, and then the pawn is essentially unstoppable because of this bishop.
Oh, because this bishop.
Wow. It all seems so easy when someone like Duda does it.
I mean, to me, his pieces were just in disparate areas. Like, if you showed me this position and said, like, teach a lesson about it, I'd be like, you see how the white pieces are discoordinated? They can't choose whether they're playing on the queen side or the king side. It's got nothing to do with each other.
No, it's crazy how they all of a sudden just coordinate. And so a lot of responsibility falls on the shoulders of Kiriwayo, but he's having his major struggles here. This is a horrible position. White's one step away from crashing through and mating on the H file. Mm-hmm. So this seems to be going Poland's way on a lot of these boards. All right.
Yeah, Black doesn't have much counterplay in this position.
Yeah, the queen just needs to, again, we need to find the right square for the queen. Queen g3, bishop d6, h5. This looks like game over. And if that's the case, Poland essentially pockets the win.
Mm-hmm.
And there is a bottom board there that also we haven't checked into in a while, which also seems to be favoring Poland, this position. The Benoni game, White's position has sort of fallen apart here progressively.
Nice. I'm very impressed with Black in this game.
Absolutely. And
The question
stay
is,
here.
do you want to just pile up on the E file, or do you want to take off that bishop while you can?
Yeah, I think pile up. But apparently there's something wrong with this move. Not what it is. I want to go back to the Zawadzki game because it is absolutely heating up. And apparently white is winning now after like a4 and bishop e5. Oh my god.
Okay, because black's threatening mate in 1, but white is winning. I mean, white sacked a knight on g6, I guess, to get the h pawn going.
Yeah.
I mean, just
That's
gave like
exactly
a whole
what she
piece
did.
to
Boom.
swing around the style of the game.
a3, and apparently it's just winning because the bishop comes to e5, black's attack evaporates, and the wheels come off completely for Team Peru here. They might not win a single game.
White's playing so well, she may not even realize that castling queenside was a risky decision.
Right. That was insane. The way she turned it around. Queen c6, no, but it's over. Rook h7, and then rook e1, and resigning is the only option. Wow. Great stuff by Zawadzka.
Yeah, queen b4 was the key. I agree, Nij Valmog. That was you don't see that every day. Like really, really excellent defensive play, how to find your counterplay as well.
Yeah. Jeez.
Huh.
Rook e1, crushing, because now if knight e4, then the queen comes in with checkmate.
Yeah.
And it's official. This is another win for Poland.
Wow.
They are pocketing this match, and Pavel Teklov is also driving this one home, it seems.
It's like that scare last round against Turkey, and the little spot of luck was the motivation they needed to truly find their form, because I mean, they're like a strong team, but now they're really firing.
Yeah, it's one of those things like the Lakers, you know, it's only a matter of time before they start playing well. You got LeBron and Anthony Davis, and you might play badly for a couple of games, but eventually they'll find their chemistry.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the only other really important match for the standings, I think, is Canada's match against England.
Okay.
So in this position, Razvan Prieto is essentially playing for 2 results against Gawain Jones, but probably this is going to be a draw. What else is there?
Mm-hmm.
There's also Andre Diamant. Oh, sorry, this is a different match. I meant to say Nikolai Naroditsky is actually beating David Howe. Canada has been so good. This is completely winning for Naroditsky. Do you think he'll be able to drive this home?
Not guaranteed. There's only seconds, and bishop pairs are pretty strong.
Yeah, I mean, you never know in these positions. Things can turn around very, very quickly.
G5 from Howell. Throwing some stuff.
Yep. Trying his best to widen the expanse here. Knight can come back to d4 and potentially to f5.
Yeah.
It's very hard to bring these guys down. They never die. One of the things that makes them so fearsome. Knight d4, queen c8. f4 is tempting, but it would really weaken white's king side. I wouldn't do it. I would double. I would go rook e3, rook e1. Check.
Throws the check.
He's
Is he coming into e5 with the sack here?
No, it goes back.
Straight
now
back.
rook e3.
Can't decide to pull the trigger.
Yeah, no, I like that decision. I think just rook e3, calmly bring pieces into better squares.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, USA has secured their match. Very convincing victory.
But an exchange sack on e5 is not implausible. I mean, that can be a way to just take advantage of the weak black king and sort of like lock it up, isolate one bishop that your knight can be better than.
Definitely, and particularly after the doubling of the rooks, I think it would become more plausible. And there it is.
It's been played. Rook e5.
Look at you. Yeah, just immediately calling it. And the queen is going to collect all these pawns. No, black is just dead.
Yeah, see, this
Black
feels
is
very, very
totally
safe to
dead.
me. Now we're just coming through the dark squares.
Yeah.
But with seconds on the board, I say anything can still happen. Mostly black getting mated, but a little bit of anything.
Canada's going to win. They've got 2 wins on the lower orders, but Bortasova won and Jade Meili Willette. Queen E8, Queen H8 at 96 ends the game. That would mean a 3rd win. This would basically clinch the match. Yeah, 96 resigns. Okay, G8.
The king moves gamely onto the E file.
Right, knight G5, rook E7, goodbye. Rook E7 is mate in 2.
He's waiting for mate on the board.
Boom, boom.
Let's see it. We don't see enough checkmates on the board. Let's go.
I agree. There it is. I think he's going to resign. And Canada wins another big match. They are very hot on Poland's heels. Poland will have to lose a match, though.
Wow.
By the way, Razvan Priyado is beating Gawain Jones, so they might just sweep the field. I think that's 4-0 so far.
That is unreal. I mean, England's greatest strength is on these top 2 boards.
And both of them have been very convincing wins. With the black pieces, Priyado beating Gawain is super, super strong with white. Oh, what a performance.
That rook endgame didn't look exceptionally dangerous.
No. And it's over. Gawain can resign.
Wow, Gawain lets black queen and keeps going?
Yeah, I don't know.
No.
What the utility of continuing to play here is, but and I think Borna Derekshani against Gidailovich, and another win for Canada. Look at this, Gidailovich beating Derekshani.
Wow, how did that
5-0.
happen? Was that a surprise check?
It was there. I was totally winning for a long time. Boom. Oh, King B1 that is a classy move. Look at that move. Just getting out of the pin. Whoop. Discovery and a win.
Bravo, bravo. Seeing that coming.
And I'm just trying to figure out what the last game of their team was. I can't quite notice it, but it's either 5-0 or 6-0. What an incredible win for Canada, who rise to 3rd place, because Peru got crushed by Poland. That's a big win for Poland as well. We've got a couple games still going. We have in the match between Cuba and Colombia, Arenas trying to squeeze this out against Quezada Perez.
Yeah.
And a significantly more interesting endgame, Victor Laboussiere against CM Vandel. Should be winning for white. Yeah, those are the last 2 games remaining.
Mm-hmm.
Just
I think a queen trade favors white here.
I don't know why you'd say that. I mean, it's not like white's got any passed pawns. Yeah, he is crushing it here. B7. And another one in the can.
Bravo.
Very nicely done. No chances. All right, and the last game, Arenas against Quezada Perez. This is the kind of game that can go on for a pretty long time. Let's see, though. Maybe white will just make bishop a6 and make a draw.
Yeah.
If white can trade the last pair of pawns, it's a draw.
So I would recommend bishop to b7 and then send the knight to d7.
Then maybe bishop g2, though. I feel like that trade might give white just enough to eke out a draw. Let's see. Bishop g2, he's done it. The problem is that knights are so bad at stopping passers that the knight will be consigned to passivity. I think it's actually a draw.
That's true.
Let's see. Yeah, g4 and then b7. And you can start pushing this g pawn, and eventually the knight will have to leave the f pawn in order to stop it. And Quezada Perez managing to save. Draw.
That's disappointing for black. Good effort from white there.
Indeed. I'm not sure how this match ended, but we'll be bringing you the results on the other side of a break. And as this game ends in a draw, that concludes the penultimate round of today, round 5 of Pool D. Super interesting round. USA continuing their dominance so far, with Poland scoring a very, very decisive win, a very crucial win against Peru, propelling them further to second place. We will be back in a couple of minutes with today's final round. A lot is yet to be decided. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a few. Welcome back to the 2021 FIDE Online World Cup. And as today winds down, we have one more game in Pool D, the all-important round 6. And of course, there will be more action tomorrow. This is very important. I think if a team wins this round, they're going to have all the momentum going to tomorrow. Let's take a look at the standings. We've got USA and Poland, and you can't say that they're running away with it, David. Canada has performed incredibly, and they are very, very close behind. And I'm just stunned at the way Canada has been performing, but it might not be good enough.
Right. I mean, at least it's going to be good enough for them to go home, or they're probably playing from home, but, you know, to go home proud of what they've done.
Right.
Because they put on a great show today. They put on a great run, and you know, they're going to be able to challenge Poland and the US. Now, Canada's already lost to the US head-to-head. They have not yet played Poland, I don't think. So there will still be a Canada-Poland match tomorrow, which means in a certain sense, Canada's fate is still in their own hands, right? I mean, if they win out, they can pass Poland.
Yeah, and both of them, I mean, Canada is playing Turkey, where they're definitely favorites, although we've seen what Turkey is capable of. Poland is playing Cuba, also very clear favorites. They've got Duda and Wojciech on the top boards, and I think they're outrating their opposition on essentially every board. The US is playing Peru, so that's going to be a very, very challenging match for the Americans. They've got Ray Robson. They put Dariusz Szwirch again on the second board with Zatansky, Pakidze, Wonderliang, and Talia Cervantes. That's a really strong, really strong set of bottom boards.
Yeah. And Pruess only scored one drawn match today, so they're having a tough day of it. I think the US is probably actually lucky to catch them in this round 6, because I think that, you know, the last game of the day, if you haven't been doing that well that day, it's easy to like slide a little bit further. So for the US to face one of their toughest remaining challenges right now, I think is actually quite lucky for the American team.
I agree. And the presence of alternates, the ability to put people in, is a good way to counteract fatigue. Obviously, some players have played more than others. And I assume that each, just like in the regular Olympiad, each team, I assume, has a captain who decides who to put in.
Yeah.
And that's a very important role, because you have to make that decision based on how tired you think players are, who's in good form. We saw Russia kind of going more with Artemiev toward the end rather than Grishuk. So I kind of like the decision to put in Dariusz Szwirch. He's super solid, and Ray Robson will be bringing up top board with Jeffrey Jean resting. So that's going to be an important match, and we're going to keep an eye on Poland as well.
Yeah. And some teams have more or less depth, so it's more or less of an option to use their reserves, right? So
True.
Yeah, sometimes even if your player is a little bit tired, if they're 100 points higher rated than another one, I mean, you just keep riding your best horse.
Right. Yeah, you got to play some people 48 minutes a game. I remember in the World Team Championship, there was always this silence in the room when John Donaldson would decide who was going to be resting the next day. And, you know, you have this weird feeling, because on the one hand, you want to play. On the other hand, you have this relief when he says, all right, Daniel, you get a full day. You don't have to do anything. You can stay up late. And having a rest day during a tournament, it's a great feeling. So it's a double-edged sword.
Right.
It's a double-edged sword.
Yeah. So, so the other big matches here, Canada against Cuba is going to be pretty important right here. Oh no, Canada versus Turkey now. Sorry.
Turkey, right. Poland is playing Cuba.
I misread something. Sorry.
Canada and John Donaldson is the team captain also for Team USA here. So that's kind of interesting.
It's a tricky question for who to root for in Turkey versus Canada for me, because Turkey is overall the underdog here, but Canada is making an underdog play to qualify.
Right.
Versus the US and Poland.
Yeah, Canada has had a pretty incredible sustained run.
I don't know if I can figure out what I'm rooting for.
Yeah, I can't either. I mean, it would be crazy if Turkey upsets Canada, and that would be crucial for the standings.
Yeah.
I should also point out that, I don't know what I was going to point out. Yeah. The fact that on Team Canada, you have players like Nikolai Naroditsky, who I think some people in the chat might be less familiar with, but he's actually a huge blitz specialist. So it's an art to choose players specifically for a rapid tournament. And some of them fly under the radar in classical tournaments, but are totally GM strength. And in classical, we saw Naroditsky play very decisively in the last round. And go to a crushing victory over none other than David Howell, who is no fish.
So
watching Corey Robson.
We see Peru making one switch. They are bringing in Emilio Cordova in place of Alcantara. He's got black against Schwierz this round.
Corey has white against Robson. That's what we're looking at the moment. This seems pretty pleasant for Ray. Not sure I entirely approve of Jorge's handling of the opening here. I guess white could try bishop b5. And then the question for black is, do you push that pawn at e4? Do you make a move like queen b6? Pretty wild position. I don't know what to make of it. Queen b6, maybe queen b3. I feel like the game is likely to go down one of these weird avenues where, black doesn't necessarily want to play e4.
Right.
Because now the d5 pawn is weak, black wants to keep the tension, but that's not so easy to do either.
I think black in playing e5 is hoping that the center will kind of explode and that they'll be able to take out white's really solid d4 pawn and make the bishop on f8 stronger. But that d4 square is pretty hard to break down. And Jorge just played bishop e2.
Wow.
As if there was no pressure.
Yeah, just very calm move. Bishop e2 castle. No, definitely. I mean, I don't particularly like white's position here. e4, Ray does decide on an early e4. I guess maybe he's familiar with the structure and he knows that this is good for him. I wonder what his response will be to knight fd2. Like, how is he going to follow this up? Is he going to take on d4? Is he going to play rook g, knight h4 by Corey? He wants to follow this up with g3, clamping down on these squares.
Right.
That makes sense.
He wants to hold the f file. I'm impressed how fast Ray is playing.
Yeah, and I'm thinking about f4 here, which is a pretty thematic idea. He just played it.
I think playing really fast.
And Jorge
and after
this
ef4,
move.
You can just trade on d4, go queen b6, win your pawn back.
Oh, this is ugly. Or even bishop g7 and knight takes d4
too.
White is in trouble here. This is a very poor opening by Jorge. And without this move f4, white would have repositioned the knight to g2 and clamped down on the dark squares. So you get what Corey is doing here, but
I'm impressed that Ray was so confident, knew exactly like what he wanted to do with this opening. No hesitation.
Yeah, pretty incredible. I don't think this is preparation, but no, that makes it even more impressive.
But definitely familiarity with like the idea.
Yeah. I think Fabi talked about this in an interview a while back. He had this famous game, now famous game, where he took on c3 at some point with a dark squared bishop that you almost never give up in the opening he played. And I think when he was interviewed, he was asked, is this preparation? He said, well, not exactly. And a lot of people didn't understand how could you uncork such a move if it wasn't preparation, but he was familiar with the idea. He had a very similar position in his prep. And at the highest levels, you have direct preparation. You actually can get a position that you had at home, but you can also prepare conceptually. Like you can understand typical ideas at a very high level. That helps you create a compass for yourself, even in positions that are concretely not as familiar to you.
Yeah. I mean, even at a lower level, right? Like I've got a compass in 3 or 4 positions and he's got a compass in 300 positions.
Right. And Magnus is a compass in 3,000 positions.
Yeah. So, I mean, is there any substantially different choice for white here? I mean, could white leave the pawn on f4 and let it come to f3? Is that even conceivable to have the knight basically trapped on h4 by move 9.
Yeah, I mean, he took on f4, so I guess he decided the answer to that was no.
Yeah.
And
now on cd4, I'd be tempted not to take back on d4, but the thing is, black won't have to take on c3. Black will be able to play bishop g7, castles, and build up the pressure against on that diagonal. So there's just there's no way to really change the feeling of losing control of d4. It's just a terrible feeling.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, no, ugh. And I like also your idea of queen b6 because it stops bishop b5.
Yeah.
But maybe it allows knight c3.
Right. You like lose control d5 for a second and things mix.
Yeah. If you're black, you don't want to allow unnecessary counterplay, although that might be inevitable to some degree.
Yeah.
But this is a very interesting game. I wonder whether Ray's just going to score a quick victory here, or will Jorge get back into the game? Okay, I think c takes d4 has happened. Another interesting game where black is struggling in a wonders game with Kiruayo. I don't love the way that a wonder has handled this opening. It's been a Caro-Kann, 2 knights. A wonder trying to create attacking chances here on the queen side, but very well played here by white. And if you go a3 in this position, just b3, and white's pretty quick on the king side.
Yeah. And I don't know if anything was wrong with a3 last move, but white just didn't even think they needed to, right? Because it creates an eventual target for b5, b4, or bishop takes a3. So white just said, I'm so unafraid of a3 from black, I'll just keep making my position nice.
Yeah, absolutely. This is good stuff from the Peruvian international master. A wonder is in trouble. And this would be a huge result if Peru was able to defeat the United States. That would open up the field for Poland, who presumably is going to win today, although it's obviously far from a given. Let's have a look at their positions. We have Albornoz against Duda on the top board in a Queen's Gambit declined. And I think this is just about equal. White trying to get the knight to f4.
Yeah.
And again, there's always this dilemma. Do you play c5 or do you just sort of keep the structure intact as it is? You go knight f8, knight e6, for example, which is entirely possible.
With white
not entirely clear.
With white missing the dark squared bishop, I would want to put pressure on d5 to prevent black from playing c5, or I would want to go queen a4, bishop a6 to try and leave black with one weak color complex.
Right. No, I like the idea of queen a4. Duda going rook f to d8, very flexible move. He's not committing to any plan in particular. I think he wants to go knight f8. I think he wants to support, because now already you have to consider, maybe not immediately, but certain sacrifices on g6. We saw something like this in Darius Schwirtz's game a couple of rounds ago.
Right.
And
to me, rook fd8, though, it does stand out a little bit, because the stereotypical move in the exchange Queen's Gambit is to put a rook on e8. So when he's playing rook fd8, I'm thinking he's overprotecting d5 in advance, as well as preparing your knight f8 maneuver. So
right.
I think he's seeing that he needs to defend d5 in order to push c5.
Agreed. And you can also play rook a8. You can ignore the non-threat of bishop takes g6 for now.
Okay.
Keeping the knight here. So we'll see how JKD responds here. We've got Wojciech playing a pretty convincing game here, I think, against Martinez Tuani. They've got this position. Seems like a pretty bad King's Indian at first. Material is equal. Black is just recaptured on c4.
Yeah.
But at the very least, White can just drop the rook back. And even though it seems like Black is playing with tempo, Black's pieces are so unstable on their squares. Rook d4 by Wojciech, directly attacking the knight. I don't like this position.
It looks like white only needs 1 or 2 free moments to kind of consolidate and then squish black with the space advantage in the D file.
Yeah, I think that's kind of that's exactly what he's doing. By the way, another very bad opening. Darius Schwartz against Cordova is just a complete disaster for black.
Uh-oh.
He was put in fresh legs, but this looks horrific. Horrific. Wow. Apparently white has some sort of a crushing blow here. I wonder what it is. Could it be
the bar is too high for just positional domination?
Well, the move is queen c4 apparently, and I guess the point is that it is total domination because knight takes b6, knight takes b7, and knight takes c6 is coming, and black is going to lose both of his queen side pawns. Okay, queen c4 is not completely unreasonable. The point is that you would like to play knight d7, but your knight is hanging, and you don't want to take on b7 because of queen takes d4. I think, or maybe no, because of this is also good for white.
Yeah,
Darius might just snap off the bishop on b7. Wow.
So knight b7, queen d4, knight takes a5, right?
And then the knight travels around and
gets that
c6.
weak square anyway, and white's doesn't really have anything to worry about.
Yeah, this is almost resignable. So this is okay. Queen e4 is Darius's choice. Also seems very reasonable.
Yeah, very similar ideas of defending the d4 knight in order to make knight to b7 or d7 stronger. At the same time, he overprotects the e5 pawn. And there could even be a scenario where he wants to push e6, and then it's useful to have the queen on e4, although she would be good on c4 for that purpose as well. So
definitely. And maybe even better on c4 to hit the c6 pawn, but who knows?
Yeah. So on rook d8, he could trade on b7 and then play knight c6. So black doesn't even stop the the knight for 3 pieces.
Just allow knight c7. All right, this is a nasty little move. Now, that is the top engine move, actually. This queen c7, knight f8, rook f8. And if black can go c5 and untangle the bishop, black will have certain, not great, but certain chances for a miraculous resistance. I was also thinking about knight b5 here, trying to get the knight over to d6, but somehow black plays queen takes c5, and he's still kicking. Takes, and with such a knight, black is always going to have certain drawing chances. So maybe queen e4 was inaccurate. Queen c4 was stronger. Yeah, he does go, okay, queen a6 by Cordova. And no, obviously this is terrible. So let's make no mistake. White should win this.
Yeah. Maybe rook c4.
Oof. And just double and pile up on that.
Yeah.
Rook c5 too. Looks good.
Just keep attacking a5 and c6.
It's one of those positions where everything looks good, but you got to also be careful because it's easy to spend too much time trying to winnow out the absolute best. Let's have a look back at Ray's position. Oh my God, what a disastrous position for Jorge Corey. Oh my God. This is not an opening that he will ever repeat.
That is just beautiful from black's perspective. To have a center that well protected.
That's crazy. And now I guess the challenging part for black is to convert this without allowing counterplay. Because if you play d3 too early, maybe you should play d3 in rook a8, but now this other knight can get into e3. You don't necessarily want to give up all these squares. Ray goes a5. I love this move. Involving the pawn, also creating an anchor point for his queen on b4. Ugh.
Yeah.
Look at that knight on g2. Look at both knights. They have absolutely no squares. Crazy. White black is
a5. I'm going to try and make a note in my head about a5. I would like to play moves like that sometimes myself. a5.
Yeah. It's so patient and so just exquisite. No counterplay. And now a4, I think. Yeah. This is a watch and learn kind of moment.
Is he planning to tuck the queen on f1 if Ray chases the trade here?
I suppose so. Although
the
there, a
queen
funny
would.
line would be d3 trapping the knight.
Right.
What a disaster.
Okay.
And both Darius and Ray should be able to win on the top two boards. That already puts Peru in
That's tough.
very tough spot.
I didn't have high hopes for Peru this round. I knew they were in a tough spot, but I would have loved to see them turn around their day.
Well, they still might, because Nazi Paikidze has had a very, very bad opening here against Chumpitas, who probably will convert this, I think. Something happened with Paikidze's position here. And it was just complicated. And then, oh, knight takes d4, just blundering a pawn.
Yeah.
Out of the blue. And Nazi has a very tough position here that she's going to have to try to save. And in addition, Anna Zatansky playing against Stacey Corey and suffering. So I would not count Peru out. They're winning for better on at least two of these boards.
All right, let's go Peru.
And a lot falls onto the shoulder of a Wonder Liang.
Right. Yeah. His really complicated game.
If he wins this one, then Peru starts running out of options, because that basically gives USA 3 points.
Right.
But already a good job to get this close.
Now, on my board, the moves A3 and B3 are played, but on your board, are they not?
Oh, yeah, they are. Okay, that changes a lot, actually. That makes the position winning for white almost. But Peru might win this match, because they're much better at winning on 3 boards. Bishop d3. Wonder has played terribly in this opening. He has to try maybe knight a5, knight c4. Although white's attack might be too fast, trying to intercept the bishop here. I don't know.
Yeah. And white might already be at some point where they can just ignore the knight on c4 by the time it gets there.
Right, exactly. All right. They did have a queen trade, did Ray and Jorge Corey, by the way.
Yeah.
So
cool.
I think d3 almost wins the knight. Yeah, it actually does win the knight.
It does?
Because if knight
covered,
c3, then rook
C3,
a8.
rook c8.
You have to go rook d. I guess you got to go rook d1. Oh, but now here,
And then the rook
here.
moves away. And you trap something else on the first rank.
Yeah, he's played knight c3. This is not one of Jorge Corey's best games. I'll put it that way.
Realizing that that's a full rook, because when black takes on d2, white would be like overloaded and not be able to recapture the pieces. Nor does either piece have a square to go to get captured differently.
Yeah, this is unreal. Just complete devastation. And USA scores the first victory. This might be the first decisive game of the day. That's how one-sided it was.
Yeah, it's been
Yep,
resigned.
Jorge has resigned.
That was one of the most devastating, like no tactics, kind of just crushes.
Yep.
I mean, unless you
wasn't
call it
even
a tactic
close.
to trap your opponent's pieces on their own first rank after 20 moves.
Wow. Unbelievable. And there's also Talia Cervantes, who is probably winning or much, much better on her board against Caballero. She's played this very strong breakthrough d5, idea being if c takes d5, bishop b5, and you win the exchange. So
yeah,
this is also looking quite grim for black.
So the bishop heads to g4, just looking for somewhere to live. Maybe going to g6 at some point.
Yeah, no, black is still alive. Let's have a look at the Poland match. It looks like Wojciech is winning. So this game is about to end because this cannot be defended with mate. Okay.
Well, that's unfortunate. You like think you have a position, but the opponent's queen is just going to come to f7.
And just destruction there. Then we have the Duda game, which is quite unclear. The knight is coming around here to g3 and f5. Okay.
He's taking all the space on the queen side.
Yeah.
But strong as he is there, it's not easy to break through. I guess.
I like White's position.
I guess b5, b4.
Yeah, he can try for that, but it's, as you said, it's going to take a while for something like that to work. Meanwhile, White is getting the knight to f5 very quickly. There comes your move, b5. And I think White's going to play knight g3 pretty quickly here. And he sink that knight into a really weak square.
Yeah.
Okay, so this game could go either way, but it's pretty important for White not to lose this. Otherwise, you can kind of forget about the match. Jolanta Zawadzka is in excellent shape here against Borgas Morena. Yeah, the match is looking pretty grim already for Cuba. Yeah, I don't think they're worse on any boards. Yeah, maybe this one, Karina Sivka against Miranda Llanes, but even this board is pretty unclear. That knight on e1 holding down the g2 pawn. And if takes, rook takes b5, and this is a threat. So it can go either way.
Yeah.
Let's see here. Oh, wow. There is one game. Wait, what is going on here? Oh, this is not a Polish. I felt like White was Polish for some reason. But White lost a piece here. I wonder how this happened.
Yeah, they were just down a piece completely.
Oh, queen a8 is a nasty move. That e4 pawn is so weak. Still, oh, e5, bishop h3. Just thank you for the piece. Resigns.
Oh, wow.
This is completely resignable. Checking back into Švýrč Cordova. Yeah, this game.
That game, Black won pretty much from their own first rank. That was.
Yep, that's a hedgehog for you. It's like you never make a move past the fourth rank.
Yeah.
Kind of Michael Adams style, and but you're winning easily.
And this looks very bad for Black, who's just played h5, and I mean, I almost want to move the pawn back to h6 or h7. So that's
right.
Not a good sign. They really don't seem to have the strength to support that.
No.
Push. So as White, maybe rook d7, just taking moves away from the opponent.
Yeah, rook d7, double rooks, rook b1. I think White's quite spoiled for choice here in terms of winning techniques. A wonder is about to lose, though, so don't count Peru out here.
All right, let's see. The king's tucked in a little corner.
Oh, you mean in the wonder game?
In the wonder game, yeah.
Yeah, let me switch to that one.
White made a cozy little hut for the king, and they never actually attacked Black's king. Just the threat of attacking Black's king seems to be winning the game for White.
Right. Because now White's got pressure on the other side as well, which is quite ironic because that's where Black was trying to attack. The only thing I see working in a wonder's favor is the time situation. Maybe something that will get White nervous and create tactical chances. But yeah, a wonder is always very tricky. And a great example of that is if rook takes b7, I think, okay, no, computer's laughing at me, but
I think he's got knight c5 coming.
I thought I had knight c5, and if DC, then queen takes d2. But the problem is here, there's rook d1, and the queen is trapped.
Oh, bad luck.
That's not even the only move. You could play bishop f4 here. So something to this effect, I think he's cooked up. And I wonder what it is.
Too easy.
Wonder what it might be.
Too easy. You're not allowed to do that with his name.
I wonder what it might be. That actually was unintentional.
Oh, okay.
Believe it or
that's
not.
what I mean.
Nobody's
It's
gonna
like,
believe me.
it's just a normal word to use in chess.
It's like gotta, and gotta. Like he's gotta play this. Yeah, so Cervantes's game apparently has gotten quite exciting. Well, Cervantes is just in great shape here in this position. And one way, but if she takes, then I think Black wants this check. And then Rook takes e6. I think this is how Black wants to defend. Cervantes has got 94, piling on the pressure here.
Right. And a potential simplification where Black trades on c4 and then White plays knight d6 and bishop takes d6, e takes d6 happens. That would, to me, that would be such a strong passed pawn that it would favor the bishop over the knight very much. I'm assuming Black doesn't hang queen f7, you know, but like just talking about what the situation looks like with a couple trades, I think that would be quite favorable for White.
I agree. No, there's a lot that Black has to keep track of, and now she's got a minute and a half. No, I feel like this is not gonna go Black's way. All right, so what else do we have? We have the Duda game, which continues to heat up, and I feel like Black needs to be very careful here. Very careful, because the knight could come to f5 even immediately.
Right.
Black could get crushed here. Look at these knights.
That's why White's not recapturing.
White did recapture though, which I really don't like. I feel like knight f5 was a big chance.
And Duda has opened the whole queen side. I mean, he's achieved his whole plan.
Yeah, every game he plays in such an uncompromising style. Oh.
I feel like if I were Black, White would play knight f5 and my king would fall apart. And if I were White, I would play knight f5 and my opponent would lose the pawn on h6 and then I wouldn't have an attack.
Yeah, it's one of those cases
like my knights would just kind of be like tangled up, blocking my own queen and rooks.
Yeah. What a crazy position. Down to 2 minutes is Albornoz takes, and well, he's got to go knight f5, I would imagine.
It's
no other way. I think
moves now.
Duda always tends to win these positions. He just somehow, I mean, it all seems very easy. Like bishop f8, defending the pawn, and all of a sudden, the king could even hide out on h8 at some point.
Mm-hmm.
So, and Wojciech has officially won. All right. David Howell and Fear are going to probably make a draw. Wow, small upset. Arenas beating Forest in the Netherlands. Bix team has just not had it today.
No.
They continue to sink as David Arenas is going to defeat Jordan van Forest.
He has an entire extra rook on the board.
Yeah, he literally just has an extra rook. I mean, it was not quite. Oh yeah, no, this is just completely winning.
Wow. For a while, it was only an exchange plus a dominating position.
And then he just took the knight. Just like, all right, give me that. Okay, 7, and this is winning. All right, so what else do we have? We have Canada, who have a pretty important match. We haven't checked into that yet.
Right.
So let's have a look. We've got Yurt 7 against Naroditsky. This is winning for Black. Again, Canada playing really well. Razvan Prioto is in trouble though, against Dennis Ozen. Then we've got, Black is in excellent shape
and
here.
like
I think
by in trouble, I mean, he's about to
win. Because in this position, the rook is pinned, and this resulting endgame, the rook is just going to vacuum up some of these pawns. So I just don't see this happening for Razvan. Then we've got probably a much better position. Again, Turkey is starting to show signs of life here.
All right.
Apparently
Knight
a wonders
D6.
game turned around, by the way.
Exchange up.
Not to keep jumping around, but apparently a wonders game has turned around on account of a blunder.
I'll have a
And
look.
if a wonder wins his game, then the match is basically over. Oh my God, what's going on? Yeah, this is no longer good for white as Kirawaya got into serious time pressure.
Well, whenever F5 came, white should have probably taken it.
Well, also, I think this was a big mistake. I think white expected G6, and then he was going to sink that queen into H6. F5 is super strong. If you en passant, then the knight takes. And all of a sudden, black reclaims the initiative. So he dropped the bishop back E5, and now all of a sudden, black is in very good shape. So this is a huge turnaround.
So queen H5 was just a blunder, actually, like no good answer to F5.
I think it was a blunder. I think he overthought it. I think that.
This
I
was
mean, what to do here is not so easy.
Take on B7, right? You thought rook B7, rook HB1.
Yeah, or H5. Although H5 can still be met with F5, and you create this, the situation which is quite